Made with spoken. Unrivaled by C.D. Gill. Digital narration performed by Anna and Jack. Chapter 1. Never in his darkest years did Xander Reinerman imagine the beating his body would take at the mercy of the ocean. The liquid hammer battered him around, until at last, his weary legs dragged him free. Dropping onto the warm sand, he sucked in Brazil's balmy autumn air as his muscles screamed in pain. The rising tide lapped aggressively at his bare feet, attempting to yank his surfboard back in. He'd punished his body enough for the morning. After 2 months of practice, he had made progress on the surfboard, though incremental. His beginning instructor assured him with great confidence that surfing was much like the snowboarding Xander was used to. He lied. They were brutally and infuriatingly different. Snow was much more passive in its attempt to rid itself of riders. The ocean had an insatiable vendetta. Nevertheless, his goal was to stay on deck for the ride, and more often than not, despite his waning athletic prowess. Gia vanished inside the beachfront house after the routine morning run, which offset their magnificent intake of breakfast calories. But surfing, he picked up to wear at the tension gnawing at his self-control. His mind warred against the anxiety of his upcoming court case. The unknowns of what Dad had gotten into didn't help either. Add to that, he and Gia had been engaged for 3 months, and the heat between them blazed like a winter forest fire. The need to touch her warred against his best attempts at restraint. In Gia's grandma's Avo Anna, their rooms were next to each other, making his promise to wait until they were married a practice in psychological torture. She asked him to wait, and he gave his word. He refused to take it lightly. It was an incredible honor that she trusted him like that. But how easy it would be to slip into her bed each night, cuddle against her warmth, hold her small frame in his arms, and bury his nose in her hibiscus-scented hair. It could be innocent until it wasn't. Instead, he continued to run himself ragged, in hopes of escaping the endless craving to make her his. Most days it worked. Summoning his dissolving strength, he struggled to his feet and tugged the wet suit down to his waist. The warm breeze whipped the moisture from his exposed skin. With his board tucked under his arm, he trudged through the soft sand to the house. An appreciative whistle came from the deck above. Gia leaned her toned arms on the railing, dressed to kill. Her form-fitting sleeveless dress was sheer business. Her tailor was a gift to mankind. He grunted over a simmer in his core. Maybe he should let the ocean take another swing at him. August couldn't get here soon enough. Make no mistake, Gia Carter would be worth every minute of patience. She grinned at him. When I said wear a suit, a wetsuit is definitely the kind I meant. She winked. Don't tempt me, sweetheart. Xander stashed his board under the deck and twisted the knob for the outdoor shower to come on. He laughed. Wouldn't your parents be so proud to hang those press photos on their walls? Their darling daughter in a stunning dress and their soon-to-be son-in-law in a wetsuit at a school's groundbreaking event. No publicity is bad publicity, right? Lord knows I sure would be proud. I'd get it mural-sized. She bit her lip. Her gaze contained a flame he wanted to burn himself with. My favorite art. The water jets prickled his skin. He groaned as he stretched his hands up to rinse the sand from his hair. Don't you start with me, Giovanna, or I'm moving our wedding up to a justice of the peace meeting tomorrow. She snorted. Avo Anna would skin you alive, only as she caught me first. Xander took the stairs 2 at a time toward her. Backing up, she giggled, her hands outstretched. I'm headed over to the site to meet with the school board members and get photos before the groundbreaking ceremony starts. She shuffled inside when he made a move to trap her in a wet hug. See you there, she squeaked, then blew him a kiss from the other side of the screen door. An hour and a half later, dressed in a suit, a tie, and a fake smile, he pretended that sweat wasn't trickling down his sore back, as his fiancée stood beaming next to the school's board members. Even the slight sheen on her skin did nothing to dampen her stunning glow, and he had a lot of time to appreciate it since he didn't understand a word they said in Portuguese. It didn't matter. He clapped and cheered when everyone else did. He loosened his tie once more and glanced at his watch. As usual, the ceremony was running long. Brazilians did everything on their own schedule. Time was no great obstacle or motivator. It was different, an easier, free-flowing pace of life. Coming from a time-centric culture, he enjoyed the leisure when it worked in his favor. Other times, it infuriated him, though he no longer viewed their way as inconsiderate. But survival didn't grant the luxury of working when you felt like it. which is how he knew former catadors Cambridge and Dobby would be waiting for him at Reclaim That's Brazilian office. After a lifetime of working to live, the two men had a drive most would never understand. In fact, he'd asked for a couple of days of their time to discuss the company's operations after he left for Denver next week, but they'd countered by asking for a full week of meetings to solidify everything. He trusted them to continue earning their keep, but they'd never run a business bigger than themselves. If anyone could do it, Cambridge could. He was self-educated, intuitive, and sharp as a whip. No one would guess the man had spent most of his adult life as a catador, stooped over the trash heaps in search of recyclables to sell. With a dismissive laugh, he admitted his aging body protested the backbreaking work, and he'd relied heavily on his friend Davi, the brawny 18-year-old, to do the collecting recently. With the final few words said, the line of important-looking people, Gia included, took their pristine shovels in hand to scoop a tiny amount of dirt into a pile. Xander surged to his feet, in congratulations with the rest of the crowd, and was at Gia's side in a few steps, ready to network. This was what he'd gotten dressed up and sweat through his clothes for. As the crowd moved through the line of board members to give their congratulations, Gia introduced him to everyone who stopped to talk. Some knew English well. Others needed Gia to translate. She never once complained about his lingual ineptitude, but covered for him with her natural grace. His Portuguese was on par with a Brazilian toddler, but people seemed to appreciate that he made an effort. 2 women and 1 man on the school board were also investors, who regularly funded for-profit startups. Somehow, Gia had them eating out of the palm of her hand, and that charming way of hers. By the time Xander left, he had lunch meetings scheduled with 3 investors next week to introduce them to Cambridge and Reclaim That. Xander interrupted a group conversation Gia had been brought into by planting a kiss on her neck. "I have to go get my meeting started." Gia nodded and excused herself from the group. She walked with him toward the bus station, stopping at the edge of the parking lot. "Thanks for coming today. I know this isn't your favorite thing." "Shh." He pressed his finger to her parted lips. "Don't finish that thought. Today was the reason we came to Rio in the first place. Your hard work made this possible, and watching you do what you love is like seeing a flower open in front of my eyes. It's breathtaking. I can't look away." She pushed his hand aside and moved her lips next to his, her brown eyes staring up at him. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were trying to get me to the altar faster." Xander set his lips against hers and murmured, "Never underestimate my desperation." The bus's hissing brakes interrupted their goodbye. "See you for dinner," he called as he jogged on board, scanning his pass that would expire in a few weeks. Another reminder that his time in Brazil was coming to an end. Their stay didn't feel long enough. They'd accomplished more than he'd expected, but uncovered a cavernous need. The societal gap was as clear as the colorful favelas on the hills. Drug lords and violent gangs ruled the poor. People needed a way out that wasn't death. With the right contacts, Xander's nonprofit The Upcycled Life's reach could be limitless. It wouldn't fix things overnight, but it'd offer an escape for some, and that would be enough. It was so simple to plan and so much more difficult to achieve than he'd initially imagined. But the challenge and the subsequent reward it brought enticed him to stay with it. His work here in Brazil had proven that. The upcycled life was starting to gain traction. He didn't want to go back to Denver yet. But with the university's unwillingness to settle, and Jerry's last-minute unveiling of the Brady violation, a detective's intentional hiding of evidence from his former court case, Xander was headed back to court to clear his name once and for all. Millions of dollars in reparations were on the table. His lawyer Maddox had been working hard to put together an unbeatable case against the government, who wrongfully imprisoned him for Coach Randall's crimes. Xander served time for the crime, wasting years of his life, and Randall came out looking like a hero. The scenario could not have played out better for Randall, who enjoyed a padded retirement pension. As Xander stepped off the bus, the thought struck him. Thinking of Randall no longer made his blood boil. That time of his life had been a horrible nightmare, but it had brought him to this, to a future he thought out of reach. On floor 10 of the corporate high-rise, he opened the office door and stepped inside. Off to the left, a floor-to-ceiling window framed a stunning view of Guanabara Bay. The other windows looked out over the crowded skyline and cityscape. The space was small, inexpensive, and safe. Cambridge's salt and pepper hair hovered over the colorful fabric in his lap as he hand-stitched bags to sell at his girlfriend Dabby's storefront. Next to him sat 2 middle-aged ladies they had brought on part-time to make more elaborate bags for the street merchants who sold their goods from a cart near the tourist destinations. Tourists bought local goods regardless of the quality, simply because they were advertised as such. As the door closed behind Xander, Cambridge's eyes lit up. The ladies murmured their greeting with a nod. He waved, motioning Cambridge towards the closed door. Cambridge nodded and stood to join him. The little room was where Davi made the products that required sawing, hammering, and screwing. Soft, upbeat music played from the old-school radio plugged into the outlet. Davi glanced up when the door squeaked. "Davi, your arm's out of the sling!" Xander strode over to him, scanning his posture for obvious signs of pain. He seemed more relaxed today. "How do you feel?" "Good. Ready to work." Davi grinned. His facial bruises had long faded to green and yellow, and then disappeared. His arm in a sling had been the final piece of evidence that his stepfather had beaten him and broken his bones in a nasty retaliation for secretly leaving the favelas. "You always say that," Xander said as he lowered his weight carefully onto a brightly colored children's bench. "You can trust me with the truth, you know." Cambridge snorted, his fingers weaving stitches in precise rows. "Survival cares nothing for feelings. I've had many worse days, so I'm grateful for a small twinge." Davi lifted the wire creation for them to see. One long wire had been bent and crimped into the shape of a mountain, with the sun peeking from behind, much like the view of Guanabara Bay outside their window. The design was impressive. "Think it will sell?" "It'll sell." Cambridge's quiet confidence settled Davi. It could easily fit in a suitcase. Davi eyed it with skepticism. If I could find the tutorial online, why wouldn't everyone else so they could do it themselves? Xander nodded. He'd thought the same thing so many times. Someone will always be willing to pay to avoid work. Besides, vacation euphoria makes souvenirs more attractive, and we're selling stories and the chance to support local entrepreneurs. People love that. As part of their sales technique, they printed out a short story of the catador's struggle in society and attached it to each product. The feedback from the street vendors was overwhelmingly positive. People loved knowing where their products were coming from and that their money supported people in need. Davi placed it in the pile ready for distribution, sizable for a morning's work. "If you both are ready, let's get our strategy in place for while I'm tied up in Denver the next few months." For the next week, they worked on constructing products to sell as they talked about product output, contacts, payment, oversight, hiring more workers, financials, and any other questions Cambridge could think to throw at him about the business. Davi took extensive notes on how to photograph and upload photos of their products to sell online with the business's singular laptop. He picked up basic computer skills in days as Xander walked him through the processes. Theirs was a true collaboration. Cambridge took full advantage of his newly acquired access to the internet there at the office. His hours and hours of off-the-clock research about business and entrepreneurship led to some enlightening conversations. And by the end of their week of intensive planning, Cambridge and Davi felt confident in their abilities to keep the business afloat. 2 mornings before his flight to Denver, a shrill ringing woke Xander before the light of sunrise came around his curtains. His heart raced when the ringtone registered through his sleepy haze. His finger punched the green button before he looked at the screen. "Hello?" He mumbled. "Good morning, Xander. This is Ronaldo. Sorry for the early hour. Can I pick you up in about an hour? We'll get breakfast while we're out." His lungs took in a full breath as his heart rate slowed. It was just Gia's cousin, Ronaldo. "Yes, that sounds good. Business casual is fine." He didn't bother asking for details. Ronaldo was the president of the Brazilian Football Federation and newly married. He didn't waste his time on frivolous outings. If Ronaldo thought that Xander needed to be somewhere, Xander was honored to be there. Being connected publicly with Ronaldo and his top-level football contacts had earned Xander a few second looks from the coaches of American soccer teams. But no offer was a good enough offer to make him move away from Gia again. Gia wasn't awake by the time Ronaldo's town car pulled in front of Avo Anna's front gate. Xander strode down the driveway and out the gate. Ronaldo grinned at him when Xander slid into the back seat, a twinkle in his eyes. "Thanks for getting up early for this. We have a little bit of a drive and I wanted to beat the morning traffic." The entire time they were in the car, Ronaldo's phone buzzed with texts and rang with calls, but he never looked at it. Instead, they talked about men's and women's football performances on the international level, as if he were the most important person in the world at the moment. During his 2 months as president, the board had been after Ronaldo to establish Brazil's international football dominance once again, as if it could be easily accomplished in such a short amount of time. The sun rose over the horizon as the car pulled into an empty parking lot, Stadium seats sloped over the sides of the complex. Xander followed Ronaldo's lead in getting out of the car. The disrepair of the complex's exterior gave it a deserted feeling as they walked up to the entrance. When they stopped, Ronaldo fished a key out of his pocket for the front door. With a twist, jiggle, and stiff push, the door popped open. The inside was dark, and everything locked up. Ronaldo guided him through the hallway and out onto the field. Xander spun around, taking in the largeness of the arena, similar to a college stadium back in the United States. Ronaldo watched him, his hands propped casually on his hips. "You're a man of vision, Xander. What do you see here?" A scene from a horror film, where the bad guy kills his victims. His eyebrows raised. Faded seats, unused concession stands, dirty awnings. Maybe used by local teams once, or a minor league team that outgrew the space. He'd said vision, hadn't he? But this is the stuff of kids' dreams, playing on a field this size with the seats filled and everyone chanting their team's name, roaring with happiness for every goal scored. With a half smile, Ronaldo nodded and glanced around. "You're a coach. There isn't anything you want more than to see those dreams come true. Failure and success bought with sweat and pain." Watching the players grow into their potential was... He shook his head. Like a cool sea breeze on a stifling hot day, it made every single loss and brutal moment worthwhile. Ronaldo sat on the scratched metal bench on the sidelines, stretching his feet out in front of him with his hands behind his head. "Xander, I believe in what you're doing with your businesses. They have incredible potential to save lives from the jaws of poverty and every horrible thing that comes with that." His brown eyes locked in on Xander's. "But I want to offer you something that could be a perfect fit for you. An opportunity that could unify all these pieces you have in play." Xander's stomach lurched at the intensity in Ronaldo's demeanor. "I want you to talk and pray and dream with Gia about becoming the future president of my girls' football league." He leaned his elbows on his knees. "Here in Rio." The word zapped Xander like a lightning bolt. "You could be a coach, the president of an organization, and most importantly, an instrument of unprecedented change for the future of Brazil's female athletes, especially the football players. The growth and reach of what I've started is a mere speck compared to what it could be. It could become a catalyst for international women's rights and equality, and you would be a driving force." Xander dropped onto the bench beside Ronaldo, reeling. How would it really feel to live here in Rio permanently? Would Gia be willing to leave her firm's U.S. clientele? Was he cut out for this? Or was Ronaldo desperate to fill the spot with someone who would be his puppet?
Chapter 2. Gia Carter squinted at Xander's nervous expression in the bluish shade of the plane's interior. Her fingers tightened around her mini ginger ale can as she waited for him to laugh and tell her it was a joke. But he didn't. "Let me get this straight." She cleared her throat. "Uncle Ronaldo wants you to consider moving our lives down to a city you visited for the first time in a country you don't speak the official language of, after we get married in August, so you can run the now family-owned teen girls soccer league for the rest of the foreseeable future and give up your dreams of coaching a major league or national team." Silence hung in the air between them as they blinked at each other. Their seat neighbor coughed, but who cared if he heard? "Well," Xander let out a soft, humorless laugh as he ran his hand through his hair. "That particular dream was stolen from me. And since meeting you, I'm not sure it is what I want out of life anymore. There's a lot of volatility in coaching that level, which isn't the kind of stability I want for our family." His voice ended in a whisper. Our family. Her heart swelled. His timing was impressive. He'd waited until they were locked into their airline seats with drinks and complimentary cookies in hand, and the beverage carts blocking any escape before unleashing the bombshell on her. "I love Rio like my second home, but we agreed to stay in Colorado because that is where our life is now." Xander wasn't looking at her anymore. "Reworking my contacts and my bids, registering my business in Brazil, learning the countless building codes, not to mention it's a ton of work to move internationally." She rubbed at the ache forming in her temples. His palm smoothed over the back of her hand and up her arm. "I know, and the what-ifs steal the excitement from it. I wasn't sure I wanted to bring it up until we got back to Denver and settled." His fingers toyed with her engagement ring. "Just think about it." Oh, she'd think about it. And she did, when she put her Rio wardrobe back in her closet, made dinner without Oval Anna by her side, took her morning runs in the chilly mountain air, and de-iced her windshield before leaving her office. She even thought about it as she walked into her first Young Architects International meeting, stomach fluttering. It had been months since she'd been to the quarterly meetings. The late afternoon start time meant she would be stuck in rush hour traffic trying to get home. Of course, the leadership never wanted to consider another time of day, as the peons, architects under 30, should nearly be grateful for the professional development they were allowed to experience. With 2 years left on her eligibility for the group, she'd kept her membership as a resume booster. More than once, potential clients had commented on how impressed they were by Gia's international background. Networking here had landed her a chance at bidding on and ultimately winning the project in Rio. She was here today because YAI's organizing committee had sent out a dozen emails about today's speaker, making a special announcement that she would be a fool to miss. And despite her upcoming deadlines, her baser curiosity got the better of her. Lee Buchanan was the top female in the architecture world, having been the first woman to win the prestigious Dutch Reverie Award, and one of a small number of women to win a coveted Pritzker Prize. Now in her late 70s, she did a lot of speaking to inspire equality, encourage more females to enter the field, and regale the world with their brilliance. What could she possibly be offering that would be so awesome? A grant for working with nonprofits would be nice, but incredibly unlikely since Lee was as for-profit as one could get. Still bundled in her thick coat with her gloves on, Gia chose a mid-crowd seat. Coming back to the cold shocked her system. She'd hoped spring would have begun to appear since it was March, but the frozen tundra had a chokehold on the Denver area this year. Rio's year-round warmth certainly was attractive. She had to stop obsessing over this. Her phone buzzed with a text from Lucy. A gif of a cartoon violently smashing a cake with a baseball bat was captioned, "Crisis mode. Help." Gia texted her back that she'd stop by on her way back from the meeting. After calling the meeting to order, YAI made a few announcements and finally introduced Lee. Gia had seen pictures of her throughout her lifetime, but nothing compared to seeing her in person. Her rigid posture combined with her slight frame gave her a no-nonsense schoolmistress aura. As she began to speak, it was obvious the woman was a shark. No wonder Lee had made such strides in their industry. Gia found herself enraptured. Born Emily to Midwestern farmers, she accelerated in design and structural concepts. A teacher in college saw her potential and tutored her at an advanced level so that the schools of architecture would have no reason to turn her down. At the advice of her college advisor, she dropped Emma from her name in order to compete with male colleagues on getting into those high-end architecture programs. They sure got a surprise when a female walked in on the first day of school. People often ask me the secret to my success, as if I had lucky four-leaf clover sewn into the seam of every dress suit. I worked hard, made alliances, triple-checked my work because there was no room for the errors that my male colleagues would be excused for, and was given initial opportunities by open-minded people. But the main thing I credit my success to is my assertiveness. Lee looked over the crowd with an unsmiling gaze. I've been called every name in the book. I lost friends because I was unwilling to settle down into the female societal role and become a caretaker to a grown man and offspring. The media tagged me as aggressive and hard to work with. But they were merely repeating what they heard out of the mouths of men conditioned to believe that women should be compliant and soft-spoken. I didn't fall into that category, which scared the living hell out of them. The crowd chuckled. No one knew what to do with a woman they couldn't put into her proper place with a demeaning word, derogatory statement, or a crass joke. Call me a feminist, but I wanted a chance to prove myself based on my talent, regardless of my gender. I know many of you here want that same chance, to compete without bias interfering. There was a single clapper and lots of nods throughout the crowd. I'm taking on a large project in Denver. Something so special that I can't reveal in its entirety yet, but because of my past, I want to provide a female or minority from Young Architects International in Colorado the chance to work alongside me on this project. The room erupted in a buzz, but Lee continued, raising her voice. It'll be paid. No one works for free with me, and you'll have the benefit of putting your name next to mine on this landmark project, as well as collecting an award by my side if we do what I hope to accomplish. My team will be accepting and reviewing applications from now until the end of March. I look forward to seeing your application in my hands. Lee disappeared off the back of the platform as the crowd swarmed the aisles and exits. Gia stayed in her seat to watch the chaos. No doubt eligible candidates would crawl out of Colorado's rockwork to apply, and her chances of being picked would be infinitesimal. She opened her phone and checked out the link to the application. Nothing too difficult. Maybe she could toss her name in the hat to be considered. No, she had enough to do with her wedding in 6 months and Xander's court case beginning. She didn't need another plate to balance. And, subsequently, drop. Back in her car, she began the drive home in rush hour. The most recent episode of her professional development podcast was queued up for her, but she punched the speed dial for Ma instead. "Hello, sweetheart. You caught me between virtual meetings." Ma's voice soothed Gia's jumbled thoughts. "I'm sitting in rush hour on the way home from a Young Architects International meeting." Lee Buchanan spoke. Gia really wanted to tell her about Ronaldo offering Xander the position in Rio, but her gut said they needed to sort this out together first. Oh yeah? Was she as fierce in person as in her photos? More. She's taking on an apprentice of sorts for a really big secret project she has coming up and wants a female or minority from Colorado since the location is in state. Ma paused. "Are you going to apply?" Gia sighed. She loved Ma for not pushing her one way or the other and letting her make up her mind. "I don't know. I have a couple of projects that are wrapping up soon, but I wanted to take it easy with work to focus on planning the wedding and getting our lives in order. We have some big decisions to make. Pros and cons to applying, I'm sure." Ma spoke to someone in her office briefly before returning to the conversation. "If you think it would be a benefit to your career, then apply." Gia laughed. The number of awards with Lee's name on them alone would make learning from her a benefit. "I need to think about it and look at my schedule." "Hey, did you hear back from Mauve about making my wedding cake? Will she do it?" Ma groaned. Mauve went on and on for at least 40 minutes without pausing, about how busy retirement is and how her shaky hands ruin her perfectly baked cakes. Finally, she accepted the offer as if it was the easiest yes in the world, said she would be incredibly pleased to be such an integral part of her Gia's big day. Crazy old bat. But she made the best cakes Gia had ever tasted, and had an eye for sugar design that put the Kick TV shows to shame. "That is incredible. Great work, Ma. I'll check that off my list." She hung up and stared at the mountains on the horizon. The Rockies were gorgeous, but Rio's landscape was breathtaking at every turn. Gia pulled into downtown Golden and parked behind the Mother Hen bakery. Helping Lucy would be a good distraction. Inside Mother Hen, barely muffled heavy metal rock blasted through the small space. This was bad. Maybe she didn't want to help. Pushing aside the growing dread, she edged into the back of the bakery. Wow. The heat made it hard to breathe. Bowls, pans, flour, and cooling baked goods covered every surface. In the middle of it, Lucy stared at the cake inches from her face with a stony gaze. The music hit a particularly terrible crescendo which loosened Lucy from her frozen state. Somehow, icing appeared in her hand, and with a practiced twist, made perfect swirls on the cupcakes to her right. When the noise of the music paused, she shouted and waved as the next song started. "I'm here." "Oh, thank God." "Gia, I'm in too deep." Lucy swiped a strand of hair from her forehead, leaving a smudge of purple icing behind. "I agreed to the princess cupcakes for a 3-year-old's birthday party, as well as a 5-year anniversary cake for my neighbor's goddaughter. And I thought Susan would be here to help, but her family got sick and she's out taking care of them. I have to prepare 48 cupcakes, a 5-tier cake, and baked goods for Golden's 116th anniversary celebration council meeting by tomorrow, so I can party this weekend." Lucy slumped onto the stool. First order of business, the rager music. Gia clicked onto something more palatable but still upbeat. She shed her coat in the corner, most unlikely to get dirty, and propped open the back door to allow a breeze in. "I'll ice the cupcakes, and you work on the anniversary cake. What do they want? Pretty flowers and hearts and stuff?" Lucy snorted. "No, it's the 5th anniversary of her divorce. She wants broken handcuffs, fake blood, and freedom written across all 5 layers. I did one for the goddaughter on her 1st-year anniversary, and my neighbor loved it so much, she insisted we do it every year. This year, the celebration is going to be an in-person party, which is why the cake is so big and they moved it up a couple weeks to accommodate schedules." Lucy groaned. "I think I'm going to be sick." "Oh, no, you don't." Gia propped her hands on her hips. "You can't be sick. You have been looking forward to this bachelorette weekend for months. We'll get these things out the door tomorrow, and we're going to have the best girls' weekend of the year. Got it?" Gia poured them both some cold lemonade, donned an apron, and rolled up her sleeves. It was going to be a long evening. The company seemed to cheer Lucy up immensely. They chatted about Rio and caught up on life. Tucker was taking night classes to get his degree in logistics and supply chain management. One of the companies he had done trucking for wanted to hire him to manage the inventory in their Denver branches. Lucy was so proud of him, but also firing mad that she barely saw him. He was due to graduate right before their wedding. After their honeymoon, he'd begin working in their honest-to-goodness office, which terrified him, according to Lucy. He had been a sophomore in college when his grandfather got cancer. No one else in the family was willing to take care of his grandfather, so Tucker dropped out of college to become his full-time caregiver. When he died 6 years later, Tucker inherited his entire estate. Because he didn't have a degree, the best-paying job Tucker could find was a trucking job, so he got his CDL license and began to travel the country. Why did he wait 2 months into being engaged to you to tell you? Gia loaded more icing into the bag. Her arms ached. How did Lucy do this for hours every day? He had to get things in order with his lawyer, apparently. His grandfather required him to sign a contract of some sort saying that if Tucker ever married, he would first get a prenuptial agreement in place so that the home would forever stay with Tucker and his descendants. Lucy said, "Some woman really did a number on Grandpa Mo. Did you get the prenup signed then?" Lucy waved an arm. "We did. I keep my assets. He keeps his. My ma is forever ranting about men stealing everything from women anyway, so if I ever talk to her again, she'll be proud of me for that." Gia glanced up. "I thought your parents are married." "They are. But my dad is my stepfather, which is a long, painful, and complicated story." Lucy stood back. "Okay, what do you think of it?" She spun the cake gently so Gia could get the full picture. The 5 tiers worked together to create one glorious declaration of independence, including a scroll of sugar cascading down from the top. "It's very cleverly done, Lucy. You are so creative." Lucy didn't look convinced. Finally, she nodded. "Yeah, I'm happy with it too. Let's get those cupcakes finished and get you home." An hour later, Gia pulled into the driveway. Her headlights illuminated Xander walking down the stairs from the garage apartment, hands stuffed in his pockets. His strong arms embraced her when she shut the car door behind her. Her ear pressed against his sternum as she listened to the steady thump of his heart. The tension released from her body. This was why she was going to marry this man. His arms were her home. As she fixed herself a sandwich for dinner, Xander sat on the stool at the island watching her intently. Tucker made Lucy sign a prenup. Xander raised his eyebrows. To protect Lucy's bakery? Because that sounds like something he would do. To protect the estate his grandfather left him. Apparently, Tucker had to agree that the estate be kept for Tucker and his descendants in order for the inheritance to be released to him when his grandfather died. Wow, Tucker pulling out the big guns, Xander said as Gia handed over the pickle jar for him to open for her. "Are you wanting a prenup? It might set your parents at ease that I'm not marrying you for the money, since you'll probably inherit their businesses." "Stop. My parents love you. We wouldn't have gotten this far if they suspected that about you." Gia shrugged. "Honestly, I'd never thought about it." "Okay, Harris. Add it to your list of things to think about." Gia laughed and chucked the dish towel at him. "Hey, speaking of thinking about things, The doorbell rang as Gia's phone buzzed with a person-detected alert from her security system. A rock sank in her stomach. No one ever visited her at this time of night for good reasons. She checked the camera. It's a woman. Xander headed to the door first, Gia trailing. On his way, he flicked on the front hall light to illuminate the doorstep. When he opened the door, he gasped. "Kelsey!"
Chapter 3. Xander's thrill at seeing his sister Kelsey, his niece Ivy, and nephew Dixon on the doorstep morphed into horror as they stepped in the hallway and the light exposed her face. Kelsey raised her chin and gave him a watery smile. "Hi, Alex. I'm sorry it's been so long." The bruises on her skin and the swelling on her jawbone looked fresh. He glanced out to the car, but there wasn't anyone else nearby. He folded Kelsey into a hug and whispered into her hair. "Was it Doug?" Her choked sob and nod into his chest evoked a rage that started in his core and left his head buzzing. The fury felt good for a moment. He was going to give Doug a taste of his own treatment. "I am so glad to see you, Kels." He loosened his grip on her to bend over to Ivy's eye level. "And Ivy, last time I saw you, you were dressed as Rapunzel hopping around the house swinging a frying pan at everyone, and Dixon had just learned to walk. I've missed you guys." Xander opened his arms to them, but only Ivy grinned and walked in for a hug. Dixon stood cautiously off to the side, watching him. Bye, buddy. They had to be 8 and 6 by now. Xander introduced Gia, who smiled and hugged Kelsey. So nice to meet you, Kelsey, Ivy, and Dixon. Who wants some cookies and milk and snacks? The kids trailed her into the kitchen without any hesitation. He even heard her mention watching a show. God bless that woman. When they were out of earshot, Xander set his hand on Kelsey's slim shoulder. Does he know you're here? Streams of tears slipped down her purpling cheeks as she shook her head. I got your address from Avery a couple weeks back and promised myself that if he did this one more time, I'd leave. For the kids. Ivy's been begging me to make him stop. Xander exhaled hard. Avery had been looking in on the house while they were in Rio. He should have gotten suspicious when no one had heard from Kelsey about Christmas, but he didn't assume silence from family was suspicious anymore. Doug had seen the best of the best once, but as he'd seen in prison, no one was immune. Give me your address, and I'll go sort things out with him tonight. I warned him a long time ago that I would if he ever did anything like this. He should be expecting me. Kelsey sighed. I don't know what I'm going to do. What's he into? Cocaine, I think. Dixon said that Doug had him pee in a cup the other day while I was out running a few errands. Dodging the military's mandatory random drug tests with his kid's urine? Smart, but so very illegal. Xander rubbed his forehead. Was he coming off as high when he came after you and the kids? She shook her head. Just me, never the kids. What set him off? He got mad about the grocery bill. Said we didn't have enough money to be spending on food the kids just waste. He never eats any meals with us, so I have no idea why he thinks those kids waste food. I don't buy anything besides absolute necessities these days, because he gets so upset about me spending money. I told him that I did it because he likes to have a full refrigerator. He viewed my response as arguing, and he wouldn't allow that disrespect from anyone in his household. And then hit you. Her lips pursed. After he stopped swinging at me, he told me how much I was hurting him, and then he passed out. I had bags already packed for us, so I threw them in the car, grabbed an armful of food for the kids, and left. Kelsey swiped at her chin with her sleeve. I called his Air Force friend Mason, who started as a police officer a few months ago. He met me at the police station so I could file a report and submit pictures as evidence. Then, I drove here. She blew out a shaky breath. I could not stop checking my mirrors to see if he was following us. I'm so sorry to bring you into this, Alex. I didn't know where else to go. You're the one person in our family that he couldn't track us to their doorstep. When she stopped talking, her whole body slumped in defeat. Xander swung an arm around her. I'm glad you came. You'll be safe. An hour later, as Kelsey took a shower and the kids brushed their teeth in the bathroom, Xander stretched a sheet across the guest bed while Gia fished the pillows from the closet. Thank you so much for taking them in like this. I didn't reply. His voice was a whisper. Gia looked at him like he was crazy. I'm thrilled she was able to get away from that monster. Ivy said he's been hitting her for a long time. Mainly at night, but Kelsey didn't know they'd heard. Recently, it's gotten worse. Ivy didn't know why. His chest ached. The kids didn't deserve this. Kelsey certainly didn't deserve to be any man's punching bag. His anger at Doug simmered, dangerously. It's the middle of the school semester, and Kelsey doesn't have any money that isn't tied to their joint accounts. Let them stay here for the weekend. I'm going away for Lucy's bachelorette weekend anyway. When I get back, you can drive down there with them and help them figure things out. The bathroom door opened. Gia glanced in that direction. Like toss his junk in trash bags and throw them to the curb. Disgusting wife beater, Gia whispered. Xander bit his lip to keep from laughing as Ivy came into the room. At least he knew his fate if he were to ever cross her. They got everyone settled for the night, and Gia walked Xander to the mudroom door. She wrapped her arms around his middle and leaned in. Well, tonight turned out differently than I anticipated. Xander murmured into her hair. Gia chuckled. Life is never boring when family's around. I can't thank you enough for letting her stay. Doug's gonna pay for this. Easy, Tiger. She murmured. A beating from me would help him understand in part what he does to Kelsey with his fists. You don't need to add assault charges to your rap sheet. She grinned. Xander rolled his eyes. Men these days are soft. Can't take a punch without vying for a lawsuit. Doug is a military man. He will lose everything if he gets caught with drugs. Speaking of lawsuit, how did meetings with Maddox go today? His stomach had been a mess since they got back over the upcoming trial. He's very upbeat about the whole case, more confident than I ever will be in a courtroom. Monday, you can start the process of putting it behind you for the rest of your life. If only it felt that easy. He kissed her gently, allowing himself a moment to linger, before he said goodnight. She was his ground in the storm. For the first few hours in the dark, he tossed and turned, Kelsey's bruises circling around and around in his head. She couldn't stay with Doug. Who knew when he'd land her in the hospital or worse, and the kids would always be at risk. Having no dad was better than one that beat their mother or possibly them, right? By morning light, he'd worked out one thing. The decision to leave Doug had to be Kelsey's. It was the most basic of revelations. But after 6 years without a word from her, he couldn't fix her problems for her or dictate her choices. He could be there to help her pick up the pieces, like he so desperately needed someone to do for him all those years. And he'd still do anything to keep his siblings from hurting, especially at the hands of those who should be trustworthy. Gia was already gone to work by the time he got up. His body was taking its sweet time adjusting back to the time zone. She'd left a note on his door saying she had a lot to do before the weekend, and to text her when he was awake. He let himself into the house quietly. By the big doors leading to the deck, Ivy sat with her legs draped over the arms of the overstuffed chair. With a book in her hands and a mug on the table next to her, she looked 16 and impossibly mature. His throat tightened at the time he'd missed with her. She didn't shift her attention from her book as he rambled around the kitchen making himself a quiet breakfast of eggs and fruit, instead of his usual morning protein shake that involved his deafening blender. Even when he sat on the couch near her and propped his feet on the coffee table, she still didn't acknowledge him. "What you reading?" he said around a mouthful of eggs. No response. "Really good book, huh?" Still nothing. She had really intense focus. He stepped over and crouched in front of her. "Hello?" Ivy shrieked and scrambled up the back of the chair. Her book thumped against the window. One hand smacked over her heart as she fished the earbuds from her ears. "Uncle Alex, you scared the bejesus out of me. I didn't hear you." "Bejesus," Xander snorted. "Definitely Kelsey's child. I guess you'll never know where I buried my secret fortune now." They laughed together as Ivy tucked the hair behind her ears, pierced with lavender studs. "What's your favorite book or story?" He knew nothing about kids' literature these days. Well, it's about a wild stallion who lets a little boy ride him and leads his herd to safety through a wildfire." He sat up. "No way. I read that book as a kid. A lot." Ivy grinned. "I know. Your name was in the front. And Mom said you used to sleep with it under your pillow, because you wanted the story to live in your dreams." Xander laughed. "I don't know if it lived in my dreams at night, but it certainly took my daydreams. Riding bareback across the mountains on a wild stallion with the wind blowing past me." He hadn't thought about that book in a long time. The nostalgia made his chest ache. "I want to ride a horse someday," Ivy said, tucking her feet under her. "I want to be really good at it too." He gasped in mock horror. "You've never ridden a horse?" She giggled and shook her head. "We are going to fix that as soon as possible." Her smile beamed brighter than sunlight. And as he stared at the beauty of his sweet, shy niece, he knew he'd do whatever he could to see that smile of genuine happiness again. It was a universe away from the fear and littleness that she'd worn like a cloak when they walked in last night. Doug couldn't see the damage he was doing, what he was throwing away. What a fool. They talked about the things they wanted to do, and places they wanted to visit someday, until Dixon shuffled in, disheveled from his night's sleep. He scowled at them as he stretched. "I'm starving." "You're in luck, big man. I'm better at making scrambled eggs and frozen waffles than Waffle House. Want to know the secret?" Dixon shrugged. Xander leaned in. "Real cheese on the eggs and a whole can of whipped cream for the waffles." Dixon's mouth dropped open. "You'd let us have dessert with our breakfast?" Xander glanced around. "We'd better do it quick, before your mom gets in here, or she might stop us." Ivy and Dixon sprinted to the island stools while Xander popped the frozen waffles in the toaster. Gia had scoffed at his culinary choices in the grocery store, but look at him now. Uncle of the Year, because he bought his childhood favorites. They worked through a whole box of waffles and half a carton of eggs before the kids turned down more food. Dixon flopped on the couch. "I don't think I'm going to be able to move the rest of the day." "That's a shame," Xander said as he cleaned up. "Ivy and I were talking about stopping by some stables to go for a trail ride. Guess you'll have to miss it." He popped up. "A ride on real horses?" "Real ones. Ivy's always wanted to go." "I want to go. Can we go skiing while we're here too, Uncle Alex? We've never been before." Xander paused to take in the moment of Dixon using his name for the first time. It felt like a huge step for him. Suddenly, the whole day, and possibly week, got planned by Ivy and Dixon listing off the things their parents never took them to do. The list was extensive. When Kelsey didn't come out of her room by 10 a.m., Xander packed up the kids, left a note on the counter, and a text message after getting her number from Ivy. They spent 2 hours at the barn, taking a ride and loving on the horses. Ivy did not stop smiling. She knew what everything was called and where it went on the horse. It mattered little to her that her horse was the oldest mare in the barn, second only to Dixon's mount, who was knocking on 25 years old. She treated her like a prized racehorse. Xander snapped photos on his phone like he was paparazzi. Maybe Kelsey would care that she missed this, or maybe she'd be happy they had bonded over horses. But she'd get 1,000 pictures to make up for it. He texted a couple to Avery to brag. When they left, they stopped by Gia's office to pick her up for lunch. "You guys know what an architect does?" he said, as he parked in front of the building. Dixon shook his head. "They build buildings and stuff, right?" Ivy said. "Let's go see." As they went inside, Xander got a text from Avery with a host of heart-eyed emojis that said, "I get out of class in a few minutes. See you in an hour." He dialed Kelsey's number as Gia explained what she did on her board and showed the kids the finished work from her portfolio. "Hi, Alex." Her voice was thick with sleep. "Are the kids behaving?" "Good as gold. We're having a great day together. Want me to come pick you up for lunch?" I think I need to wait until the bruising on my face fades before I'm seen in public." He closed his eyes. Yeah, he was an idiot. "You rest up. We'll bring you home something to eat. Anything you want in particular?" "Whatever. You know what? I could really use a big burrito from that Mexican place we used to go to after ball games. I'll text you my order." "That a girl, Kels?" he murmured. The concerted effort of voicing her opinion produced a strain in her tone he remembered well from childhood. "See you soon." Amazing how his recall stayed so vivid despite the passing years. His siblings had been his stability, a lifeline of grace, and a system ready to tighten the noose at the slightest misstep. A system his parents had commanded with an unflinching sense of right. Xander pocketed his phone as he walked back into the office. Who's ready for Mexican food? By Sunday morning, they had hit up the arcade, the ski slopes, and shop at some of the malls for some extras that Doug never let the kids have. Kelsey rallied for the skiing and shopping, hiding behind a scarf, hat, and sunglasses. He followed them in his car Sunday afternoon, driving to Colorado Springs. Kelsey had arranged to drop the kids off at a friend's house while she and Xander went home to confront Doug. They couldn't stay at the house until she'd figured out how to deal with Doug legally. Their cop friend had helped them to schedule an emergency meeting with a lawyer on Monday who could get in front of a judge about kicking Doug out of the house that he technically owned. He was proud of Kelsey. She had been a victim for too long and was ready to change her life. Xander hugged the kids and got their bags into Kelsey's friend's house. Nancy was a widow with a big house and lots of space for the kids to unwind. Her comprehensive security system made him feel a little better about leaving the kids there. They felt impossibly far away for him to help them if they needed him immediately. He drove Kelsey over to the beautiful 2-story on the Air Force Base. This was such a mess. How would she force him out of a house that they were in because of his status in the military? When they pulled in, Doug's car wasn't there. She let out a grunt of relief. "Let's go grab some more clothes and the kids' school stuff, so I don't have to come back." Xander walked into the sunny space. The light-colored walls were perfectly decorated. Everything seemed in order. He wouldn't have known an abusive druggie lived here. Kelsey was in Dixon's room stuffing items into his big suitcase when a door slammed downstairs, shaking the whole house. Kelsey. Kelsey's eyes widened with fear. "I'm here." "He won't hurt you." Kelsey nodded and zipped up Dixon's case as heavy footsteps jogged up the stairs. She met Doug in the hallway, and Xander stepped into Dixon's room and started a video on his phone to record the exchange. "Kelsey, where have you been? I have been so worried about you." Doug sounded relieved. "No, don't touch me." Doug growled. "Oh, come on. Don't be ungrateful, Ice Queen. I didn't mean to hurt you. You know I get in those moods. I don't mean anything by 'em." "Look at my face, Doug," Kelsey hissed. "You didn't mean to do this? And when did we start calling drugs moods? Is it cocaine, Doug? Don't get judgy on me. I have a stressful job. So what if I relieve some stress every now and then? I deserve that. You stay home and play." "I stay home because you won't let me get a job, Douglas. You want me here cooking, cleaning, and caring for the kids like a good little girl, tending the home, so I can be your punching bag when you come down off your highs. I'm not doing it anymore. You mouthy boss." A loud whack followed by a gasp propelled Xander from his hiding place in Dixon's room. When he stepped out, Doug had Kelsey by the hair with his back to Xander. Xander threw a punch into Doug's kidney and then kneed him in the face as he fell in pain. He stepped on Doug's neck, pinning him to the ground as Doug struggled for air. "You touch Kelsey again, and I will call your commanding officer to let him know what you are into." He leaned closer to whisper. "Also, I will make your death look like an accident. Do you understand?" Doug clawed at Xander's foot, his face red. Xander lifted his foot and punched Doug in the face, left and then right. "There. Now you and Kelsey can have a matching set." Kelsey ran into her room, grabbed an armful of clothes, and shoved it into a garbage bag. "Alex, the jailbird." Doug tried to get up. "They finally let you out, huh? Did some guy make you his—" "Stay down, scumbag." Xander shoved him back to the floor with a kick. "Prison is full of abusers like you, who think they're so tough, beating on innocent women and children. Want to be a man, Doug? Pick on a guy twice your size and see how that turns out for you." Kelsey slid by with 2 garbage bags over her shoulder. Xander didn't let Doug move until Kelsey was downstairs. He grabbed Dixon's suitcase on his way down. Whatever Doug was on was changing his appearance for the worse. "Get clean if you ever want to see your kids again, Doug. Until then, you'll be hearing from Kelsey's lawyer."
Chapter 4. Well, she'd done it. After way overthinking it, Gia had filled out the application to work alongside the great Lee Buchanan. There wasn't a lot to lose. Buchanan would likely have her tag along to a few meetings, let her look over the blueprints, and sit in the crowd pretending like she had an input. No way would Buchanan risk her reputation on a newbie architect mussing up her award-winning project. But it could be a good mental distraction from the stress of Xander's trial, wedding planning, and the prospect of moving internationally. Seeing Kelsey, bruised and beaten, shook her to her core and gave her the wake-up call she needed. That had been her once upon a time, battered from Bronx emotional and verbal abuse, a shell of her former self. She'd made herself small, afraid of what others thought of her, what he thought of her. As if a man that could love her wouldn't come around again. Adults in her life had called her hard to manage, with a laugh like it was a joke, and wished her good luck in finding a guy who would deal with her. For some reason, she'd believed them and gotten into a relationship with someone who liked control more than he liked her. She wasn't that girl anymore, and Xander certainly wasn't anything like Bronk. But she didn't want to go back to putting aside her dreams for anything or anyone. And one of her dreams was to win a prestigious architecture award and be recognized by her peers as an expert in her field. Learning from Lee Buchanan could get her there. Sure, her name would be attached to someone else's for now, but it was a doorway that would hopefully lead to more awards on her own merit. Most importantly, submitting the application on Friday cleared her mind for Lucy's bachelorette weekend. 7 of Lucy's friends rode in a gaudy sparkle stretch Hummer, weaving through tree-covered hills to the mountain spa resort of Lucy's dreams. One person would be standing up with Lucy and one with Tucker on the wedding day, so this was their chance to celebrate with Lucy and show her their support. Tina and Maris were Lucy's friends from high school. Fiani worked at the antique shop next to Lucy's bakery, Bianca was Lucy's neighbor, and Camille was Tucker's stepsister. Lucy hadn't received any pampering since she'd opened her bakery 8 years ago. In fact, she rarely had a day off, so this weekend was cell phone free for her, as evidenced by the resort activity pamphlets overflowing her lap. There are hourly yoga and meditation classes on their heated patio with a stunning mountain view. 3 cocktails deep, and Lucy felt the need to announce each point of interest. She held the trifold up crookedly so the group could be impressed by what they'd be seeing in 20 minutes or so. "I need some peace. I'm going to all of those, and then the hot tub after. Yes." Gia smirked. Tipsy Lucy was very ambitious. "Maris and I purchased the whole body makeover this afternoon at the spa. Massages, waxes, skin treatments, hair care, the whole 11 yards. Tina giggled as she threw back another mimosa like it was a shot. But running through drinks and money was what a bachelorette weekend was about, right? If Tina couldn't hold her alcohol, she wouldn't be going anywhere but the toilet tomorrow. Maris snorted. Bill wasn't happy to have to miss poker night tonight, but we're 3 kids in. I more than deserve a day of doing nothing but lying around while everyone else serves me. Besides, it's my turn to spend our money for once. She rolled her head towards Lucy. If you want to be 24/7 waitstaff to tyrants who need their butts wiped, have kids. Tina and Maris laughed loudly. Yikes. Lucy waved some tickets around. Just don't forget the gondola up to the peak for our steak dinner leaves at 5:30 p.m. I have been dreaming about that piece of meat for days. Then we have a sleigh ride back down. Bianca's fingers twitched, her pained expression worsening the longer they were in the car. I need a cig. A carton of cigarettes and a lighter appeared in her hand out of thin air. As Bianca tapped a stick out, Camille knocked on the large no-smoking sign next to her with a pointed look. Bianca sighed and shoved everything back into her pockets. How will you spend your time, Camille? Lucy asked. Oh, I have a few things planned. There was mention of a culinary class and a flower arrangement workshop, and I might try the bowling alley since I haven't bowled since high school. Camille gave them a shy smile. Lucy hadn't had a lot of time to spend getting to know Tucker's stepsister, but thought this might be the chance to really make her feel like the family they would become. Bowling! I should have brought my lucky bowling shoes. I can't bowl in those nasty rentals. Lucy passed on the pamphlets to Fiona, who had yet to look up from her phone. Let me know when you do the flower arrangement class. I'll join you. Fee, put the phone down. You get motion sickness. Fiona grunted. I have to post this graphic about the sale my company is having. It is honest to God the best sale I've seen on these protein shakes. You guys should get some to help you lose weight for the wedding. I'll give you my member discount. Gia cringed. Fiona constantly talked about the weight loss shakes from the multi-level marketing company she joined. If someone made eye contact with her, they'd hear how the shakes changed her life and freed her from her long list of medications. Gia had managed to dodge getting the hard sell and declined to be a part of Fee's constant marketing on social media and emails. A girl had to make a living, but it was exhausting listening to her manipulate every conversation into a sales pitch. No selling this weekend, Lucy scowled. Put that thing away. Enjoy friends. No one wants to be sold to on a fun vacation. Gia peeked at her own phone. Xander had sent her a couple of pictures of him with Bixen and Ivy on the Bunny Hill at the Tempest Ski Resort. He planned to get his email inbox sorted this weekend since she was away, but instead he got to enjoy family, which was so much better. She'd been torn about leaving after Kelsey showed up at their doorstep. If Gia would have mentioned it, Lucy absolutely would have insisted that she stay home and tend to the wounded bird. Kelsey was going to be her sister, but Xander needed to handle this reunion before she jumped in to fuss over her. A few minutes later, they cruised through the gates and down the long drive to stop under the arched wooden awning. They filed out, hopping down from the lifted SUV. As everyone hurried inside to escape the chill, Gia paused to inhale. She took a second to soak in the peace, something that felt out of reach since returning from Rio. The cold air felt crisper in her lungs at this altitude. Bianca stayed outside to smoke. Fiona glanced up from her phone long enough to get in line. Tina and Maris beelined it to the desk, calling dibs on sharing a room together. Inside the cavernous lobby, a woodsy smell mingled with cleaning solution. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the back wall gave them an unobstructed view of the second highest peak in Colorado. Wow. The pamphlets didn't do it justice. Lucy stopped next to her with a sigh. I've been looking forward to this weekend for a month. Hard to hold on to stress when you look at that mountain sitting out there so bold and undisturbed. Lucy. Gia. Camille called, waving them over. They are checking us in as a group, so our rooms can be next to each other. The smiling man behind the desk laid out the room keys in numerical order. Bianca and Fiona, Tina and Maris, Lucy and Gia paired up. Camille had asked to get a room to herself as she had a noisy machine she used while she slept. They took the elevators to the fourth-floor rooms to get settled. Everyone else disappeared into their rooms while Lucy and Gia struggled to get their door key to work. They each tried their individual keys without success. After a frustrated huff, Lucy froze. Gia, it's because the room is 413. 13 is my unlucky number. I'm sorry I didn't see it before. I wasn't paying attention. Please, can you see if someone will switch with us? Gia knocked on the door across the hall. Fiona opened the door. Would you girls mind switching rooms with us? You'll probably have a better view in our room. The room number bothers Lucy. Since they hadn't gotten inside their room, it was a wild guess what they'd actually see out the window. But Fiona and Bianca agreed and dragged their cases across the hall. The door key worked for them the first time. Lucy sent Gia a pointed look at the obvious sign. Sure enough, their new room's window faced the front of the resort with gardens and water features to catch the eye. It didn't matter much for 2 days. After Lucy changed into her athletic clothes, she stashed her belongings in the dresser drawers and closet to make her stay homier. while Gia sat on the bed watching. Unpacking her things into a hotel room gave her anxiety. The second her belongings weren't in a consolidated location, it guaranteed that she lost something. The next yoga class started in about a half an hour, and Lucy was not going to miss her chance to reinvent herself on her first vacation in years. She left with 20 minutes to spare so she could arrive on time and get a good yoga mat location, not too close to the teacher, where she would be stared at, but not in the back so as to look like the nudie she was. Everyone checked in with each other via their group text. Gia and Lucy planned to meet at the hot tub after Lucy's class ended. With nothing else to do, Gia grabbed a book and walked down to get a few laps in at the pool. She scooted past the housekeeping cart and stepped out of the way of a staff member coming out of the elevators carrying a bouquet of flowers. On the main floor, she stopped at the map to get her bearings. In the opposite direction of the pool was a heated driving range. Her swimsuit cover-up and sandals weren't appropriate attire for golf, but it wouldn't hurt to take a peek for later. As she suspected, the environment catered to men, featuring a polished wood bar, a display wall of alcohols and beers on tap, a collection of signed photos from celebrities that had visited, as well as a large classic scoreboard boasting the day's high scores from the golf course. Glass doors led from the dining area to the driving range. The visitors wore a variety of clothing under the heaters. Her clothing wasn't out of place, though there weren't too many women around. A monitor off to the side of each bay was used for checking in and seeing the results of the drive. She moved through the doors to watch how one guy maneuvered the electronic system. The ball dispenser tagged each ball before recording where it landed. Her jaw hung open as she watched the demonstration of how it worked. They had serious money to be doing a driving range like this. The guy had hit a few drives before she purchased a bucket of balls, chose a bay out of the way, and kicked off her sandals. Abbott, the golf pro, would be in his element here. She took a few photos and texted them to him and Daddy. Then, for the next hour, she got lost in competing against herself. A few guys stopped by to watch and comment, but she ignored them. The world and her worries seemed miles away as she aimed for the top score. She'd edged past her personal best and ordered herself a celebratory fruity drink, which she watched them prepare when Lucy called. Oops. She'd forgotten about their meetup. Are you coming to the hot tub still? Lucy shouted into the phone above the loud background noise. Be there in a second. Gia said, grabbing her drink, and hurried toward the pool area. Camille and Lucy sat in one of the hot tubs with a couple of older strangers across from them. Lucy's expression was dark as Camille spoke. Gia's sandals squeaked on the wet concrete, drawing their attention as she stopped next to them to remove her cover-up. Sorry I'm late. I got caught up at the driving range. Lucy spotted her drink, grabbed it, and downed half of the glass while Gia took off her cover-up and waded in. Gia sunk into the seat next to Lucy and watched her drink disappear. She looked between Camille and Lucy. What did I miss? Camille waved her off. Oh, I was just telling Lucy stories about Tuckers in my childhood. Nothing interesting. Except Lucy's expression said differently. Gia glanced at her glass that Lucy had put down. Gone. She couldn't wait to ask Lucy about that later. They sat in mostly awkward silence for a few minutes, until Lucy checked her watch. Another class starts soon. See you guys later. Lucy grabbed a towel and marched to the women's locker room without a backward glance. Camille smiled cheerily at Gia. This place is really great, right? I'm so glad Lucy found it. I think we each really needed time away. Gia nodded. Lucy is one of the hardest working people I know. She definitely deserves time off. She angled herself toward Camille so she could get a better look at her. Where Lucy had full-bodied hair, a nice figure, and cute nose, Camille was straight. Lucy had a couple of tattoos and several ear piercings, and Camille had none that were visible. They were nothing alike, but shared a love for Tucker. Were you and Tucker close as kids? Camille scrunched her brow. Oh, Tucker and I were friends before our parents got married. He was 12, I was 10, and we were in band together in high school. He played the trumpet and I played the French horn. Our school band won nationals Tucker's senior year. The piece we played featured a trumpet solo, and Tucker made the whole audience cry with his performance. Her dreamy, far-off look had nostalgia written all over it. The glory days. What is it that you do, career-wise? Gia asked. She tossed her hair back. I'm an estate manager. That didn't mean much to Gia, but she nodded and stood to leave the hot tub. She could get in another round at the driving range before dinner. See you at dinner. When Gia arrived at the base of the gondola at 5:20 p.m., no one was around. Fiona walked in with her cell phone in hand, smiled briefly at Gia, and then went back to looking at her phone. Lucy still hadn't showed by 5:28 p.m., which didn't seem like Lucy when she was so looking forward to this fancy meal. She dialed Lucy's number. On the third ring, the door to the gondola lobby opened, and in stumbled Lucy with Maris and Tina hanging off her, unsteady and giggling wildly. Lucy looked slightly less inebriated than the other two. "Macintosh party?" A man's voice called over the speaker. "Here." Maris squawked, raising her hand. "I have the future Mrs. Macintosh right on my arm here. Or am I on yours?" As they walked into their gondola for the ride up to the restaurant, Fiona put down her phone. "Camille and Bianca are already up there. They wanted to catch the sunset from the peak, but we should get a decent view ourselves on the way up." Maris and Tina had their phones out in seconds and began the drunk photo shoot of everything but the horizon. Gia slid over to Lucy, who wore a smirk at their antics. "Everything okay? You seemed upset earlier," she whispered into Lucy's ear. Lucy waved it off. "It's nothing, really. I'll talk to Tucker about it later and get it cleared up. We both have pasts, but that shouldn't affect our futures." Her words seemed to brighten her mood and sober her focus. They did get to capture the stunning colors from the gondola windows, as well as take pictures from the peak before the sky darkened for the night. It was an incredibly romantic setting. Her heart twisted in her chest as she texted a couple photos to Xander. Sunsets on the hilltops reminded her of their first date together when they watched the sun go down and then stargazed from the hood of the car. It was their first real admission that they liked each other beyond friends. The 4-course steak dinner was a perk of the party package they bought into with the room, and it was as fantastic as Lucy said it would be. Everyone got the chance to toast Lucy and Tucker with a few kind words. An older couple even sent over a bottle of champagne to celebrate the occasion. Lucy didn't stop smiling the entire time. It was rare to see her so happy and unworried. After the dessert plates were cleared, they bundled into a horse-drawn carriage and took a sleigh ride down the mountains under a pile of furry blankets. They met up again in Fiona and Bianca's room for what Lucy thought was a movie night. So watching her jaw drop when they walked into the room and saw the decorations and gifts for a surprise lingerie party was worth every penny they'd spent on the weekend. "You girls are so sneaky. Did you bring these decorations with you?" Lucy squeaked as she looked over the balloons, cookies, paper cutouts, napkins, and confetti. There was light jazz background music. Lucy clutched her hands to her heart. "This is incredibly sweet. Thank you all." Everyone settled onto the beds to watch her open the pile of gifts before they watched their wedding-themed romantic comedy. Lucy was opening her second gift to a chorus of squeals when a knock came at the door. Camille was closest, so she sprang to her feet to open the door. In walked an older lady dressed in a long trench coat. Everyone stared at her as she struck a pose, revealing the inappropriate clothing beneath her coat. Did someone order an entertainer?
Chapter 5. Xander hid his flinch by rubbing Gia's feet a little harder. This story was getting worse by the second. "I don't think I want to hear what happens next. I want to still be able to look Lucy in the eye after this." Gia waved him off. No one had ordered anything. Lucy stared at the woman for a second. Then, she said, "Mom, why are you here?" Gia shook her head with an exaggerated shiver. Lucy had broken off ties with her mom years ago because she let her husbands and boyfriends in the past abuse Lucy as a child. How did her mom know the group would be at that resort then? That's what Lucy asked. At first, Lavinia said a little birdie told her, and it got really tense when Lucy demanded she leave. Lavinia got annoyed. "No, child, I'm not going to let you make the mistake of tying yourself to a man. They'll ruin you. Marriage is a thing of the past." Lucy lost it. She physically pushed her out of the room, then turned on the rest of us. Steam was coming out of her eyes as she asked who had contacted Lavinia. "It had to be someone random like Bianca," Xander said. Gia scrunched her nose. "Worse. Camille said she had tracked down Lucy's mom thinking she shouldn't miss the special occasion." "Well, that's horrible. Camille had no right to do that. And when Lucy asked why she did it, Camille turned into this raging brat who started yelling about how she had loved Tucker since she was 8. She and Tucker were meant to be together, not Lucy and Tucker." "Ew." He feigned a gag. "She's a sister." That's what Maris said. Camille shouted that they were step-siblings, and it wasn't illegal. Camille had invited Lucy's mom knowing it would sabotage Lucy's weekend. On top of that, Camille admitted to sending dead flowers to Lucy's room, which was actually Bianca and Fiona's room, because we switched, and Camille didn't know that. And Lucy said that's why Camille had been telling her the stories about Tucker's past relationships when I joined them in the hot tub. Anyway, Tina and Maris dragged a kicking and screaming Camille to the door, while Camille fumed about how Lucy didn't know Tucker or deserve him. Only she could love Tucker as he needed to be loved. It was a lot. Poor Lucy. And poor Tucker. They were on the phone for hours after that, talking through everything that happened. Camille had called him to say that Lucy bragged about wanting to marry him for his money, and she'd never loved him. Xander felt sick. What a nightmare. I feel pretty confident in saying that my sisters won't do that to you. Are you planning to have a bachelorette weekend, though? Because maybe you shouldn't. Gia sat up straight, squinting her eyes. Why? Who from your past is going to suddenly reappear to claim you first? The thought made him laugh. His life thus far wasn't exactly attracting the most wholesome people. After everything I have gone through, I think anyone from my past will be shocked that you want to claim me. The idea of random people from his past popping up to accuse him followed him to court early Monday morning. His stomach churned with a jumble of nerves and unrelenting queasiness. There weren't protesters for this court case, but the press made up for it by asking intrusive questions as they shoved a microphone to his mouth. He and Maddox shouldered past him in silence. The media would make sure nothing of his past was forgotten, wouldn't they? An internet search of his name would always have the social gangrene attached to it, regardless of the positive deeds he did that they could talk about. The trial could be called an open and shut case if it were 5 years ago, but he'd served his time, and now seeing evidence of the Brady violation, where the officers failed to turn over important evidence that could have saved him from disaster, had him ready to fight. Well, he didn't consider his life a disaster anymore. As they took their seats, Maddox faced him. You look like you're about to spew all over the marble tile. Xander nodded. It wasn't far from how he felt. Please don't splatter on my suit. When Xander didn't crack a smile, Maddox scooted closer. Easier said than done, I realize, but try to relax. You have nothing to lose. You've literally lost it all. It's uphill from here. If we lose, and so be it. But if we win, your life options open up before you. Keep reminding yourself of that. Life opening up to him was the reason he felt there was so much pressure. He could lose the one chance at justice that he'd been waiting for since this mess started years ago. Once that hope was gone, what was left for him? The court was called to order, and the lawyer's speak began. Maddox used his opening statement to drive home exactly what Xander had lost in the last 5 years due to the court's error. He'd been on the path to success, when a series of misdeeds, job failures, and the jury's willingness to accept an easy answer from the trusted officers on Xander's case shipwrecked his future and sent an innocent man to prison. Word choice was everything, and Maddox turned into a bear in the courtroom, ready to hold everyone accountable that he could possibly pin blame on. The judge was a middle-aged white female who Maddox said had a good reputation for being fair and not blindly siding with the police force. The case was certainly unusual. Most Brady violations were found and addressed immediately. A cache of evidence proving the police officers' withholding of information, coming to light this late, after the initial trial and sentencing, was rare. But it could set a precedent of keeping the enforcers honest. Xander listened as Maddox easily laid out the timeline of the investigation, with visual aids, exhibits, and expert testimonies that were used as evidence in his initial court case. Photographic evidence, professional analysis of the steroids, on and on he went with the whole sordid ordeal. The judge called for a recess, and it wasn't until Xander was in the hall, bent over the water fountain, that he realized he couldn't breathe inside the courtroom. When he stepped outside into the sunshine, a shrill ringing sounded nearby. He looked around. No one seemed to be answering it. His phone was still on vibrate. Xander walked to the corner of the stairs. The sound didn't get quieter. Strange. Finally, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his smartphone, as well as a slim, regular cell phone, which was piercingly loud. His heart beat double time. Someone had slipped it in his pocket. He could be a sitting duck, and he wouldn't know it. Prison had taught him better than that. He was getting lax. With a growl, his finger pushed the green answer button and held it to his ear with a muttered, "Hello. Xander, I heard things went well for your first day back in court. I'm positive this will be the name clearance you're looking for." "Jerry," he hissed. "I've waited months to hear from you. You drop me with that bomb of information and then disappear with no way to contact you. I'm a busy guy, Xander, and in order to protect my anonymity, I can't be contacted or my location will be traceable. We already discussed what was going to happen if I'm found by the people who want me and the knowledge I hold to disappear altogether." Xander propped a hand on his hip and sighed. What do I do about my dad's? He waved his hand in the air, as if Jerry could see him. Maybe Jerry had tapped into a local camera to watch him. Is a problem. I thought you might want to help him. You're a better man than he is to not desert him in his time of need. I'm not a better man. Xander huffed. I thought about letting the consequences hit him full force, but Mom doesn't deserve to get blindsided. She's about to retire, and then Dad gets thrown in prison, and her life gets completely upended. I can't do that to her. Noble of you, but this isn't going to be a linear save. Your dad is doing whatever he can to save himself, including putting stock in some strange conspiracy theories that he thinks will pay out. Xander pinched the bridge of his nose as the anger welled up inside him. So Dad's wasted their savings, racked up a huge debt, and is desperate enough to turn to conspiracy theories? He must be in deeper than I imagined. He is out of his mind for putting any hope of a windfall of money to clear his trouble. Xander grunted. But isn't that how life worked? Didn't everyone want a miracle to get them out of their problems when they came? Okay, so where do we start? Jerry clicked his tongue. He needs to understand that he isn't going to magically get out of this by having money, especially once that same government arrests him for his criminal involvement. Maybe I should just let him go down for this. He was more than happy for me to go down for crimes I didn't commit, and this mess is far bigger than mine. A soft chuckle came across the phone. Certainly, no one would fault you. There's more to his situation than... As he said that, Maddox approached Xander from across the courthouse steps. The phone against his ear went silent. Xander played it off as bad reception and turned his attention to Maddox. Inside, he wanted to curse at Jerry for not finishing his thought. More to it? What else had Dad gotten into? Armed with the knowledge Jerry had imparted, Xander was afraid of the answer. They finished up the day in the courtroom, leaving Xander drained. As he walked to his car, he gently pulled his tie loose and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons. He still had time to hit up a drive-thru for dinner and make it to his brother Lincoln's home hockey game before it started. Lincoln had put Xander and Gia's names on the list for every home game for the friends and family suite. That granted them guaranteed seats, snacks, unlimited soft drinks, and a discount at the dessert cart that stopped by. It cost Lincoln a small fee each season, so Xander wanted to make sure they made good use of it. Family supported each other no matter what, even when the season wasn't shaping up to be a run at the league championship. In the suite, he ate his double order of chicken fried rice as the teams whizzed around the ice warming up. He'd been to hundreds of Lincoln's games since he started at age 6. Xander smiled. If he remembered correctly, Link had pulled a smackdown move on a newly mobile baby Avery, which resulted in a bloody nose. And suddenly, Lincoln was in hockey twice a week as an alternative to body slamming his 3 siblings. It had worked out best for their physical safety, and Lincoln found a passion that could take him into the pros. A tan man with salt and pepper hair took the seat 2 down from Xander in the front row of the suite seating. He had a shiny gold watch and a no-nonsense look about him as he stared down at the ice. Xander could spot a fellow sports coach a mile away. As Xander leaned over while the guy tapped at his phone. Hey man, are you a hockey coach? The guy looked up and smiled. I am. You coach too? Xander nodded. Soccer, though. Ah, such a delicate game. A sparkle in the coach's eyes had them both laughing. Full-contact sports had no respect for other sports, and soccer players were infamous for flops and faking injuries to get the other team penalized. You coach adults or kids? Adults. What about you? The man asked. Kids now. Used to coach college ball. What do you think of the team this year? Xander motioned toward the ice. The coach nodded slowly. They've got some young talent that needs to get a few years under their belt, but some of their seasoned players look ready for the majors. Every single guy on that ice had their hopes pinned on getting picked to move up to the majors. Link especially. It was part of his career goals to make it big and be on the sports magazines and designer athletic wear flexing. Well, he hadn't said that specifically to Xander, but it was part of the package deal with professional sports. Sponsors were where the real money was to be had, and when a player made it big enough, he had his pick of the litter. Xander had no say in the matter, but he really hoped Gia's parents' company Salgoed would pick up Lincoln someday. They had the same values, and they'd treat him well. That might look like favoritism, though, with Xander being the future son-in-law. If you had to choose one offender and one defender to put on your team based on sportsmanship, performance, and reputation, who would you pick? The coach asked him. You mean for my fantasy league? Xander laughed. Reinerman for offender. He's one of the top scorers, quick on his feet, and doesn't have a big head like others who showboat. He's a quality team man who takes the game seriously and is eager to improve. For a defender, I would choose Curtis. The dude is a solid wall, no fuss, and walks away from fights. He isn't as quick as some of the others, but his zone is secure, and these teams know to take it up the left side to avoid a head-to-head with him. The coach raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting choices. This guy's expressions were really shuddered. It reminded him of the soccer scouts he'd met on the college level. They never gave anything away. What about you? Hard to say. Akon is a top scorer and talented, but has an ego. Xander snorted. If you can see that from here, it must be bad down there. Defending, I would say Curtis or Barnett. You can't beat the guy to the puck in the back. Barnett has got talent, and an eye for opposing weak spots, and the accuracy to exploit them. After the national anthem was played, a tap came at Xander's shoulder. Avery and her best friend turned boyfriend, Kennedy, stood in the aisle with their hands full of drinks and snacks. Avery beamed at him with a joy he hadn't seen on her face in longer than he could remember. Mind if we join you? Xander slid over, so they could take the aisle, and he could be closer to the scout. The scout had his phone pressed against his ear as he stepped over the back of the seats and disappeared into the suite. So much for singing Lincoln's praises again. Xander turned his attention to Kennedy and Avery. They held hands as they sat touching shoulders, chatting casually. Xander wasn't one to say, "I told you so," but he did feel a huge sense of satisfaction in seeing them together. Back at Christmas, when Avery had mentioned her best friend was a guy, he knew where that was headed. Unfortunately, he'd been in Rio when Kennedy had surgery to extract his brain tumor, and hadn't been there to support Avery through that incredibly challenging and agonizing experience in her life. Kennedy's cancer scare gave them a new lease on life, and they planned to spend it together. Kennedy fit right in with Xander and Lincoln in their sports obsessions. He could talk hockey, soccer, business, and politics for hours if need be, but he could also listen to Avery's medical talk and converse intelligently with that as well. Xander was impressed with Kennedy. He'd treat Avery well. Kennedy leaned over and cricked his head toward the suite. That guy looked more important than friends and family. Xander nodded. I think he was a scout. Kennedy's eyebrow lifted. Think he's got his eye on Lincoln? No telling. The guy had a solid poker face. Kennedy nodded. Avery set her drink in her cup holder. Link told me last week that they'd been warned to be on their best behavior because scouts had been seen sniffing around the games. Let's hope he keeps his fists to himself this game. Xander laughed. It took a pretty big offense these days to get Link riled up enough to throw a punch. There were a dozen other hotheads he'd be more cautious of first. How was court today? Avery yelled over the hype music. Draining. Xander rubbed his neck. But Maddox thought it went perfectly. He shrugged. So long as the boss is happy. He clamped his teeth over his tongue to keep from spilling what he'd heard about Dad. No reason to worry Avery, or anyone for that matter. What do you hear from Kelsey? She's been pretty quiet recently. Avery's face darkened. Doug is being a super pain in the butt, Kennedy declared loudly, as a family with kids walked past. Xander smirked as Avery rolled her eyes. Worse, but Kel said the meeting with her lawyer went really well, and the kids have settled into their new place. Thanks again for getting her out of there. I hope he gets prison time for being a wife beater. He's a weasel and a master manipulator. Xander shook his head. Guys like that can be pretty slippery when they want to be, especially government guys who have friends in all the right places. I want to do to him what he did to Kelsey next time I see his rat face. Avery growled. Kennedy hungered to him. While you are definitely a more formidable foe than you seem, I'm going to ask that you not get an assault charge on a trained killer. Please. Xander's smile faded as Link went down on the ice and slid into the wall from an opponent's well-placed hockey stick to the blade. Oh. Link was on his feet in a second, flying across the ice toward the guy. Xander looked back into the suite. The scout was nowhere to be seen, but that didn't mean he didn't have an eye on the game. This was not the night for Link to risk it all.
Chapter 6. Gia sorted through her wedding idea boards. The lingering horror sapped some of the joy out of it. Lucy's bachelorette weekend fiasco had required a serious amount of damage control, more than Gia had anticipated initially. At one point, Lucy had declared the wedding delayed until family matters could be settled, but Tucker had already taken the time off work and booked the honeymoon. He was very annoyed at Camille's attempted sabotage. He saw no reason to change their plans over someone else's jealousy. He was practical like that. Gia reminded Lucy again and again that Tucker had proposed and declared his undying love for her, Lucy, not Camille. And if the wedding got called off, Camille would win. There was nothing Lucy hated more than losing. It was what made her bakery a success. When she put her heart into something, she stuck with it until the very end. In a couple of weeks, they'd be happily married come what may. Although it was true for Lucy, it'd also be true for her and Xander when their time came. Lawsuits, work, questions of the future put aside for a day. Gia had chosen her wedding colors. Left on her list was to choose dress styles for the bridesmaids, flower arrangements, table settings, menu ideas, invitation and program design, music, and vows. At least Ma and Daddy's list of people to courtesy invite wasn't daunting anymore. Being a very public power couple came with responsibilities to keep up with appearances and social alliances. And that had been fine for Gia's childhood. But she and Xander had to be really honest with her parents that their vision of their special day did not involve complete strangers witnessing their vows. The pressure to have every angle of every moment perfectly curated overwhelmed her. As a compromise, they agreed to host a post-ceremony and post-honeymoon party to invite Ma and Daddy's arm-length list of socialites who would invariably require an assortment of menu exceptions and high society food and drink. The thought of enduring that night made Gia sigh. The saving grace was that Xander would be by her side. Ma promised to do the inviting, planning, food and drink ordering, and seating charts to take it off Gia's to-do list. Plan away, Ma. Having a private personal life out of the public eye was what Gia wanted for her future. Their future. Sure, work would be visible. Xander's trial certainly brought him attention, but that'd be over soon. They'd experienced at length the damage the paparazzi and media could do to their relationship. She didn't want that again. In fact, they both agreed to stay away from cameras and interviews as much as possible before their wedding. Their Brazil trip had shaken off the press hound dogs that had plagued them about the van running into the crowd outside the Christmas service, and the stalkers that received prison sentences for their misdeeds. Her former bodyguard, Andy, was back in action as the right-hand man to Amos, their head of Carter security. Thus far, there'd been no need to reassign him to Gia's side, monitoring her every move once again. But he was available if ever there came another need. He was one of the best at what he did. Uninspired to do anything on the wedding, Gia turned on the classical music she listened to as she designed and opened her design program to continue working on a low-budget project she had going with a client. 3 hours later, she had what she would deem as a good first draft for them to pick over. For some reason, the lower the budget, the pickier the client. She opened her email to send over the plans. At the top, an email from Young Architects International, sitting in her inbox, announced that they had chosen their winner. Good for them. She almost deleted the email, but her curiosity got the better of her. A click of the mouse brought it open for her. Halfway down, Giovanna Carter stood out in bold. Her stomach lurched a bit. She skimmed the email. They had chosen her for the position. The end of the email said that notifications had already been sent to the winner, but nothing was in her inbox. She checked her spam, where a few emails from YAI sat unopened. Sure enough, there in black and white was a congratulations from Lee Buchanan for being chosen as the young architect to work alongside her for her upcoming project. This would be a huge positive for her portfolio. Gia's eyes skimmed over the words, but she couldn't process anything beyond the words. Congratulations on a memorable application. She'd secured a position next to a world-renowned architect for the next 5 months. The first person she texted was Xander. Then, she told Ma and Daddy. Finally settled, she could focus on reading the email in its entirety. The schedule required her to be present in Ms. Buchanan's temporary Denver headquarters for 3 hours 2 times a week. Since Ms. Buchanan's time was in high demand, the timeline for her contribution to the project was already set in stone and wouldn't go past a designated date. That was one perk about being a famous architect. No one got away with stringing the design process along with silly changes and last-minute orders. What would that life be like? Gia chuckled to herself. Her first debriefing would be in 2 days, and she'd be given a portion of the design to work on. That would be under the supervision of the head architect. Translation: anything she did would be watched with eagle eyes. She was expected to complete her duties on or before their due date and make changes based on feedback from Miss Buchanan. Lack of cooperation would not be tolerated, and grounds for immediate removal from the project. There would be a period for work-related questions that were vetted by Miss Buchanan's assistant first. The rest of the email read equally as stringent and controlled. Gia snorted. Ms. Buchanan would likely expect her to roll over in the presence of her greatness. It would be a wonderful opportunity if she actually got to learn and study Ms. Buchanan's processes. And maybe if she blended into the background, she could observe and listen, play her part, don't mess it up, and don't give Ms. Buchanan a reason to kick her out prematurely. Simple. Gia added the important dates to her calendar with ample notifications so she couldn't miss them. One date interfered with the deadline for wedding plan due dates she had in place. She'd work ahead. A hint of guilt crept in. She didn't have any of Xander's court dates on her calendar. She had wanted to stay out of the public eye, supporting him without having to sit in front of cameras and make it about her or her family. It wasn't. It was about him getting the justice he deserved. Xander texted her back almost immediately, saying she'd caught him on a court break. He was excited for her and proud that she had been chosen. They'd celebrate tonight over dinner. An hour after she'd opened her email, Gia finally sent off the plans to her client and closed out for the day. She needed to get outside and think. Locking up her office, Gia walked over to the Mother Hen Bakery. Lucy would no doubt have something she wanted to talk about. Except she didn't. Well, they felt and craft in the side of the dress. Lucy was pounding her fists into dough to try out a new recipe for a croissant donut hybrid she wanted to offer. Gia watched her for a second. Are you angry? No. Are you stressed? No. Lucy huffed and lifted her gaze. I'm happy. However, her face appeared anything but that. Over the weekend, Tuck took me to the estate he inherited from his grandfather. He wanted to make it their home together after they married. And, is it in bad condition? No. Tears spilled onto Lucy's cheeks. It is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. It's old and somewhat locked up, but it makes my apartment over this bakery look like a rundown shack. She swiped at her cheeks with her flower-free wrist. You turn onto this winding driveway that weaves through big stretches of green grass. At the very end is a big house with a beautiful view. It's like something from a magazine, the ones I used to flip through as a kid when I dreamed of running away from the abuse. There were even dogs running alongside the car as we drove up. They are his neighbor's dogs that have free reign of the area, but still, it's everything I've ever wanted. She sniffed. And more, because I get to share it with Tucker. You know? Gia nodded. You deserve that, Lucy. A lifetime of dreams coming true with Tucker by your side. And I'm so furious that stupid Camille tried to poison my life with Tuck. One glance at that place and you could see why she'd be willing to fight for him in the estate. Lucy punched the dough again. He's the best thing that's ever happened to me in a life full of really crappy stuff. I wish I could forget. Lucy set the dough aside and washed her hands at the sink. Gia handed her a towel from the table. Tensions are running high with the stress this wedding is putting on you at the same time as keeping your bakery afloat. You are building a new life with Tucker after years of you both being single adults. It's not a simple integration, but you're going to go on that honeymoon in a couple of weeks and have the vacation of a lifetime. You'll be able to start fresh together and work towards a life that is beautiful and uniquely yours. No one else's opinion matters. Lucy grunted. Have a sausage roll. I need your opinion on how they taste. She motioned to the warming oven. I'm testing a new recipe to sell, but haven't gotten the filling to pastry ratio right yet. The warmth of the oven heated Gia's face as the aroma sent a shot of hunger straight to her belly. The pastry flaked around her lips as she bit into the sausage in the middle. I think this batch is perfect, Luce. I'll put them out as a lunch special then, Lucy said. In a few seconds, they were beautifully plated with a lunch special chalkboard beside it. Gia somewhat envied Lucy's ability to have her work enjoyed immediately. What Gia created could be rendered in 3D, but took many months to become a reality. Maybe she should try her hand at baking more often. They ate lunch within a few minutes as Lucy finished preparing for the midday rush. Gia told Lucy about the chance to work alongside Lee Buchanan, and Lucy was genuinely excited for her. That evening, Xander wrapped her in a hug. For a few seconds, they let the cares of the day fall away as they enjoyed holding each other. When they sat down for a simple dinner, Xander saluted her with his glass of water. To new things. Gia touched her glass to his. I hope it draws some visibility to my work in the nonprofit sector. I don't know that they are watching these kinds of things like the for-profit businesses do. She scrunched her nose. For-profits are Joey's specialty. She'd chosen her path with Uncle Angelo's careful guidance, and he'd always thought she'd thrive in the nonprofit space. So far, she hadn't done too badly for herself. Plus, she loved what she did and the organization she worked with. If they are not watching, when they see your credentials, it will boost their confidence in you and your work. Xander said. She could hope. How was court? She asked. He waved her off. More talking and nothing conclusive yet. Still laying out the evidence for the judge. He cleared his throat. What do you hear from Kara and Joey? Gia sighed, pushing her pasta around on her plate. She missed her cousins. Kara's rehab is going okay. Her liver needed several rounds of detox from the narcotics that she mixed with alcohol and the street drugs she took, however willingly. But then they found out that she developed a few cysts on her ovaries, and she had a couple of polyps in her colon which they were afraid were malignant. Xander grunted. It's been one hit after another recently, but she's in the best place for caring for that. Her most recent email to me sounded a little out of sorts, understandably. And Joey. She waved her fork in the air. I think he took a train to Norway or Sweden or somewhere up there to see the Northern Lights before the show ends for the season. They laughed together. It felt so good to have someone to come home to at night. She'd enjoyed her freedom as a single girl, but Xander's companionship was so much more fulfilling. Is he still with that group he got robbed with? Gia smirked. Yeah, that pretty girl caught his eye and he's sticking with them. She'd never heard Joey have it so bad for a female. Must be a special girl for her to grab his attention, have him risk his life for her, get robbed blind in the dark night of Portugal, and still travel with her group because they'd become good friends and trustworthy travel companions. 3 months in Europe doesn't sound too bad to me, so long as you were with me. If it is anything like our time in Brazil, I would do it again in a heartbeat. He winked at her as he forked the last of his food into his mouth. Warmth spread through her chest. The Xander she'd encountered in Brazil was her favorite version of him. Or perhaps it was the version of herself that was most who she wanted to be. There was something about that place, though. The warm ocean breeze cast a spell over everything it touched, making inconveniences more tolerable, love feel more passionate, and food taste better. Having regular large family gatherings with the aunts, uncles, and cousins soothed away the loneliness of the day-to-day and gave her a footing to anchor on. Sitting in her house outside of Denver, that world felt a lifetime away. But that was okay. Because this was real life. Fondness and friendship on a warm pasta on a cold night, and a quiet endurance to survive the winter months. The fatigue of the day didn't wash away with a lungful of mountain air in the same manner, but the Christmas inspired her to forget the world for an evening of cuddling under warm blankets while watching a familiar romantic comedy. I doubt we could make Europe feel as homey as Brazil. A lot of those countries are landlocked. She swirled her fork in the air. No ocean allure. But 2 days later, exploring Europe crossed her mind again as she meandered down a long hall to her first meeting with Lee Buchanan. Being early allowed her the time to explore her surroundings and gather her wits before encountering the intimidating architect giant. Miss Buchanan's rented office space in downtown Denver boasted large, airy hallways exhibiting framed black and white photographs of ancient European architecture. Some designs she recognized from her university textbooks. The outside of the office building didn't appear to be anything special, but the inside flow and structure set a happy tone in a way that non-architects wouldn't understand. Obviously, an interior designer worth her weight in gold mastered the feel-good vibes that set visitors at ease the moment they walked in. Releasing her vice grip on her shoulder bag, Gia forced her hands to her side in a relaxed manner. With a practiced smile, she approached the receptionist. Gia Carter here for a meeting with Miss Buchanan. The receptionist nodded and typed furiously into her computer. She'll be with you in a moment. Being 7 minutes early, Gia assumed that moment would probably be a little lengthier. But Miss Buchanan's assistant came out within 3 minutes. Miss Carter, welcome. I'm Taylor. The lanky man shook her hand, accompanied with an awkward head bob bow combination. I'll take you back to Miss Buchanan's workspace. Calling it a workspace instead of an office seemed an interesting choice of words, until Gia turned the corner behind Taylor. A forest of plants encased the entire center of the room. Hidden behind the plants were doors that presumably closed off actual offices. Strings of soft patio lights hung from wall to wall. Outdoor sounds played in the tomb-like silence, and there, tucked amongst hanging vines near a fake Christmas tree, sat Miss Buchanan at her drafting table. Taylor didn't say anything to announce their presence, nor did he shift or clear his throat. He merely stood in his place, his hands folded in front of him. waiting. Gia checked her watch. A minute later, Miss Buchanan shifted her posture on her stool. Taylor walked halfway to her. She twisted around and lowered her glasses, which hung on a sensibly plain chain, to rest against her sternum. After a few slow blinks, she smiled in a way that encompassed her whole face. "Giovanna Carter, is it?" "Yes, ma'am. I'm looking forward to working with you, Miss Buchanan." Miss Buchanan didn't extend her hand in greeting, so Gia offered her a polite nod. She was acutely aware of Taylor's straight posture and lack of extraneous movements. It seemed as if that would be something Miss Buchanan would require in a no-nonsense kind of way. "Good. Let's get started," Miss Buchanan said. Taylor moved to the side and pulled a large drafting table out of greenery and clicked on the light. "Please take a look at these plans and tell me everything you notice about it." A test. Gia glanced at Miss Buchanan. Her face held no hint of challenge, but it would, without question, be an assessment of sorts. She set her bag at her feet and studied what was in front of her. She would give Miss Buchanan no reason to doubt her abilities. Not today, not ever.
Chapter 7. Biting the inside of his cheek, Xander skimmed the article he'd written for a well-known Denver women's magazine that highlighted his flip and sip nights and the private upcycling parties he hosted. Writing articles wasn't his thing, but since becoming a small business owner, his resume boasted a huge range of tasks and skills he'd never thought he would use, or want to use. He zip-tied those big boy pants on and refused to succumb to failure. Writing articles brought more visibility and good advertising, which was what he needed most in a world full of really loud, expensive events that people could take part in. He dabbled in attracting people to his upcycling work through the written word, which was rumored to still be a popular way to grab the attention of his target audience. Women over 28 who liked crafting and wanted something fun to do on a girls' night. His contact at the magazine promised the editor would check his work over and make sure it fit the magazine's level of professionalism to keep them both from being embarrassed. So far, it appeared they had kept their promise. The pressure of maintaining a good face publicly during his court case weighed heavily on his chest. Every move he made felt scrutinized. It was suffocating, but Gia's parents' PR team had agreed to monitor the media on his behalf. Anytime they had a situation, they'd contact him with a brief summary of what happened. Like when Link got a call yesterday about being recruited to the National Hockey League. Nashville and Philadelphia both had their eyes on him, and if he was lucky, he'd get to pick the highest bidder. Most everyone ran the news as it was, but one source took a slant that cited Xander's lawsuit as the sole reason Link was worth looking at. Somehow, Xander's public status was responsible for drawing press and viewers to Link's games. The PR team had it firmly under control, and immediately contacted Link's team's PR team to make sure everyone was on the same page as to how to handle the false claims and any mentions of Xander in relation to hockey. To reset his mood, Xander texted Gia, "What's your first impression of Big B?" Today was her first meeting in the mentor situation. On her drive into Denver, she'd called him to talk out some nerves. She still couldn't believe she had been chosen after she'd been so nonchalant about tossing her hat into the ring. He let her ramble on as she voiced one fear after another. This wasn't her lane. What if the whole thing was a waste of her time? She wanted to reassure him that no matter how busy it got, she was always there to support him through his court case. Was she crazy for taking this on when she had so many other things going on? She could learn a lot from Buchanan, but what if she ignored Gia? Gia didn't need this mentorship to boost her career like she thought she did. Plenty of companies knocked at her door asking to work with her. When her involvement in the Brazilian resort design became public knowledge, she had turned down for-profit projects that might have brought in some big bucks, but would have taken her from her passion, the nonprofit sector. She was so talented, but sometimes couldn't see that in herself. He couldn't wait to spend his lifetime showing her how amazing she was and helping her build a confidence in her talents. And oh, did he have plans to show her. With a smile, he opened Kelsey's resume that still had to be crafted and formatted. In order to stay out of Doug's clutches, she needed a solid job after her divorce paperwork went through. She and her lawyer counted on Doug shirking his monetary duty as a father. She didn't want her kids anywhere near someone physically abusive, so she was filing for sole custody and had mentioned plans to move back to Denver near Mom and Dad for family support. With Mom retiring this year, it could be the perfect time to move back and allow her more time with her grandchildren. A knock came at the office door. He turned to face Buster, who leaned against the doorframe. "I got those trays sanded and the other things built and painted," he drawled. Xander stood. "Great. I'll check them out and then we can go drop them off at Carlos's shop." Buster nodded, and clunked his heavy boots back upstairs. Buster, named because of his reputation in prison, had come to Xander's upcycled life class back in early January, fresh from the pen, needing work. He picked up odd day jobs here and there, but when no one came to the gas station looking for day workers, Buster walked the 3 blocks over to Xander's office to build upcycled items to sell at Carlos's store. Xander had connected Buster to local resources that would ensure he had enough food and shelter at night so he could work for the money to support himself. He lacked a few key teeth in the lineup thanks to his penchant for fighting, resulting in his appearance intimidating people. But he'd gotten himself cleaned up and dressed appropriately so that people would notice his teeth less and pay more attention to his work ethic, which seemed pretty solid so far. Xander tromped up the stairs to gather the sale items. While he was up there, he took inventory of what they needed to restock. The pickings hadn't been so great lately. They loaded the items into Xander's aging pickup truck, then drove to Carlos's store. Buster rolled down his window and hung his arm out. "Hey man, y'all use pallets much?" Buster said into the silence. "As many as we can get. There's money in that free wood." Buster nodded. "I saw a pile over on Palisade a day or so ago. They might still be there." Somewhere between the drop-off at Carlos's shop, picking up money for the sales, and getting back in the truck, the urge to hunt struck Xander again. There was an addicting feeling to the find. The early days of repurposing had driven him to make the money to survive and get out of the hole he was in. This was what Buster needed, the money to take control of his future. They drove to Palisade, but the pallets were gone. So they went on to check out their usual sources and found a few construction job sites along the way. After a few hours spent collecting without too much to show for it, Buster calmly said, "There, pull over and stop." Next to the railroad track sat a beautiful pile of broken pallets, next to an overflowing dumpster. Jackpot. For the next 2.5 hours, Buster hammered and sawed the pallets apart next to Xander, until the truck bed bulged with wood. They secured it tightly with a tarp and ratchet straps. Xander's phone buzzed with a notification. Gia was bringing him dinner before he had to open the doors for flip and sip night. Gosh, he loved that girl. He texted back that he couldn't wait to see her and hear about her day, and jumped into the truck with a smile on his face. With an hour and a half left until he needed to open the doors, he wouldn't have much time to get the supplies unloaded and have a leisurely dinner. Back at the office, they finished unloading their truck bed full of supplies, as Gia pulled into the parking space beside them. She swung from her car with a big bag from their favorite burrito joint nearby. He had definitely won the lottery with this girl. "You hungry, Buster?" She squinted at them as she held up the bag. Buster scrubbed his hands on his dirty work jeans and ducked his head. "Yes, man. I'd be mighty grateful for anything you don't want to eat. I ain't picky." Gia laughed. "I thought you might not be. I'll get the food set up. Come on in once you are finished." A twinge pulled at his chest. He loved Gia for her generosity. It was part of who she was, and it was the sole reason that he met her in the first place. But he'd wanted a dinner alone with her after a long day, to hear about how her meeting went, and her true feelings about the mentorship. She'd not tell him what he wanted to know if Buster was there. Nevertheless, he pushed his annoyance aside. Buster deserved company for dinner, like any other human. What good was a non-profit intended to help hurting people, if it didn't include pulling up a seat at his table for a meal on occasion? They washed their hands and scooted their chairs up to the folding table. Gia plopped mammoth burritos in front of each of them and sat next to Xander. She leaned in for a kiss as they unwrapped their food and looked him straight in the eyes. "I love you," she mouthed. He winked at her and ran his hand along her thigh. "Buster, what did you do in your previous life?" Gia asked, turning her attention back to her food. "Made someone in the big bad government mad at me." He snorted as if it were a joke. Xander smiled in return. He knew how that felt. "I thank you for asking. It's real kind of you. My real answer is that I started in highway maintenance and then moved to highway emergency response, but I watched my buddy get hit by a swerving semi-truck while we were on duty. And my life took a little bit of a nosedive after that." Gia hadn't taken a bite as she stared at Buster while he told his story. "I am so sorry. That must have been absolutely horrible to witness. How devastating for you." "Yeah, the PTSD got my prison sentence reduced a little, but they didn't offer any mental health services in the clink, so I've been coping with it the best I know how." He motioned to his holy smile and laughed again like the lack of resources was something entertaining, and Xander supposed he would have reacted equally as cynically after his prison term. Xander shook his head. His therapist friend Andrea would be appalled. Since he'd seen her after his prison release date, she'd been a champion at the Colorado State Capitol, lobbying hard for better inmate mental health services, as well as better follow-up care while inmates reintegrated into society. And she was studying cases to see if there was a correlation between mental health diagnosis and incarceration. And that didn't even include the cases that usually went undiagnosed. Her work was deeply complex, but when she could produce hard evidence to the public, her work could be groundbreaking. He'd email her about Buster's case. "I know a great therapist who specializes in post-incarceration cases. If she has an opening, I bet she'd be happy to help," Xander said, making a reminder in his phone. "How was your day, Gia?" Gia nodded while she chewed. "Not bad. I passed a few tests thrown at me and Her Highness seemed pleased. The whole place has an interesting vibe. Everyone works in offices with their doors closed, except the lead architect, who works in a makeshift jungle to help her design inspiration, I guess. There are no talking or heavy footsteps permitted, except in designated areas that are decently far removed from the lead space. And the office floor she took over isn't her team. It's another architecture firm that is renting the space to her, so everyone has to comply to her wishes, despite not having any relation to her. The lone employee she brought with her is her assistant Taylor, who has to be the most tolerant person on the planet. She sounded high maintenance, but Gia had commented the other night that the genius architects had a penchant for eccentric ways of life. It was a kind of theme. The most brilliant artists made their mark in the world, but often left stories behind about their unusual habits and behavior. Gia had been casually asked if relatively normal humans could ever achieve greatness in their work, and then she flipped the channel to watch a baking show. Xander shoved the last of his dinner into his mouth as his alarm went off. Time to get ready for flip and sip night. They hauled the tables into place and put 6 chairs per table. The event space could accommodate 24, but he usually didn't have more than 12 show up. With the publication of the magazine article, he sure hoped the tables would be fuller tonight. The pallets they'd found would give them plenty of supplies for the next few events. Gia grabbed his flip and sip sidewalk sign and muscled it out the front door, while Buster gathered a few more tools. Xander laid out the menu of design options. The wood pellet signs were a big hit with the ladies. Some of them really liked the painted coffee ground flower pot options. He set the instructions out, locked the doors to anything but the bathroom, and came into the main room as Lucy arrived, boxes in her hand with Gia trailing her. "Just a couple of expiring items that need eaten," Lucy called. "A couple?" Xander grunted as 5 boxes packed full were opened on the table. "We'll never get all that eaten." Lucy waved them off. "Then send it home with whoever wants it." Lucy eyed Buster, who had already helped himself to a muffin and a cookie. "He looks like you could make them disappear pretty quick like," Lucy said. Buster nodded. His cheeks puffed like a chipmunk. "Good idea. We'll send them back with Buster tonight." Xander called. Gia snagged a cookie and stood at the door with the tablet and credit card swiper. Here she was, fresh off a long day of being a professional architect, and she was playing retail slave. His phone rang in his pocket. "Kelsey." He fished his keys from his pocket and unlocked the office as he answered. "Hey, Kels. I've only got a minute before my class starts. Everything okay?" "Hi, Alex. Mom called me a few minutes ago crying about some money stuff and Dad. Can you call her when you get the chance? She sounded really upset, but wouldn't tell me the details because she didn't want to burden me with her problems." Kelsey's sarcasm was heavy. Xander's stomach sank. "Yeah, I'll call her as soon as I'm out of here. I doubt she'll tell me anything." Kelsey talked for a minute about how she and the kids were doing. Doug had honored the restraining order she had on him. The lawyer thought he'd play nice until the divorce proceedings came about, and then he'd go for the jugular. Xander had no doubt that Doug would find a way to make Kelsey suffer worse than she had under his fists. A wide-eyed Gia stepped into the office and mouthed that he needed to get outside. He nodded and hung up with Kelsey. "What's wrong?" Gia motioned him out. In the main area, the noise bounced off every hard surface in deafening cacophony, and the room smelled like body odor. 3 of the tables were filled with guys. Not collared shirt and cologne guys. The beer-drinking, loudmouth guys who hadn't washed with soap in a week and a half. What was going on? A couple of ladies had squished into the corner, watching the chaos as guys sitting on the table passed around what appeared to be a joint of weed. At the door, a group of well-groomed ladies walked in the entrance, glanced around, and walked straight back out, their heads together. This was definitely not what he had expected tonight. He thought women with a 6-pack of wine coolers would show up to paint, live, laugh, love onto something. He whistled through his fingers for silence, but no one reacted to it. Buster found a police siren to play on the speakers. That quieted everyone really quickly as they looked towards the door. Xander stood at the front of the room filled with rowdy men and had to act like this was nothing unusual. "Thank you for coming tonight. I see you brought your preferred beverages." He motioned to the cases of beer on the floor and mid-table. "There is no smoking inside our building. Please step outside for that. And let's get started on making our projects." "Nah, man. We don't want to do any work." A cheerful-looking guy on the side spoke up. "We needed a place to sit and relax, away from the ball and chains, and catch up." The guys laughed. Another one added to it. "The cops ran us out of the park last week when we met there. We figured they wouldn't bother us in here since we were paying customers and all." "Okay then. Where did he go from here?" Gia stepped in. "In the future, if you want to rent out the space, you can book that separately from Flip and Sip nights. These nights are designed for crafting with friends. We are crafting with our friends. Crafting a life away from cops and mags." Xander grunted. He couldn't kick them out yet. He had no specific policy about this kind of crowd, but starting tonight he would make sure that was clear. Anyone who came to these nights came to create something. No loiterers allowed. "Please, treat this space respectfully then, and allow the others to build their items uninterrupted," he said. The men cheered, raising their beers toward Xander. In a way, he felt like he'd avoided a lynch mob. To one of the guys near him, he asked, "Where did you hear about my place that it gave you the idea you could hang out?" The guy shrugged. "I think Moby read about it in the Motorcycle Weekly." "What?" Xander tucked himself away and searched online for the periodical. Sure enough, there was his article that he'd submitted to the women's magazine featured on the Motorcycle Weekly's front page. When he switched over to his email inbox, he read the email closely. There in black and white, she said, they would place his article where they best saw fit to support his and their audiences. His eyes closed as the tension vibrated through his body. That was what he got for not paying close attention and sending off articles when he had a lot going on. A loud crack echoed through the room, followed by peals of raucous laughter. Lesson learned, but not soon enough.
Chapter 8. Gia slowed her pace as her feet pounded onto her driveway. The song thumping through her earbuds kept time with her racing heart. Her minutes per mile average had suffered over the past week of her neglecting to run regularly. Despite the burning in her lungs and legs, it felt good to get back into the high-altitude running and hammer some of her frustrations into the pavement. The main frustration being that she and Xander passed like ships in the night, failing to connect as well as they had in Rio. She had gotten used to their constant communication. Last night's weird flip and sip night had resulted in Xander staying late to clean up the office after the motorcycle riders left. They hadn't gotten to talk this morning either, because he'd been out early to head downtown for court again. Anticipation deep within her chest pulled at her. Marriage wouldn't fix their schedules, but she couldn't wait to wake up beside him every morning and snuggle into him in the darkness of night. And the idea of getting his full attention while on their honeymoon sent tingles throughout her body. Come August, they would be more than ready for time away to focus on each other. She showered for the day, flipped through the mail, and readied herself for a video conference with one of her Brazilian clients. They had another round of changes they wanted to make based on the multi-use plan ahead for their space. She was dedicated to making spaces as functional as possible, but there were limits to what a building could become with a smaller budget. She had a reputation to maintain for her clients. Most of all, she had Uncle Angelo's good name not to tarnish. He'd been the one who helped her get started and endorsed her when she was new to the industry. His name still meant something to people. His name still had a good amount of clout in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil as well. While she waited for her clients to join her video call, she idly typed in Cornerstone Corporation, the company she would be working with, Miss Buchanan, on their new Colorado headquarters. They manufactured a host of popular products and appeared to have a presence within a variety of different industries. The latest press in Colorado hadn't been very positive. It appeared that the company had claimed their products were made in America, but a company whistleblower had outed it as South America as to where the factories were. People were buying what they thought were products that supported work within the country's economy, but it was actually a farce based on semantics. Her client popped onto the screen as she had opened another article from a random source. She clicked out of the tabs as she greeted them. She'd be sharing her screen in a few minutes and didn't want the information out there for them to look at. Her meeting lasted 3 hours as she listened to her clients talk through the evolving purposes of their building, the mission they intended to keep, and how the first round of what she sent them did not correspond with what they were looking for. This was the nature of her job. She'd spend hours upon hours looking at this project from every aspect to make it the most functional, with the least amount of wasted space or impractical design possible. She had seen the building site in person before she'd left Rio. They had a few geographic disadvantages against them, but she would find a way to get them what they wanted. When she signed off the call, a text from Xander awaited her about court going well, and he couldn't wait to tell her about it. 2 hours later, dressed into her outdoor business attire, she checked her maps and turned onto the Cornerstone Building location road, where she was scheduled to meet Ms. Buchanan for a preliminary site visit. They'd review the topography that they already had mapped out, see if there were any details missed in the initial reports that might slow down the process, and talk through what needed to go where. Though somewhat remote, the site teemed with people, tents, portable toilets, and nondescript white vans. She parked, grabbed her bag and notebook, and stepped out of her car. Before she had locked the doors, a cameraman and a bundled-up television anchor with a large microphone in her hand rushed at Gia. "Miss Carter, what an honor for you to be working with the great Miss Buchanan on this project as her hand-selected mentee. How do you feel about this project taking you away from your fiancé's side while he battles his past in court?" The microphone bashed her lip in the anchor's eagerness to catch Gia's answer. In horror, she took a step back, rubbing her lip. The scenario threw her off guard. She had signed a giant pile of paperwork yesterday that included non-disclosure agreements, a press agreement, and more papers that limited her on what she was allowed to say to whom. The impression she'd gotten was that this project was going to be held under wraps so as to allow Miss Buchanan the ability to do her work without distraction. "I'm sorry, does Miss Buchanan know that you are on site?" The anchor laughed in a high, unpleasant pitch. "Of course we have permission to be here. So, would you say that your fiancé sees you participating in this project as valuing your career over your support of his court case? And what does that mean for your long-term relationship?" Here they went again, around and around on the media carousel, poking and prodding for a soundbite to take out of context and sell to a cheap gossip rag for the grocery store checkout lines. The thought made her angry. Gia cleared her throat and pushed past the microphone. No comment. "Well, that was rude," the woman said to her back. Gia kept walking, crunching the bed of leaves beneath her sturdy ankle boots. Their eyes followed her. She could feel it. She kept her posture straight and her footing steady, so she didn't end up face-planting into the mud on camera. Provoking was a game the media hounds played to evoke a reaction out of the people ignoring them. This wasn't her first media circus. They had to know she wasn't amateur enough as to actually respond. Where in this mess of people was Taylor? She needed to get the scoop on why exactly there were press minions asking questions right now. Miss Buchanan would be livid if her delicate work aura were intruded upon by the press. What was going on? As she approached the site, more cameras sat on tripods, placed up strategic angles, as if there would be someone there long enough to need it. Angling her body, she followed the point of the cameras and took a breath. A stunning view of the Brown Valley and blue-gray mountains laid out before her. Which exorbitantly paid executive would get the wall of windows facing this panorama? In a tent nearby, a group of people bent over a monitor. Someone called for a cup of coffee and a fresh-faced girl responded by leaving the huddle. Gia stopped her with a gentle hand on her arm. "I'm looking for Taylor, Miss Buchanan's assistant. Would you know if he's here yet?" The girl shook her head. "They are 15 minutes out, filming the drive-in." She took a step to leave. "I'm sorry, filming the drive-in? What is this for?" The girl blinked at her. "We're with BCTV." At Gia's blank stare, the girl continued. "This whole thing is being filmed for a TV series on American-made manufacturers. And additional footage is being collected for a documentary on Miss Buchanan's legacy of work." Gia let the girl walk away this time as she absorbed the shock. A few small details they'd neglected to mention up front. Had she known the whole thing would be televised, she might not have taken the position. Her fingers massaged her temples. What had she gotten into? "Ah, Miss Carter." A male voice called to her from the tent. "Miss Buchanan mentioned you would be here this morning. Debbie, let's get her face ready. Joels, is her hair going to be okay? Not too wild?" The vultures descended smoothing and blotting. What once would have been welcomed now felt like a violation. "Excuse me, who is the man in charge here?" Gia asked Debbie. "Gordo is directing. Jacob will be asking the interview questions and holding up text for you to read." She knew better than to say she hadn't signed up for this willingly, because it wasn't likely that they'd leave her participation to chance. They would have slid it quietly into the middle of the pile of paperwork when they knew she'd be getting fatigued from signing, and she would sign it to make it go away. Were she a bigger dog in the dogfight, she could have had them send the papers to her lawyer to look over before she signed them, and that was what she would do in the future if she agreed to work with anyone else. They positioned her next to Jacob, and a flurry of activity behind the camera erupted. She turned to him. "No personal questions, Jacob. I won't answer them." Jacob grinned with his surprisingly tanned face and very white teeth. "Oh, last-minute stipulations, huh? We've had the script drawn up for a while now." She angled herself toward him and pinned him with her stare. "I mean it, Jacob. This isn't my first time being ambushed by an interview. You likely know who I am and who my parents are. And if you don't acquiesce, you will be meeting our very successful team of lawyers who will come after you and this network for everything you hold dear. Do you understand?" Jacob offered her an uneasy smile and nodded. He called out, "Gordo, there will be a couple of script changes." Gordo didn't stop his conversation, but waved his approval to Jacob. "May I see the script?" Gia asked. Jacob handed it to her reluctantly, as Gia took the papers and stepped outside the camera frame where she'd been set. They wouldn't be getting her back on frame until she finished seeing exactly what kind of gauntlet they were going to try to run her through. Fishing through her bag, she found a pen. Some of the questions were innocuous. What had made her decide to relocate to Colorado? Why had she chosen nonprofit design as her specialty? Her hotel design for the Brazilian resort had been a big success. Was she taking on hotel designs for her parents' company? How did she feel that prepared her for working on this project? Then the questions took a sharp turn. Did she think her parents' notoriety had played a part in getting her chosen? Had she applied for the scholarship to draw attention away from Xander's court case? Her fury grew as she slashed her pen across the paper. The whole interview had almost been a nasty trap that would have certainly drawn blood. When she'd finished revising the script, she slapped the papers back into Jacob. "Here's your new interview script, and we will be waiting for Miss Buchanan to be present before we start." Gordo rushed over. "Oh, honey, we can't do that. She's on a very strict timeline, and we need to have this interview done before she arrives. Waiting would set us back, and she would be furious about that." Gia inhaled slowly. "I am furious at the bear trap that I almost walked into." Leading questions, insensitive inferences, the incredibly negative view of me and my family, not to mention the absolutely unauthorized references of my personal life, which is no one's business but my own, and certainly has no place on a TV or documentary. The smoke likely billowed from her ears as she laid into Gordo as quietly as she could manage. Everyone loved a scene, but Gordo probably wasn't the one who'd given them the idea. She intended to find out where the buck stopped, though. Tires crunched behind her, and Gordo's eyes widened in a hint of panic. She whirled around to face the two town cars approaching. If they intended to kick her off this project, they'd better do it now, before the world knew of her involvement and it sullied her reputation to have been booted. The cameramen heaved their cameras onto their shoulders and gave a thumbs up, which in turn allowed the driver to open the door and Miss Buchanan to step out of the car, bag in hand. "Cut!" a voice called. "Good, let's do another take." Back into the car the driver and Buchanan went. The marker slapped. The driver exited. Out stepped a pleasant-looking Miss Buchanan. Gia crossed her arms. Her finger tapped against her arm, biding her time. Whatever way she phrased her complaint needed to not give away the fact that she'd not read the paperwork she signed yesterday. That would give a bad impression of carelessness, despite the truth of it. Ms. Buchanan surely wouldn't have compassion for stupidity and oversight. "Cut. That should give us enough footage. Take 10 minutes and meet back at the main site by the big tent for the next shot." The director called. People scattered in every direction. The director stayed by Miss Buchanan's side, talking loudly as Taylor rushed over to hover in the background. Gia marched over. This was as good of a time as any to put her head on the chopping block. Positioning her body so she basically included herself and Miss Buchanan in the director's conversation, she waited with her head up and shoulders back. It was not the polite way to wait, but she was past the point of caring. The director finished his last couple of thoughts and Miss Buchanan responded. Miss Buchanan turned her attention to Gia. Gia offered her a fake smile. "May I have a word in private, please, Miss Buchanan?" Miss Buchanan nodded and put up a finger behind her to Taylor, who, like a good puppy, stayed. Gia turned and walked off to the side where they could clearly see what was going on, but would not be disturbed. "Miss Buchanan, while I'm not pleased with secrecy of the filming, I am most offended at the liberty these interviewers are taking with attempting to get me to comment on my personal life while we are clearly here on business. One of the lackeys even went so far as to say that you had given them permission to do so. I find that difficult to believe when you have a very well-known disdain for intrusive personal questions. Miss Buchanan chuckled. Giovanna, by nature of the fact that we are women in a very male-dominated industry, the world finds us to be curious specimens. They see no distinguishing lines between our personal and professional lives as they do with our male counterparts. Part of the reason you were chosen for this position is because cameras and press have been a part of your entire life. They don't make you freeze up or get excited about your 10 minutes of fame. I find that to be a very valuable asset, as both of these filming projects have been in the works for a long time. Surely you're not okay with them dragging my personal life into this? Miss Buchanan shrugged. I would encourage you to use the opportunity for discussion with the press to be smart about what you draw attention to. Take their questions and manipulate it into something good. Draw attention to your nonprofit work, or your boyfriend's nonprofit work. It's free marketing if you do it right. She patted Gia's arm. You are a sharp cookie. I trust that you can take it from here. Somehow, she felt flattered and less angry about the whole situation. If Miss Buchanan's feathers were unruffled and took the emotions in a stride, Gia should probably do the same. Miss Buchanan had confidence that her experience with cameras surrounding her life would bring something to the table in this project, so Gia determined that she'd do that for her. If she wanted a professional in front of the cameras as well as over the drawing table, that's exactly what she'd get. Gia walked back to Jacob and Gordo. I'm ready for the interview. Let's get this out of the way before Miss Buchanan needs to get other things done. The words seemed to inspire them to action. Apparently, they knew how urgent things would be when the director needed to move on with the day. Miss Buchanan held her cards close to her vest, which gave Gia little confidence of knowing what was ahead for this project. But she'd not be a part of this forever. Surely, she could handle whatever other little surprises they threw in.
Chapter 9. Today is the day we lay out the final piece of evidence for the judge. Then, we can expect to wait a few days to a week while the judge reviews the files of evidence. Maddox said to Xander in the hallway. Xander nodded. Got it. Presentation of evidence, and wait. You'd waited this long. What was another week? The doors swung open, and cameras flashed in their eyes before they entered the room. A parting shot to remind them that the world watched their every move. Or could, if they cared. Jerry was watching regardless. Xander knew that instinctively. Somehow, Jerry had access to the courtroom proceedings without actually being here. Xander glanced around, as if he'd be able to spot Jerry's informant out of the blue. Which one of them knew Dr. Colin Morgan, i.e., Jerry Sorrentino, his former cellmate? No one in the courtroom met his eye with any interest. They held bored gazes, as if they were required to sit in on the sordid details of how his life and honor disappeared in a heartbeat. Once again, the room was called to order. The judge, the Honorable Janice Caprese, swept in looking particularly fierce today, and the familiar mental panic and over-caffeinated butterflies took residence inside him. At last, they arrived at the moment where Maddox calmly and coolly said, And, Your Honor, here in Exhibit 135A we have the evidence that Detective Melee did not present to the court in the previous lawsuit proceedings, as well as proof that he willfully buried the evidence. He turned sharply to face the audience. The evidence I submitted is further proof that Coach Randall originally was found to have possessed identical pay stubs with identical handwriting to what were found in Xander Reinerman's desk, as proof of drug payoff. In addition to that, I submitted proof of a relational link between Detective Nallet and Coach Randall that was never before presented, but also a very well-hidden electronic payment made after the case was closed, from Randall to Nallet, for his cooperation in redirecting the investigation away from Randall. A collective murmur from the crowd shot a surge of hope into Xander's heart. The judge stared over her glasses at the papers in her hand. Her mouth formed a tight pinch. Maddox and Jerry had every angle covered with what he had submitted. There would be no calling into question the validity of the evidence or whether it had been tampered with. That stack of papers held his last chance at clearing his name, for his own sake at least. More than once recently, people had curled their lip at him and asked why he wouldn't leave the past alone. Why dig it up when the sentence had been served and the damage done? Why smear someone else's name in hopes that his would be cleared? The truth was what he sought, that lies and deceit wouldn't win the day and set the precedent for pulling the wool over a jury's eyes. Everything could be manipulated to appear to be something it was not. For once, he wanted the justice system to admit its large error and make it right. Mistakes happened, but so did intentional misleading. Randall thought he was in the clear for the sins of the past, and had pinned himself on the public's heart as the hero of the story. In truth, The mug he attempted to wipe away from the program's name was the filth he flung there himself. Maddox took his parting shot with a closing statement, and they wrapped up their time in court. The presentation itself had taken a couple of weeks, unlike his initial trial, which took months. The truth was out for the world to see. The peace that gave him disappeared when the thought that the judge could be bought on the inside or persuaded to look the other way. The chain of corruption could extend far without anyone knowing, but he had to believe there'd be someone out there who still fought for justice and truth to win the day. Being a judge wasn't for the weak, and the power trippers didn't last long either, according to Maddox. Head up, shoulders back, let the world see our confidence in what we just did, Maddox whispered as he strode next to Xander out the front of the courthouse. Xander fixed his posture and pasted a pleasant expression on his face, so they wouldn't see how worried he really was about this whole thing going south. A few cameras and microphones appeared with shotted questions behind them. For once, Maddox stopped. We're confident the justice system will do what it does best: analyze the facts and publish the truth. Yes, Xander Reinerman suffered a great loss at the hands of the system initially, but this is the chance for them to make it right. Evidence was hidden from the jury which didn't allow them to make the best-informed decision, and that is a slight against all juries of peers. How can we expect the good citizens of our country to do their job if they can't trust that what they are being given are the facts and the truth? Allowing an officer of the law to get away with hiding evidence is a threat to every future case. We trust that Judge Caprese will do right by Xander Reinerman, and we look forward to hearing the decision she makes. With that, Maddox pressed his hand against Xander's upper arm as they moved through the crowd down the stairs. Dang, man. That was eloquent, Xander laughed. Maddox's set expression widened into a grin. When your words can make or break a case and mean the difference between justice and a crap sentence, you learn quickly to learn how to make your speeches effective. Xander snorted. It also affected a lawyer's payday, but he wouldn't bring money into it after Maddox had so gallantly fought for him and the clearing of his name these past few months. He deserved a big paycheck for getting the job done well. When he closed himself into his car, he texted Gia to let her know he was out and that it had gone well. Then, he drove over to Mindkey Academy. He promised Mom he would take her to lunch today so they could talk about what was going on. He yanked his tie from his neck and unbuttoned his top button before exiting his truck. Walking back into his alma mater gave him a weird sensation. They'd upped security since his day, with a uniformed guard posted inside, installed automatic sliding doors instead of the bank of regular doors, and required visitors to check in at the desk. Behind the reception desk, the freshly painted metal doors leading to the classrooms stayed locked. Gone were the days of strangers walking the halls, peeking into classroom windows. The prospect of what could happen troubled him if he spent any time thinking about the state of children's security in this country these days. A new receptionist smiled up at him from behind the desk. Mrs. Limpton had long retired to Arizona to be near her grandchildren. I'm here for Teresa Reinerman. He shoved his hands into his pockets and ducked his head. It felt like he needed permission to be out of class again. The receptionist, a Miss Perry, widened her eyes. Oh, you must be Teresa's son, Alex. He nodded. Teresa has told us a lot about you. She is so proud of you. Surely Miss Perry meant Lincoln, but he didn't bother to correct her. She pushed a couple of numbers on her desk phone and spoke quietly into her headset. Your mom will be right up, Miss Perry said with another big smile. Xander thanked her and wandered over to the trophy wall. Behind each giant shining trophy was a picture of the winning team or group with the date. The walk to his senior year when their varsity team won the state championship had gotten a lot longer than it used to be. What he remembered as a recent event was a dated photo buried in the sea of the school's more recent accomplishments. Time disappeared without apology. Where were these guys nowadays? The hallway clanked open and slammed shut. He pulled his gaze from his former teammates' delighted and sweaty faces. Mom opened her arms as she approached him. Hi, sweetheart. It's so refreshing to see you in the middle of the day. Hi, Mom. He kissed her soft cheeks, soaking in her signature floral scent she'd worn for decades. She swung her coat onto one arm while he held the back up to assist her with the other. Then she hooked her arm through his and tucked herself against his side. How was court this morning? She whispered, as the door slid closed behind them. Despite her busy schedule, she somehow always managed to keep track of the important events going on in her children's lives. A mother's gift. I think it went really well. We find out in the next couple of weeks what the judge's verdict is. Mon drew back. That long? How could it take so long to decide to do the right thing? She snorted. Well, I'm one to talk. I want you to have the justice you sought. She rubbed his arm before letting go to get into her side of his truck as he opened the door for her. With the thunk of the car door, he drew in a deep breath to fortify himself for the storm he could feel coming. How involved should he get in his parents' relationship or current situation? It was one thing to confront Dad about his misdeeds before they got him put in the slammer. But to invite Mom to talk about it to him felt like brand new territory that would probably be termed as off-limits and crossing boundaries in a parent-child psychology book. They chatted casually about Mom's high school students' end-of-year science projects and the new lengths they were going to thanks to forensic TV shows and access to information they had on the internet, on how to perform certain experiments, the low-hanging fruit of Mentos and Coke reactions, and varying polarity with magnets, or the strength of suspension bridges weren't done anymore. And Mom had to really work to stay relevant with the day's science, so she'd know if the conclusions drawn by the students were accurate or manufactured, because they believed their teacher too old to know the difference. Xander laughed at the thought of anyone pulling one over on Mom. Despite her protests, her wits were sharper than ever. Her instinct for finding the good in students and inspiring them to their very best had never wavered. She had a long list of graduated students who'd chosen career fields in science post-university graduation. And after a 40-year career in teaching science, she could write the curriculum in her sleep. The basics would always stay true, regardless of the application changes. After Xander retrieved their sandwich and salad combos from the pickup counter, they sat in a high-back booth in the back of the restaurant, away from the involuntary listeners of the work-from-anywhere crowd. This is such a treat to go out with you to lunch in the middle of the day, instead of being stuck in the cafeteria watching students try to get away with throwing food at each other. Mom rolled her eyes as she stabbed her fork into her salad. He braced himself. I got a call from Kelsey. She was really worried about you. Mom halted with her fork midair. Oh well, she shouldn't have worried you. I was rambling from the heat of the moment. Xander covered her hand with his. Mom, it wasn't nothing. I've known there have been trouble since before Christmas. His eyes met hers as he watched the realization dawn. What has Dad gotten into? Her expression slumped in sadness. You know, I've been wanting for years to go on that science trip after I retire. I've been so excited about it. Xander nodded. Your father doesn't think I should go because it will eat up too much of our retirement funds. I told him that I'd been saving up my tutoring money and I could ask for donations from friends. He threw a big fit about how that would make us look financially strapped. Mom sipped her fruity tea. We've been supporting similar trips for decades. Everyone loves a good cause, and no one thinks that means anyone is broke. Absolute silliness. It's just that the trips cost a lot. I mean, who can dish out several $1,000s for a trip on the spot? No one in our middle-class circles. Xander mumbled, stuffing his sandwich in while Mom dominated the conversation. Mom jabbed her fork in his direction. Precisely. Anyway, this is more than he would probably want you to know, but I looked into our financial records and account books so I could prove him wrong about the money, and it's not there. I can't find it anywhere. So last night I confronted him about it. He got defensive and said he'd invested it. The market has apparently been in rough shape recently, and he promised that he was guaranteed to earn back double what he invested soon. Soon won't be soon enough for me to go on my trip. Xander lifted his eyebrows. She was very right about that. Maybe he could comfort her with the fact that she could go on her trip if Dad were in prison for his tax evasion and poor investments. When did he think it was okay to invest that much money into something without talking to me about it first? We've always discussed these things together, which makes me suspect that he got some bad advice, probably from that loudmouth Nickings he golfs with every month. Where can you put your money these days that will guarantee double what you invested? Sure, that Nickings guy can afford to toss his millions into things that may or may not have a good return. But that was our life savings and what we had to survive on for the rest of our lives, however long that will be. Mom shoved her plate away. The thought makes me shake with fury. She paused and looked at him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin our nice lunch out, Alex. You've got plenty to deal with yourself, and I'm unloading on you like your burdens aren't heavy enough. Nickings was a name he'd have to ask Jerry about. Maybe he was a big player. Everyone has their burdens. Thanks for sharing with me. I'm glad you looked into that, Mom. It's a really good idea for you to have access to your accounts and a solid knowledge of your financials in case something happened to Dad, you know? The lump of food in his throat felt stuck. He downed half his cup of water trying to dislodge it. After your Uncle Ricky died and left Aunt Marge completely clueless about the monetary affairs, I thought I had done a fairly decent job at staying abreast of our joint financials. And now I'm discovering that I should have checked in far more often and given him way less freedom with the purse strings. Mom swiped at her mouth with a napkin. And if I'm honest, it feels like a really big breach of trust. Xander nodded, finally regaining his ability to respond. It is a very big deal. I'll see if Dad will tell me where he's invested. If double the investment is guaranteed, maybe I want in so long as it's legal. He barked out a short laugh to soften the harsh truth he'd planted. Mom nodded absently. With any luck, she'd missed his comment about Dad doing anything illegal. Or better yet, she'd already thought of it herself and had come to terms with the prospect. Enough about money. It's the root of all evil anyway. Tell me about how things are going for you and Gia. Is she liking her mentorship so far? Actually, since we're being honest, things have been really busy recently, and we haven't had much time to connect. I hope we're not running in 1,000 different directions after we get married, as I don't want a pretty roommate. I want a wife. Mon corked her lips. Take that initiative and set those connection times in stone when you can. Lunches, work breaks, morning runs, evening fireplace chats, whatever you can get her to commit to, even if it's a few minutes. That will make all the difference in the world. I can guarantee that if you feel a bit of a gap in your connection, she probably feels like it's the size of the Grand Canyon. Life can get really busy whether you are married or not. Being intentional with each other can be the determining factor of your survival. Everything wants a piece of me at the moment, including the past and the future. I'm running out of parts of me to give, Xander said with a sigh. Mom sat back with a knowing look. I can sympathize more deeply than you will ever know, son. I really can. It can feel like you are treading water in a hurricane. Take it one giant situation at a time. First the court case and Gia's mentorship. Then, organizing your business stuff for while you're on your honeymoon. Then, the wedding. Then your romantic ride off into the sunset of happily ever after, and figuring out how to combine your lives in a way that works best for you both. She winked. He knew by heart her thoughts on happily ever after. Xander scrubbed his hand across his face. When you put it like that, I can't really see why I feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. They laughed together. Sweetheart. Mom grabbed his forearm in a tight squeeze. Faithfulness in the little things will lead you to success in the big things that are still to come. How little she knew of the big things coming for him and for her, and any result that could remotely resemble success.
Chapter 10. Gia hated to admit it, but Emily Buchanan had been right. Her parents had some of the best public relations gurus at their beck and call, yet she learned about controlling the narrative to benefit her from a fellow female architect. The irony of the situation did not escape her. Another woman telling her how to manipulate the ravenous beast of the media took the cake. It didn't mean that she automatically liked the press, but it had encouraged her to respond when usually she'd have given them a wide berth and a curt no comment. She had discovered that she could go on and on about nonprofits and the amazing work they did. The more she spoke about Xander's work with the upcycled life, the prouder she became of who he was and what he stood for. Men like him were so rarefied these days. Everyone seemed to have an angle, wanting something in return. Not Xander. He wanted to help, because he'd been in a place of desperate need and suffered through to the other side. Of course, criminals like Buster had a rap sheet, but they didn't stick around long if they had more illegal intentions for their life. Crafting out of recycled materials certainly was no get-rich-quick scheme. It was an honest way to earn the kind of life they wanted for themselves. No one could knock that. One of the major perks of taking impromptu interviews was that it granted her access to an audience that might not know about her, or Xander, the type of people who watched the news but didn't bother to stare around for the celebrity gossip afterwards. Those were more of the people she'd wanted to attract anyway. They didn't care to hear about the nonstop prodding into other people's lives. After yesterday's parking lot interview aired, she'd already seen her unique website visitors skyrocket, and a new request for a proposal sat in her inbox. Also, she'd sent 3 for-profit referrals over to Joey's firm this morning. What would it do for her business when the actual TV show of the building project went live with her in-depth interview with Jacob? So long as they didn't turn her into some kind of reality show villain, she could be seeing a huge uptake in clients next year. The prospects had her mind spinning. She looked through her email inbox as she waited for Xander to come into the office for the morning. He'd stop by Mother Hen for breakfast and drinks, since Lucy would talk Gia's ear off if she went instead. A key rattled in the lock, the click granting Xander access to their shared office space. Breakfast is served. He called as he set the brown bag on the table and box next to it. As she came to join him, he slid her mobile phone from her hand while distracting her with a kiss. "Phone, stay in the office for breakfast. I want your full and undivided attention." She crooked an eyebrow at him. Breakfast, undivided attention, and an excuse to ignore her responsibilities. What more could a girl ask for? Lucy sent cake? Xander opened the box to offer Gia a peek inside. That was it. Cake made this the most perfect start to a morning that she could imagine. They unwrapped their breakfasts and dug in. "Not that I mind, but why did Lucy shove this box of cake at me?" Xander asked. Gia finished her bite of breakfast and then dipped into the cake box. Lucy had put 4 different options in and labeled them. She sampled mango raspberry filling with traditional buttercream, moist with a hint of tropical. "Lucy's been after me to let her make our wedding cake, so this is her shoving her way in and impressing you with her cake samples. And as talented as Lucy is, Mom convinced her friend Maul weeks ago to come out of retirement to make my cake. Lucy is already in the wedding party. I thought it would be way too much for her to do double duty, and you know how Lucy gets when she's stressed." Gia rolled her eyes and shook her head. Xander offered a knowing grunt. "It'd be nice if our family and friends can come celebrate with us and not have to be worried about anything but being there." Agreed. With a casual shrug, Xander locked gazes with her. "And who cares about cake so long as at the end of the day I get to go home with you and make our dreams come true?" The heat in his expression left no question as to what dreams he was referring to. And she'd imagined plenty as to what their first time would be like. She leaned over to kiss him. Maybe they should go ahead and elope like he'd suggested on several occasions. But can you imagine how awful Lucy would feel if something went wrong with transporting the cake? Or if she didn't get it done on time or as perfectly as she wanted? She'd probably feel like she ruined our whole day. He shivered. "Bridesmaid Zilla. Let's definitely not put that on her. She hasn't accepted no as an answer yet. She told me it would be a huge honor for her little bakery to be chosen in a high-profile wedding. It isn't that I don't love her baked goods. I mean, this cake is so decadent." "I've got the solution." Xander sat back. "Get her to cater the party your parents are throwing for their socialite friends." Gia put her forkful of breakfast down. "That's in New Orleans. How would she manage that? She'd have to rent a kitchen and buy supplies. It would be nice to get her in front of some influential people, but I'm not sure how to make that happen." "We'll think on it. Tell me about yesterday at the site visit. You said it was full of surprises." Gia curled her lip. "Yes, lucky me. Lee Buchanan is filming not 1, but 2 different segments at this current moment. The first is a show about the building we are working on. The second is a documentary about her life." Xander's eyes widened. "And she didn't think to tell you before yesterday that the whole thing would be filmed, and you needed to be prepared for that?" The sigh started deep in her chest. "It might have been in the paperwork I signed earlier in the week. They threw so many papers at me that I didn't stop to read them fully before signing them, and that's what I get for not doing my due diligence." I only partially agree with that. A verbal warning and discussion when cameras are involved should be standard practice. No blindsiding allowed." Gia needed more cake to sustain this conversation. I confronted her about it. She stuck a forkful of chocolate mousse cake in her mouth. Xander sat forward. "And? Did she fire you?" "Nope." Gia licked her fork. "She gave me a heart-to-heart on making the media work for me, twisting the personal questions into billboards for what we want them to see, which is our non-profit work." "Huh. Watch your doors on Flip and Sip night." She snorted, then gave in to the laughter as Xander glared at her. "That was low," he said with a fake pout. Gia slipped a hand over her lips to hide her smile. The motorcycle gang hangout hadn't been an entirely unpleasant experience, but unexpected, for sure. "Did you get your webpage changed?" "Yes. Groups of over 6 people have to make a reservation for a particular night or reserve the whole experience with a fee." "Hey, have you thought any more about Brazil?" Xander asked, sitting back, his breakfast finished. "Not this again." She thought for a second and then said, "I think about Brazil every day. It helps that I still have some projects I'm working on there." She grinned, but he didn't return the smile. His eyes were intense. "I don't know about us moving there. It's obviously not the right time yet. A lot of things need to change and align for that to become a possibility for us." Xander nodded. "What's one of the big things?" "My job, really. My clients and reputation are mainly here." She twisted her napkin in her hand. "But I want you to be happy." "Baby, I'll be happy no matter where we are together. The emotion scrolled across his handsome features. He truly believed what he said. The thought sent peace throughout her core. It seemed like moving there could be the right thing for us, aside from me not speaking Portuguese. Gia winked. A small detail we can remedy. There's no rush on the decision. We have time and a billion other things to worry about, as my mother reminded me yesterday. Things like what is going to be on our reception menu, Gia said with a scrunched nose. Buy a few bags of popcorn from the grocery store for all I care. It will be the best day of my life, reception or not. Xander kissed her forehead. I need to get to work before Buster shows up. Breakfast discarded, Gia strolled into her office and opened her computer. She finished up some design changes for one of her Rio clients and got to work on a Colorado-based project for some new inspiration. An alarm went off on her phone. The buzzer forced her from her creative cave and out to put on her marketing and proposal hat that won her more projects to work on. By the time she opened her email that afternoon, she had 4 more requests for proposals waiting for her. Everyone mentioned her interview that she'd given haphazardly in the parking area of Buchanan's project. The interviewers had been doing live interviews for their social media channels. Teasers were already posted on their social media accounts with the full interview viewable on their website. Who knew people paid so much attention to architects on social media? She checked their followings on each platform. 6 million followings. Well, maybe it wasn't so crazy to get 4 requests from them. A couple of the potential clients mentioned how impressed they were that she'd caught the eye of such a great architect as Buchanan and would love to work with her if she could fit them in. As she scrolled through the projects that wanted proposals, each one would be something different than she'd done before, or would include working with causes she'd never been a part of before. On instinct, she picked up her phone. She needed to talk to someone. She pushed her speed dial, and the other line went live. Hi, baby girl. So good to hear from you midday. Daddy, Gia said into the phone. His voice always calmed her raging anxieties. I could use some advice. If you're having boy troubles, you better talk to Ma. All I'll do is come whip his butt. Gia laughed, long and loud. Not boy troubles this time. It's actually not a bad problem to have, but I did an interview yesterday that went live to a big architecture following. Today, I got a number of requests for proposals in my inbox, which is awesome, but you need to decide who you want to work with and if they fit in your timeline. Each one of them would bring something new to my portfolio, and I really like that. But how do I choose? I haven't really been in this situation before. I could really use the income to fill up later this year, but some of them want to get started right now. He was quiet for a minute. Sounds like you could use 2 of you, especially with the wedding and honeymoon coming up. She sighed. Everything came back to the wedding these days. Have you thought maybe it could be time to hire a second architect to come on and help you carry the load? Or maybe get someone to do the part you don't enjoy doing, so that frees you up to do the designing that you love so much? Gia sat back. She hadn't remotely considered that she could need another person working with her so soon. Did she have what it took to work with someone else and lead them after she'd been doing this herself for so many years? Well, I hadn't really thought of that, but it could work out. I advised Lucy to do it last year because it was obvious to me that she couldn't handle it all. But I'm not sure if I'm in that position or if I need to learn how to be choosier with my projects. I mean, I could put together proposals for these requests and still not be chosen for any of them. Or you could get all of them. She let out a skeptical laugh. I highly doubt that. Don't discount it, Giovanna. For good or bad, your name is attached to Lee Buchanan's as long as you are working with her on this project, which is at least for the next couple of months. Once design credit starts rolling out, your name still will hopefully be on the docket that everyone sees. And, at the very least, it will be in your portfolio. You took the job for visibility. Well, here comes the visibility, and you need to be ready to expand your business if that's where you're at. If that means an administrative assistant to do the books and paperwork, fine. But it might also mean an architect to help you with designs and rolling out the proposals you get requests for. Take a couple of days to identify your least favorite things to do as a sole business owner. Who could you hire to take on those things and get them off your plate? The time putting together a job description, figuring out pay and benefits, and sifting through candidates will take away from me doing the job I need to do right now. Yes, but doing it might set your firm's future on a rocket to outer space in the best possible way. Daddy paused as she voiced her agreement. And I'm sure there are hiring firms that specialize in the architecture industry that could filter candidates for you and send you their best options for a price. It took her hundreds of hours to finalize drafts and put together a build booklet for the construction team. The price could very well be worth it if she could swallow the bitter pill of a big bill to get her to a place where she was taking on more projects and doing more good in the world. All right, Daddy, thanks for the advice. I guess I have another thing to think through. As if she needed more to do between now and the wedding. Daddy chuckled. Don't spend much time second-guessing yourself. It's not a permanent decision. If you decide that you can't sustain another income on what your firm is bringing in, then you can always reverse course. It's not ideal to let someone go, but economies ebb and flow. And as a manager and owner, you have to make the best call there. She twirled her pen around her fingers. Maybe I don't want to be a business owner anymore. Maybe I want to live in a forest and pick berries and weave flower crowns for me and the forest animals. They laughed together at the idea of her spending any length of time in the forest alone and said their goodbyes. He always had a knack for cheering her up. She spent the rest of her afternoon researching hiring firms and looking at job listings for other firms. What could she offer someone that no one else could? Everyone else had great employment packages set up and concisely worded job listings that put their best foot forward. Some of them even offered to cover moving costs. Small-town architect needs knowledgeable assistant. Then she wrote out what she hated doing the most. But if she hated it, wouldn't everyone else hate it? Were there actually people out there who liked doing paperwork for a living? She'd find out soon enough if she could make herself go through with this.
Chapter 11. They made it to the weekend. Finally. As Xander snuggled with Gia tucked into him on the couch, the tension from the busy and stressful week they'd both survived drained from his body. The nearness of her was his therapy in so many ways that he'd never found in other relationships. Watching a mindless rom-com for the 100th time on a Friday night gave him a deep inner satisfaction so long as they were together. The loneliness of his prison years felt a lifetime away with her in his arms. And that was a dream come true in itself. Mailing the coffin shut on his past couldn't come fast enough. He pushed the impatience of the judge's impending decision aside in favor of savoring the moment. Better or worse, this was how healing he hoped their relationship would always stay. The next morning, Xander and Gia met in the kitchen for breakfast. Is this outfit appropriate, you think? Gia held up her hands and twisted to the side. She wore a colorful blouse and perfectly tailored black jeans with nice jewelry and those popular ankle boots the girls like to wear these days. In short, she looked flawless. Boy, don't you make those eyes at me like that. Gia crunched up her nose in mock disapproval. Xander held up his hands in surrender and grinned. Like what? Like I could be your next meal. Let's get out of this house before we do something we'll regret. Tia led the way to the garage. Xander smacked her butt as she passed him. But, would I regret it? Really? She arched an eyebrow at him. Today was Mom's retirement party, celebrating her 40 years as a science teacher. She should have stopped working a decade ago. But she loved the kids and insisted that being around them and staying busy kept her young. Sue and Mom's gaggle of friends pitched in to host a party for her that they promised she'd never forget. They had rented out a room at a local science museum that Mom had taken her students to for field trips every year. And because Mom had been such a big supporter, the museum gave them a severely discounted rental rate as their thank you for her service as a teacher, too. The drop-in went from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for friends, fellow teachers, and the former students who cared to come. Xander and Gia had thrown money into the party pot, as well as volunteered to bring mother hen baked goods to contribute to the spread of food. Mom deserved to have as big of a celebration as they could handle to host, for putting up with crazy high schoolers and their even crazier parents for so many years. Lucy had their boxes waiting in a sturdy transportation container that she reassured them would not roam the trunk of the car. After they picked up their order, she was leaving to meet Tucker at his soon-to-be their estate to start moving furniture and setting the house up how Lucy would like it. Lucy was clearly nervous about doing right by the place. She said she'd never lived in so nice a place, or felt the pressure to make it look fancy like she did with this house. She'd shown them lots of pictures, and it looked like a mini mansion surrounded by fields of green. Gia gently reminded her that it didn't need to meet anyone's expectations, but hers and Tucker's and what they wanted in the place they called home together. Tuck had given her free rein to throw away any of the furniture she didn't like and replace it with something she did like. Redecorate, paint, put new flooring in. Whatever she wanted, he was fine with. Though he trusted Gia's taste and design, Xander couldn't imagine being quite so laid back about where they lived. He'd want a say in at least a few things. Xander loaded the container into Gia's Subaru as Gia reassured Lucy one last time that everything would turn out awesome. And Lucy appeared to take heart in her words. They arrived at the Science Museum an hour before guests were supposed to show up. Sue already had balloons everywhere, twinkle lights strung up, tables set up with nice cloths, and picture centerpieces of Mom with students on each table. At the food station, they'd labeled everything with a science-related name. The punch table had a big chemistry set on it, and a blue liquid in a bowl at the base of the maze of tubes. A dry ice machine pumped out smoke from behind the drinks table to give the appearance of something brewing. Xander laughed at how clever Sue and her cohorts had been with the details. He found her in the attached kitchen, dancing to music as she and the others plated food. "Alex." She stopped to kiss his cheek. "Oh, and this must be your incredible fiancée, Gia." Xander made the introductions as Sue crushed Gia in a giant hug. "Teresa goes on and on about you. I'm so glad to finally meet you in person." He held up the box of baked goods. "Where do you want these?" There wasn't an inch of counter space to be seen. "Drop those with Judy, so we can plate them. Oh, Alex, do you mind hanging a banner for the picture booth for me? My shoulder's been acting up and I can't get it to hang right." She whisked out the door, leaving Xander and Gia to hurry after her. The backdrop she wanted up was a layout of stars. In front of it sat a spaceship cutout, and an astronaut suit cut out on rolling wheels. Off to the side was a bright light acting like the sun. When Sue left them to it, Xander murmured to Gia, "This must have cost them a fortune, and the amount of food in there could feed the 5,000. Gia nodded. "I wonder what their budget was." "Hey guys," a female voice chirped from behind. "This place looks incredible. Mom is going to love it." "Avery," Gia said, dropping her side of the banner to give Avery a hug. Xander grunted as he struggled to keep his side up. Kennedy chuckled and stepped around the girls to take up where Gia had left him hanging. Avery and Gia walked slowly towards the gift table with their heads together. Avery had orchestrated the sibling gift from Mom that they had each contributed to. She's probably telling Gia every detail of the retirement survival basket she spent hours putting together. Kennedy grunted as they finished securing the backdrop to the nails in the wall. Avery fluffed a beach towel that she put on the bottom like 6 different ways before she started filling it. It was like watching one of those weird instructional videos online of origami folding. Xander laughed. "And you still want to be her boyfriend?" Kennedy shrugged. "If that's the weirdest quirk she comes up with, then I'll take my chances. Yeah." "That looks fabulous, boys. Thank you." Sue clapped her hands with glee. "Your mom texted that she should be here in about 20 minutes. I can't wait for her to see everything set up. She is going to be so thrilled." She really would be. This kind of party was right up Mom's alley. Xander glanced over his shoulder. The food had appeared in cascading layers of stands and bowls. Music began to play softly in the corner near the Best Wishes and Favorite Memories book. Already people milled around examining the photographs found throughout the room. A hint of anxiety washed over him. A lot of people from his past could show up today, and likely would. He straightened his posture and walked over to Gia, his social event security blanket. No matter what offhanded comments people made, being with Gia proved that he'd made the best of his situation. "Stay close, please," he murmured into her ear. She took a sip of her blue-green punch and gave him a sly smile. "Afraid one of your former classmates might come sweep me away from you?" Xander snorted. "I'm afraid Mrs. Brendenhall will appear out of nowhere and pin me in a corner while she tells me how she tried so hard to teach me to be a good person in 3rd grade, and yet I still ended up in prison." Gia choked on her drink. "Fierce. I'll stick around just to see that." He gave her a growl. "I'm going to need some emotional support or d'oeuvres to get through this." "Feed your feelings, my love," Gia said, laughing as she followed him to the table to make a plate. Squeals and shouts echoed across the room from the doorway. "Mom's here," Xander said without turning around. Xander, incoming," Gia said in a harsh whisper. He gasped and whirled around. "This is Brendenhall? Spotted me already?" Except it was worse than Mrs. Brendenhall. Dad charged at them, red-faced. Deep breaths. Xander could feel his heartbeat starting to race like it did when he was a kid and Dad got mad at them. But he was an adult now. Back at the doorway, Mom took in the scenery with her group of friends surrounding her with everyone talking at once. Their groupie tendency might save him some face this time. Dad's raised finger led him straight to Xander's face. "You didn't think to warn your mother and I that you were going to be bringing a circus with you." "Circus? I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you please elaborate?" He kept his voice even, and his shoulders relaxed. "You know very well what I mean. You bring chaos with you everywhere you go. Always drawing attention to yourself. All you do is try to find ways to be in the spotlight. Gia said nothing but linked her arm through his, a solid presence of strength, and a reminder to be his best self, despite the situation. Those are hefty accusations. Xander glanced around. The party setup is nigh perfect, and Mom's gonna love it. I don't see any chaos here, just a lot of happiness and pride in what Mom's accomplished. His words seemed to uncoil something inside Dad. Then, go take a look outside and check your smart mouth when you come back in the door. Link sauntered up to the table and grabbed a piece of cheesecake, before inserting himself into the conversation. I think what Dad means to say in a softer, more party-friendly manner is that there are some media vans parked outside taking pictures of folks coming in, and they're asking people to comment on your impending court ruling.
Oh, no,
Gia said softly. Xander clenched his eyes shut, and he had been worried about the offhanded comments. Now it would be the main conversation when everyone walked in the door. His free hand scrubbed his head as he looked down at Gia. What's our best move here? Go out there, give a statement, and try to get them to leave us alone? I'll tell you what you need to do. Dad growled. Get out of here, both of you. This party is to celebrate your mother and the amazing work she's done with students over the years. You being here is ruining that. Link stepped closer. Dad, you are making a scene where there doesn't need to be one. Lower your voice now, or I will physically walk you out back for you to cool off. Got it? Dad's pinched face of anger swung full force on Link, who tilted his head and raised his eyebrows, as if to ask Dad which it was going to be. Dad huffed. I'm still your father, and you need to respect my wishes. Now, get out of here, and take the story hounds with you. Xander! Gia! Link! Mom glided into the group, her arms grabbing one after the other for tight hugs. Thank you so much for coming. It means the world to me. Would you look at this place? A fairy tale party. She wagged her finger at Gia and Xander. I know you two had a part in this, so don't pretend you didn't. Sue said you've been here for an hour helping her set up. I can't get over what a dream this is. She clutched Gia's hands. And to have my whole family here to celebrate with me. Her eyes watered as her voice wavered. Well, I can't think of a better gift. Link pulled Mom into his side and gave her a kiss on the forehead. You deserve this and so much more, Mom. Hard to wrap the gratitude for so many years of service into one little party, but this is a great start. The ladies did a fantastic job. Mom swiped at her eyes again. I'm glad I wore my waterproof mascara today. Oh goodness, would you look at that? They put a slideshow together. Her hand rested against her sternum. The photos scrolling through were a mix of candids and posed. Some were screenshots of students from over the years who sent their regrets that they couldn't be at the party, but wanted to share a special moment or funny memory with Mrs. Reinerman. A tissue appeared in Mom's hands as she gave a little laugh. I'm going to spend my whole party crying if I can't get it together. Lucy sent you some of her eclairs that she knows you love, Gia said as she put an arm around Mom's shoulder. A little bit of chocolate fixes almost everything. Second that. Link mumbled around his mouthful of dessert. What a sweetheart she is to think of me when she has her own upcoming celebrations to think about. I think an eclair and some punch will do the trick. Xander brushed past Dad to get Mom a cup, and Gia plated an eclair with a few cheeses and crackers to balance it out. When they returned, Mom had Avery and Kennedy in a group hug, and Dad was nowhere to be seen. As Mom made her rounds to the people already filling the room, Link sidled up to Xander and Gia, who had found a free patch of wall away from the food table. Link leaned against the wall. Dad sure knows how to ruin a party, leading with the accusations in anger. Xander grunted. What in the heck had just happened? He charged like a tasered bull, Gia said. I've never seen him so mad. Then again, I've never seen him not mad. Link and Xander laughed at that one. The truth of it was shameful. How horrible that she hadn't seen Dad's fun, good-natured side despite knowing him most of a year. Xander shoved his hands into his pockets. Well, I'm not going to stand around defending him. Link, what's the news? Link's face lit up. My agent thinks I'll have a final contract ready to sign on Monday. With the amazing NHL team called the... Xander leaned in. Link's grin grew even wider. Blackhawks. Chicago! Gia jumped up and down and gave him a big hug. Congratulations! Huge news! Xander thumped him on the back. Honestly, they would have reacted the same for any team name, he said, because he'd been chasing his NHL dreams for a few years now, and this was his time. I was going to tell Mom today. Link glanced over his shoulder. But with Dad being so zealous about this being her time in the spotlight, I'd better say that for another day. Gia waved him off. Ignore your dad. Teresa will be thrilled you told her in person before she had to find out from ESPN highlights. Moms are like that, always wanting the inside scoop first. My ma highly dislikes hearing anything about me secondhand, even if it's from Daddy, though she's become more okay with that over the years. I wonder if that's an only child thing, Xander said. Link laughed. Yeah, I think Mom was happy to hear anything about our lives from whatever source when we were teenagers. Gia shook her head. Boys. Uncle Lincoln! Uncle Alex! A blur of blonde came at them and smacked into Link first. He grunted as he swung Dixon into the air and hung him upside down. Impressive reaction time, Xander said as he tickled Dixon into shrieks not fit for a party. Link grinned. That's why I'm headed to the big leagues. Dixon froze. You're what? You're going where? Link flipped Dixon right side up. You heard me, old man. Your Uncle Lincoln is headed to the Chicago Blackhawks. Dixon's eyes widened as his mouth dropped open. Can I come to your games and get a signed jersey with your name on it? My friends will be so jealous that my uncle is a real hockey player on TV. Xander laughed. Kids had no filters. Never mind that Lincoln's games had been on the sports channel since he started, or that Lincoln had been featured in hockey magazines a few times. Everything was real now that the big dogs wanted him. Link ruffled Dixon's hair. You sure can, buddy. Maybe they'll even have playing cards with my face on it that you can pass out to your friends for trading. Hopefully the signed ones will be worth something someday. No way! Dixon was in awe. Link had found Dixon's currency. I can't wait to tell Grandpa. Dixon ran off into the crowd, darting through legs. Link made a sour face. Bet Grandpa will set him straight on how much that trading card will be worth someday. Let's hope Grandpa Maurice is kinder on a kid's dreams than Dad Maurice was, Xander said. Gia tugged on Xander's arm. Let's go rescue Avery and Kennedy. It looks like they got cornered by a little old lady. Sure enough, a couple of silver heads blocked Avery and Kennedy from escaping into the rest of the room. One of them looked like the school gossip, Miss Camberton. He stopped short. Send Ivy. Kids can interrupt more forgivably than adults. Scared of a pair of little old ladies? Gia teased with a laugh. Xander nodded, terrified.
Chapter 12. Gia stepped out of her car and swung her computer bag onto her shoulder. The fresh mountain air filled her lungs as the gravel crunched beneath her worksite boots. She'd driven an hour to get out where the mountain ranges surrounded acres of green grass. Some snow dotted the ground, but it capped the mountains visible in every direction. The smell of livestock and fresh manure dominated the air. Highway noise, light pollution, and constant construction didn't touch life out here. A magic and peace filled this place. Happy Hawks, a therapeutic riding barn and camp for special needs children and adults, had purchased this property to build their year-round camp and riding grounds. They also planned to have a bar and grill to serve the public called the Painted Pinto, which would help fund their nonprofit missions. The first round of building was the main house, restaurant, and barns. Second phase would provide outlying respite cabins for the special needs families to rest and recuperate while their child or adult was cared for in the main building by qualified staff. There was talk of eventually including an aquatic center for therapy for children and horses, but that wouldn't be until they raised millions more in funds. They hired a team of specialists to design the horse-related buildings. Her job was to provide them a fully functional main house with a restaurant attached. This project would take up the majority of her time until her wedding. The civil engineer on the project was a board member's brother, and so far she wasn't impressed with what she saw from him. His untimeliness had pushed the project back, and the work he'd submitted to the board and building team was imprecise and not well thought through. A small trailer sat on site where the meetings were being held for this project. 3 guys waited outside the trailer near some 4-wheelers and a pickup truck. Miss Carter, I presume? A fair-skinned redhead met her halfway with his hand extended. Jeff! Nice to meet you. I look forward to our time together today. As they approached, the people she thought were guys were 2 girls with their hair tucked into hats. Katie here is the chief operating officer, and April is the president of our vision committee. Basically, they're running the show, and I'm here to be a lackey, Jeff said with a laugh. He was the chief financial officer, certainly no lackey. Glad to see you got our note about dressing for the mud. Katie called as Gia got closer to them. You okay to take these 4-wheelers for a little ride? She patted the handle beside her. Or if you have physical constraints, Jeff offered to drive you in the pickup. Gia's heart soared. Best start to a project ever. No pickup truck for me. I'm ready for a ride. That a girl. Jeff grinned as he swung onto an ATV. Let's lock your bag in the trailer and get going, April said, motioning Gia to follow her. Gia tucked her phone into her coat pocket, locked everything else in the trailer, and brought her ATV to life. A full-faced helmet waited for her on her seat. She buckled it into place. It was random stuff like this that she got to do on the job that made site visits so much more exciting. Testing, Katie said into her microphone. They gave her the thumbs up and put their ATVs into gear. We chose the helmets so we didn't have to shout into the wind as we went, April said as they followed behind Katie's ATV. We're going to start at the barn site and give you a tour from there. The next 2 hours were spent buzzing around the property as they talked through the full-phased vision. They ended in the center of a pasture where the main house and restaurant would be. Every direction they faced offered a stunning view, but they wanted the restaurant to have an east-west view for a large portion of the seating so the mountainscape really added to the charm. The whole place needed to embody rest, peace, and a chance to escape the ever-present hardships of life. Their menus, color choices, and seating would reflect that mission. A place to let go. Listening to the three of them talk inspired her. This organization offered so much to families and caretakers who needed a break the most. Every room served a purpose. The vision committee sounded as if they had literally thought of everything. And Gia couldn't wait to make that vision come alive for them. Excited to get started, she stopped in a small-town coffee shop to put her thoughts into a central place on her computer. They had already sent her their documents loaded with inspirational pictures, a list of must-haves and dimensions needed for the rooms, and so much more. The creating and bringing art to life gave her an energy she couldn't explain in words. That afternoon back in her office, Gia opened her documents for Buchanan's project. She was instructed to study Buchanan's designs and really learn from it, so when it came time to design her part, she could keep the same tone and themes throughout the building. As she went through the documents, she made notes. The designs were way overblown for the office building specifications. The foundation slab could manage a skyscraper sitting on top of it, not a little 3-story building in the woods. Throughout the design, there was wasted space, doors that opened the wrong direction, and what appeared to be random closets inside closed offices. Not in the least what she expected from a top-notch architect like Lee. Weird. She emailed Taylor about whether these were the designs for the office buildings that Miss Buchanan had already worked on. He responded quickly to say that Gia was to study previous designs that Miss Buchanan had done so she could get a feel for her style. Gia would not be allowed to have any version of the current building on a personal computer for security's sake. How was she supposed to do her part of the job if she couldn't take the work with her? Taylor replied simply that she was going to need to be in their downtown Denver office on a network computer in order to accomplish her part. There was not to be any personal computers allowed near Buchanan's project. He apologized and said he thought she knew that going into this. His email baffled Gia. She absolutely had not been told that. After the surprise with the cameras at the site visit, Gia had requested a copy of all the paperwork she'd signed and had sent it to her lawyers to read over as well to make sure she hadn't missed anything critical, like signing up for a TV show she didn't really want to be on. She had read over the paperwork with great care. This small and inconvenient detail had not been included. Being in an office downtown would cost her significantly if she could not work on her clients' projects in the downtime. Her good mood vanished by the time she'd finished for the day. Why had she signed up for this position again? Right, mentorship and exposure for her firm. She typed out a quick email asking Joey for permission to contact his human resources team about how to put together a job listing for a new hire architect. It was God knows what time, wherever in Europe he was. He was probably eating something exotic under the aurora borealis. She looked out her window at the gray winter sky. This was the life she'd chosen for now. The next morning, Gia packed her things for the day and headed to downtown Denver. She was due at Buchanan's office mid-morning, but stopped at the downtown library to work on her projects. Overnight, she'd gotten an email from Joey saying that he'd be happy to have his human resources team put out a listing for her firm in her stead. And already that morning, his HR director said she'd be happy to put a package together today for Gia. She exhaled long and hard. God bless Joey for making this easier for her. She owed him big time. Popping her headphones over her ears, Gia went to work on Happy Hawk's design wish list. When her alarm went off, it took everything inside her to drag herself away from her work and take herself into Buchanan's office. Long ago, Daddy drilled into her the importance of finishing what she started, a true sign of good character, and possibly the death of her someday. The receptionist signed her in, and Taylor came once again to get her. He set her up on a computer in a random office down a distant hall. For hours, she reviewed what Miss Buchanan had going for the project. Unfortunately, because Miss Buchanan was old school, she designed by hand, and Taylor uploaded the changes into the computer whenever she was ready. The version Gia studied was a week and a half old now. To give her eyes a break, she wandered out of her office to find Taylor. He wasn't in any of the offices she peeked into as she strolled by. As she passed the jungle of greenery, it felt a little like she had entered the West Wing without permission. A woman stood in her office doorway, chewing gum, watching Gia walk the halls. "Have you seen Taylor, Ms. Buchanan's assistant, by chance?" Gia asked. "They're out. Thank God. Gives the rest of us a chance to exist normally for a few hours." The woman raised her chin, chomping with force. "You the mentee they picked for the Cornerstone project?" That was annoying that they insisted she come in office while they were gone. Gia nodded. "Aha." The woman blanched slightly. "I wanted to talk to Taylor about the design. Guess it will have to wait." Gia began to walk on, but the woman's soft words stopped her. "I'm surprised you're willing to work with her. She's one of the top architects in the country and the top female of her generation," Gia said. "Who wouldn't want to take that opportunity to develop themselves professionally? And she's known for her racist comments. You seem like a nice girl." The woman lost her smile. Her gum disappeared. "I wasn't supposed to, but I overheard them talking one day." She glanced around, motioning Gia into her office. For some ridiculous reason, Gia followed her in and closed the door which held the name tag, Carleen Alabot, behind her. Nothing good came from hushed conversations behind doors like this. They were talking about what part of the design to give to the mentee. Miss Buchanan was adamant it be nothing too visible. Gia shrugged. "That doesn't bother me. I didn't do it for the visibility of the design. I'm excited for the chance to learn from Miss Buchanan and find out why she does what she does. For example, I found the thickness of the walls had a few extra inches to them, and there was wasted space in the design. Perline shook her head. "You don't get it." "Get what?" "Honey, they didn't bring you on to learn or even to help." Carleen's face sagged a bit further, her earlier smugness gone. "I heard them say they were going to bring on a minority female for show." "Yeah, I'm going to be on the show, although I will admit, that was a surprise." "No, not the show. They wanted to combat Buchanan's reputation as well as appear charitable to the public to improve her image, so her documentary would be a hit. They're using you as a marketing piece." The words hit her over the head like a frying pan. If that was true, then so much the better if she already had a turbulent story to draw the public's attention. Carleen didn't have to say that. Gia could read between the lines. The whole thing was a setup of sorts. What she got out of it was publicity and the benefit of rubbing professional shoulders with Ms. Buchanan. The young architect they chose could hardly complain about being used in such a way when the value of working with Lee Buchanan was so obvious. Gia thanked Carleen for her frankness and promised to stop by the next time she was in the office to find out the rest of the news. Carleen seemed satisfied that she was able to help someone with the information she gained from leaving her door cracked open when she was supposed to have it shut all day every day, according to Buchanan's rules. Back in her office, Gia left the notes she'd taken, gathered her bags, and left. Her allotted time in office today hadn't been used, but that didn't matter. She heard and seen enough. In the car, no radio played, no phone call distracted her. Daddy would write Carleen off as a petty office gossip and instruct her to pay no heed to the jealous words. But what reason did Carleen have to lie? Carleen was white as white could be. She couldn't have gotten the internship regardless because she was too old, if she was even an architect. No. Gia was very inclined to believe that she'd been intentionally deceived based on the way she'd been hit with surprises at every turn so far. On autopilot, Gia drove to her favorite driving range. Her club stayed permanently in the back of her car for occasions like this. Minutes later, her driver blasted golf balls to back of the range. Once she finished her rage bucket, she switched to her irons and practiced more strategically. If Buchanan thought she could use Gia's public image and her story to compensate for her past misdeeds, then Gia would use Buchanan for every possible benefit she could think of. Two could play this game. If Buchanan and her team wanted to be sharks and feed on the perceived weaker, and she'd show them who they messed with. Those clients who wanted proposals would get proposals whether they were for-profit or non-profit. By sticking to non-profit, her ability to take advantage of Buchanan diminished. There would be no rolling over. She needed to start going after everything she wanted out of her job, and that included doing fun projects like her parents' resort, and other designs that could showcase her ability to be an all-around amazing architect. The fatigue hit her 3 dries in a soul-deep weariness that had been hanging around for far too long. It struck her that while she'd forgiven herself in her heart and no longer blamed herself for Uncle Angelo's death, she had pledged to take on the nonprofit sector like he'd encouraged her to, as a way to professionally atone. Years later, every for-profit proposal came at her like a dirty temptation, as if doing it would be cheating on what she'd decided with Uncle Angelo. She'd grown and changed since then. For the best for her firm and as a way to grow herself professionally, the for-profit designs would give her a way to learn and truly be the best she could be. The nonprofits had heart behind them, passion and purpose that went deeper than greed. Her love for that would never be replaced. But that didn't mean greed or desire for fame and fortune would consume her simply because she cashed a paycheck from them. Being in the nonprofit sector allowed her to not compete with Joey as she diversified herself in a niche market. But she was no competition to Joey out here in Colorado. His firm had exploded in New Orleans, which wasn't something she could ever touch since she held no intention of ever moving back there. Tears filled her eyes as she hit her next drive. After years, guilt and shame kept finding a way to rear its ugly head in her life. The pattern of earning back her worth cycled round and round her, physically, emotionally, professionally. Could there be a day when that stayed behind her permanently? Today began the ending of her guilt, popping up in uninvited places. Uncle Angelo's violent death had far-reaching consequences she'd never imagined. Sure, the nightmares and day trauma quieted a year or so ago, but here she sat, dealing with his death in a different way. Placing a ball on the mat, her mind focused her guilt into the ball to be rid of it once and for all. This would be her final farewell to the hold that guilt had over her part in Uncle Angelo's death. She recognized that. It took a two-faced female under the pretense of friend and mentor for her to admit that to herself. The thought gave her a sick feeling. The goodness Uncle Angelo embodied was nowhere in Lee Buchanan, who wasn't afraid to encourage others to manipulate situations to their benefit. Whatever it took, wasn't that what she said? In a way, she had a point. Yet she could do it with much better character and integrity. That was the legacy Gia carried from Uncle Angelo. Not some misguided notion that doing good deeds by taking nonprofit clients was the best way to honor his memory. Gosh, she felt like such a fool. Buchanan's whole office and production team probably mocked her behind her back for the tool she was. What a sham. She smacked the ball, relishing the vibrations in her hands. That was what she thought of this situation. And how disgusting that they would make it out to be something so wholesome and giving of them to take a minority and female under their wing, to encourage young female minorities to join the industry. Buchanan wouldn't make an unknowing victim out of her. That chapter of her life ended years ago. It was time to stop living like it hadn't.
Chapter 13. The smell of spring always stirred up a nostalgia inside Xander. Wet grass, warm sunshine, and the disappearing snow piles gave him the urge to be on the field with a ball at his feet and a whistle in his mouth. He used to run laps with the guys to warm up and set the tone for leadership. What he asked of them, he would give himself. These days he sweated out by himself, or with Gia on the trails. One day he hoped to be back leading the pack of players running. Maybe if things went well the rest of this year, next spring he could be on the turf with the team. No way he would count that chicken before it hatched, though. This morning, he had an exclusive interview with a well-known sports news center. According to Maddox, a surprising number of outlets reached out for an interview or a comment. Maddox made an exclusive arrangement with the sports center in exchange for a favorable interview, one that framed Xander as the innocent party, as well as sent a payment to the Brazilian Girls League in Rio that Ronaldo started. Accepting a personal payment for an interview didn't fit the image Maddox wanted Xander to portray to the world. Fine by him. He didn't need to get paid to tell the truth. Ever. That's who the world could expect him to be, someone who remained honest despite there being money on the line. Maddox presented that image of him in court, and continued to do so in a public manner. Xander grabbed a tie and suit jacket to have in case wardrobe decided to dress him up. Fingers crossed they'd go for a more relaxed setting, to give the feel that he was being himself, instead of dressing up so people would like him. The Sports Center gave the interview to Anderson Knight, their top sports journalist. The guy worked his way from a rough neighborhood into an elite football program where his career ended with a nasty tackle that punctured his right lung and tore up tendons in his left leg. With his dreams of going pro gone, Anderson had charged into sports journalism to spice up the reporting and interviewing with his charming smile and great sense of humor. When Xander shook his hand in greeting later that morning, that was exactly the response he got from Anderson. An easy smile and a quick joke. "How about them Blackhawks?" Anderson grinned as a team of people worked on their hair and patted their faces down with makeup. Xander tried to laugh, but coughed as he sharply inhaled powder remnants. Link's paperwork had been finalized yesterday. Of course, Anderson would have done his homework for the interview. "I'm looking forward to seeing them make a run at the Stanley Cup again," Xander said. "I hear they've got a strong bench to back up their dynamic starting lineup." Anderson smirked. "A beautiful thing watching dreams come true." A microphone team came in next to string them up with tiny mics and cords that had to be invisible. Finally, they sat down in their chairs to wait as the lights blasted over them. Xander read over the interview as he'd done 1,000 times. Maddox constructed his answers about the court case, but everything else Xander filled in himself with notes on what he wanted to say. As with everything in his life right now, this moment carried a pivotal weight that could destroy or build what had been working for. When they called for him to put down his script, he thought he might hurl. Anderson eyed him with a worried glance. "We're going to start with easy, present-day questions to get warmed up. If at any point you need to reframe your answer to best suit you, say cut, and we will do a retake." Xander exhaled and shifted in his chair. Anderson's expression was kind and understanding. "We're on your side. This interview is to help you get the justice you seek." For once, someone in the media kept their promise. Ander had a feeling that Anderson would have kept his word even if Maddox weren't standing in the wings overseeing the interview. Anderson asked the hardest-hitting questions with a gentle curiosity that gave Xander space to answer how he needed to. By the end, they'd relaxed into a comfortable rhythm. Gia had a point about the media working for them, or was that because his lawyer structured the whole conversation? "Alexander, do you feel that Coach Randall should pay for his crimes in the same way you had to pay?" In the wings, Maddox stepped forward, objecting silently to the question. Shifting in his chair, Xander blinked as his mind raced with possible responses. How could he dodge this landmine? We live in a world where we can solve decades-old cold cases with forensic technology, and perhaps television crime shows give us an unrealistic expectation for getting justice where the real perpetrator got away. Anderson nodded, a humored glint in his eye. For now, Maddox stayed off camera tapping his foot. "As for what I want, I will always encourage others to pursue true justice and truth for the good of a country that was founded on justice and liberty for all. It is a tenet instilled in us from the early days of reciting our pledge to the flag. Regardless of what I feel in this situation, there are always natural consequences to deceit and malicious intent." Maddox's posture was poised to pounce, ready to stop him right there before he said something that could be construed as a threat. Xander smiled at Anderson and simply said, "I still believe in justice. And our justice system. What's your 10-year plan? And does it change if you win this lawsuit?" "Coaching is in my future, I hope. It's deeply ingrained along with a love of soccer. The Upcycled Life and Reclaim That are going to keep doing what they were created to do as long as possible. But I'm looking forward to getting back on those sidelines." Anderson wrapped up their time together without a word about Brazil. Xander sagged with relief as the red lights on the camera went dark. Maddox strode over to him and thumped him on the back. "You were flawless. They always try to pull something, but you handled it perfectly. Good job. Good job." Maddox said quietly. Xander shook Anderson's hand and thanked him for their time, then bowed out to the bathroom to suck in some air and dry his sweaty palms. While he washed his hands, a rustle of paper sounded at the locked door. An envelope slid under with his name on it. He knew that handwriting well. Xander threw open the door to try to catch the courier. No one walked the hallway. He growled. Back in a bathroom, he locked the door once more and opened the envelope. "X, your time is running out. The police have identified and located the players in the Ponzi scheme your dad invested in. They have also tracked stock bloating, tax evasion, black market sales, money laundering, and trafficking to the group your dad is associated with. He needs to cut ties and hunker down with a good lawyer if you can find one that will take him on. It's only a matter of time before they find out he's been a part of the black market sales of banned currencies and forged student visas to well-known terrorist organizations." "Terrorists?" Xander fell back onto the toilet with his heart racing. Dad had constantly grumbled about the troubling state of illegals coming across the border. How did it come to this? Jerry had no reason to lie to him, but he could not fathom why Dad would be involved in black market stuff, especially to terrorists. His blood ran as red, white, and blue as they came. Or so Xander thought. He's a small-time player, but that doesn't mean the feds won't get to him soon. And I don't have to remind you of the consequences for being in bed with terrorists, both in the courtroom and in the prison house. My best advice is to get Teresa out now. Help her start untangling their lives before her ship sinks alongside his. More to come. Looking forward to the judge's decision soon. J. The sign-off was casual, as if Jerry didn't send seismic quakes through his world with his findings. Xander turned around and bent over the toilet, but the heaves didn't produce anything. Here he was on national television touting his belief in the justice system, while Dad dabbled in the black market. This had to stop. When 3 p.m. rolled around, Xander waited in his truck at his parents' house. Like clockwork, they pulled into the garage and shut it behind them. Xander knocked at their door seconds later. Mom opened it after calling to Dad that she didn't see who it was. "Xander, come in, sweetheart." Xander gave her a brief hug. "You don't look so good, honey. Are you okay? I need to talk to you and Dad right now." At the alarm on Mom's face, he added, "If that's okay." "Sure, I'll grab us some drinks." Mom walked to the kitchen. "Maurice, go sit down in the living room, please." Dad said something muffled. "I don't care if you don't want to talk. Go sit down. Our son needs to say something, and you're going to hear it too." Xander wanted to laugh at the dominance Mom finally displayed. Dad deserved it. Xander stood at the fireplace while Mom and Dad filed in, Dad looking none too pleased to see Xander. Mom's brow furrowed deeply, but she held it together. No time for ceremony over frankness. "Dad." Xander stopped at the rage that welled up inside him at that one word. Dad wouldn't look at him. "Tell me with the honesty you demanded from me as a child that you were not involved in the black market." Mom laughed. "Xander, what are you saying? Your father." Dad's expression didn't change. Not a muscle moved on his whole body. And when Mom saw Dad's lack of response, her smile disappeared. "Maurice, what's going on?" "I don't know if I know everything, Dad, but from what I do, you are in way over your head." Xander swallowed hard. "And the feds are coming for you." At that, Dad's head whipped up. "How would you know that?" His eyes narrowed. "Cut your ties, burn the evidence, take Mom, and get off the grid. Whatever you have to do, because you are about to go down in flames." Dad laughed shakily, glancing from Mom to Xander. "For a bad investment? They wouldn't come after me for that." Xander rubbed his forehead. "Stop with the games, Dad. Mom is your life partner. She has stayed by your side through thick and thin. Don't pretend that you're an innocent investor. You're beyond that. Investments were your first bad move. But what you're doing to try to make some quick cash has led you down a mine shaft that's about to implode." "Xander, what exactly have you heard that your father has done?" Mom's voice shook with emotion. She sat on the edge of her seat, her lips pressed into thin lines. Dad shook his head. "Don't get involved, Teresa. Alex has gone off the deep end again." But his tone held no conviction. "He's right, Mom. You shouldn't know details or else you could be an accomplice in court. Both of you don't need to go to prison for life because of Dad's actions." Mom's hand covered her mouth. "Prison for life? Maurice, tell me what he is talking about." Dad stood up. "Teresa, not only has your son embarrassed our family and dragged our good name through the mud, I guess he's attempting to punish us with misguided revenge. He's not worth your time. And he certainly won't be taking up any more of mine with this nonsense he is spouting." With that, Dad stalked out the back door, slamming it behind him. Xander shoved his hand through his hair. That went about as expected. Xander turned back to the fireplace. On the mantel were pictures of their family at different stages in life. Smiling, happy, wind-ruffled, and healthy. It was a time when he believed that family would do anything for each other. Blood was thicker than water. And when the safety nets of the world failed, your family would be there in the end to catch you. But it wasn't that way anymore. He didn't believe that, at least. Dad was going to do what he wanted to do. Xander couldn't keep coming after him to try to help him when he didn't want help. Dad would probably deny his crimes until the evidence got slapped onto the judge's desk, and still protest his way into the orange prison suit. It wasn't merely himself that Xander had to watch out for these days. Gia's future and reputation was at stake too. That was his priority. His allegiance for the rest of his life would be to her and the family they created. Staring at the pictures, His heart let go. A twinge of emotion knocked in his chest, but nothing more. It was the right thing to do. Xander faced Mom, who sat on the chair with her head in her hands. He knelt beside her. "What is happening, Alexander?" Tears dripped from Mom's cheeks beneath her hands on her trousers. "A few months ago, I never would have believed the words you said, but after seeing our money disappear," she let out a shaky breath. "I'm scared." Xander ran his hands down her arms. "The best advice I got was to help you start untangling your lives so that you don't get blamed for having any part of this." Mom's fingers pressed against her lips. "How do I do that after a lifetime with Maurice? I don't know where the thread starts to pick at it. Let's start with a bank account. You're going to need money to survive, especially since you are retiring. You can move your paycheck to be direct deposited into your account, so he doesn't have access to your funds. We'll set you up with a lawyer to work through the wills and estate stuff with you to protect you from anyone coming after you and your assets. It seems overwhelming, but we'll take it a step at a time. Maybe you can find a safe place with Kelsey and the kids for a while. So just like that, you're going to help me dissolve my 43-year marriage? I don't have proof of anything but missing money yet." Xander nodded. "It's coming, Mom. But when it comes, the evidence won't be wrapped in a nice package for you to decide to open or not. It will land on your doorstep like a time bomb and blow up in your face before you have a second to react. The government could raid at night, tear your house apart looking for evidence, pull you from your beds, and force you to watch Dad get hauled away in handcuffs in his PJs. It's a nightmare I would never wish on you or anyone I love. But Dad's not budging on this." Mom set her hand on Xander's. "I believe you, but I'm also going to give him one last chance to confess to me, okay? After decades together, he owes me the truth. If I don't get it from him, we'll do exactly what you said." Would Xander do the same if he were in Mom's position and his child came in with wild accusations against Gia? Could he manage to walk away and not look back when a whiff of trouble came their way? Maybe you can talk some sense into him, Mom. Maybe you can get him to take off the suicide vest before it detonates. Mom's eyes widened in fear. Hypothetically. Xander set his hand on her shoulder. It must feel like an impossible choice to potentially leave him in a bog of his own mess, especially when you vowed to stick by him whatever came at you in life. I'm not asking you to take this decision lightly or make it on a whim. Are you sure you can't tell me what he's involved in? I don't know the details myself. I was told the big picture, to spare me from being in a compromised position as well. But the big picture is bad enough to know the details would mean a very serious conviction. Mom nodded. He hated that he put that sadness in her demeanor again. After his court case and troubles, he'd vowed to never be the cause of that again. At the time, it was a promise he thought he'd be able to keep. Why this? And why now when we're on the brink of retirement and freedom to live that life we dreamed of for so many years? Why would he get involved in something so horrific at 70 years old? We've spent a lifetime seeing the consequence of people's bad choices and learning from others' mistakes. It seemed so impossible. Her words hurt his heart in the way he hadn't imagined. He wanted to promise her it'd be okay and they'd make it through together. For your sake, Mom, I hope it's a bad dream, and that when Dad tells you the truth, it is a mistake of simply losing money in the stock market. If he tells me the truth, you mean? Mom folded her arms across her chest. His arms wrapped around her. He wouldn't say it aloud, but that was a very big if.
Chapter 14. Gia couldn't summon a hint of excitement for the evening. The week battered her and Xander in ways they'd not anticipated. Tonight held the promise of drama and damage control, though she'd never say so to Lucy, who was looking forward to her wedding rehearsal and wedding with a renewed enthusiasm. Turns out that making a home her own morphed Lucy's lingering doubts into full confidence that what she and Tuck had would last a lifetime. With a final look in the mirror, Gia straightened her sundress and touched up her makeup. Camille had handily disqualified herself from being Lucy's maid of honor, so Lucy chose Gia as her next choice so as to avoid the petty competition between high school friends. She didn't want to have to hear the bitter complaints of liking someone better, and Gia was her drama-free option, she said. Gia drove herself to the small country church Lucy had chosen for the wedding. Xander was out with his mom opening a bank account in her name today, but would be there for the rehearsal dinner that they'd invited him to. His role in this wedding was being Gia's +1, and he preferred it that way. Xander hadn't cried on her shoulder the day he got home from his interview with Anderson, but he didn't want to talk, eat, or move from the couch for hours. Something had shaken him to his core. It was midnight before the whole sordid tale came spilling out of him over a big bowl of ice cream and cookies. He spoke in vague terms because of the legality of what was going on, but she got the idea loud and clear. Maurice found himself in legal trouble. What Xander truly seemed upset about was that he had to force himself to accept that he could not help someone who didn't want to change. The most he could do was warn him that trouble was coming. And that particular truth stuck like a rock in his throat when it came to someone he liked, much less his father. They both had come to terms with things they never expected this week. Gia arrived at the church early with 2 practice bouquets and the CD of oldies that Lucy requested she bring for the rehearsal dinner. Tucker relaxed with the minister at the front of the church as a few ladies secured bouquets to the old wooden pews. An organist quietly practiced the wedding march in the corner. Nothing was on fire yet. A good sign. She stopped the florist. "Have you seen Lucy yet?" "Yes, she's in the bathroom getting ready," the florist said with a grin. "She is glowing. I can't wait to see her tomorrow." Gia excused herself to find the bathroom down the hall. When she pushed the door open, she found Lucy sprawled out on the orange velveteen couch with her hand over her eyes and her feet propped up on a wall. On the floor sat a container of brown liquid. Oh no. Lucy knew better than to start with the hard liquor before a big event. "Right?" "Hi, Lucy. I brought your practice bouquet for tonight," Gia said quietly, kneeling beside Lucy's unmoving form. At her lack of response, Gia shook Lucy's shoulder. "Los." "Shh," Lucy said with her eyes closed. "I'm meditating. I'll be done in a minute." Gia sat on the floor to wait. She sniffed the bottle. Cinnamon. She lifted the bottle to her lips. Sweet and cinnamon. Apple cider. Well, that was much better than she'd feared. Lucy sat up suddenly. "Okay, I'm ready." She bounced to her feet and stopped in front of the mirror. "This has been such a fabulous day. Tuck treated me to a whole spa day. Massage, hair, manicure, pedicure, facial. It has been so therapeutic considering the closest thing I usually get to a facial is a blast of heat from the oven when I check on my pastries." She laughed with a soft giggle, unlike her usual loud, hearty laugh. "Meditating is new," Gia said as she fixed her hair in the mirror. Propping her hands on her hips, Lucy faced Gia. "The nightmares of dealing with Camille and my mom have shown me that I don't have healthy coping mechanisms. When I was explaining my past to Tucker, he had to peel the alcohol from my hand and force me to face the situations without a crutch." She huffed. "I didn't think I drank that much, but in the kindest, gentlest way, he showed me otherwise, and that opened my eyes to other ways I needed to change too." She motioned to the couch. "You seem happier, healthier." Gia hugged Lucy, then held her at arm's length. "The florist was right. You are glowing." Lucy smiled. "The skin specialist gave me her expensive moisturizer as a wedding gift. With as much as that usually cost, it had better leave me glowing for days." They laughed together. Gia checked her watch. Time for the rehearsal to start soon. She linked her arm through Lucy's. "Ready?" Lucy nodded and checked her teeth one last time. "Ready." Since the wedding party consisted of Gia standing beside Lucy and a guy named Carson standing up for Tucker, the logistics were simple. Orchestrating a big wedding party slowed everything down. Gia loved the simplicity of it. She wanted her own wedding to be stress-free and enjoyable. The rehearsal ended in a half an hour with plenty of tears from Tucker and Lucy as they practiced the vows they'd written and obviously meant so deeply. Lucy rode with Tucker to the rehearsal dinner. They had reserved space at a beautiful vineyard overlooking acres of sprawling hills. Gia drove herself and beat them there. Xander was 10 minutes away still, and she'd heard Carson had a +1 coming, but that was their dinner group. The host led her to the outer patio, which was open but heated with overhead heaters and strategic fireplaces. The wooden beams and rustic decorations gave it an old-world feel. Soft lighting would make this place feel so cozy at night. Though nothing had turned green yet, the immaculate rows of trellises awaiting the coming vines portrayed the beauty of the process so beautifully. There was a stunning vulnerability in growing the very grapes that would make the wine sold on shelves. Was there a backup plan if crops tanked and the harvest failed? She could never survive a life where there was no safety net to catch her. Perhaps it was the product of being an only child and always having that safety net in place. Or the idea of failure scared her into making a plan A through Z. or else she'd be tucking tail and heading home to Ma and Daddy. She grabbed a glass of wine at the bar and tucked her legs beneath her in an oversized chair next to a big stone fireplace. The moment Xander walked in, she saw him and admired every inch of him on his way over to her. Maybe with Xander by her side, she wasn't so afraid of failure anymore, as if he could be her backup plan. Perhaps real and lasting love made a girl throw caution to the wind and ride out the gales to see where they'd end up. He leaned in to kiss her and lingered at her lips. "You, my love, are stunning. I was admiring the view myself," she whispered into his ear. In a heartbeat, she'd been lifted from her chair and rested comfortably on Xander's lap with his arms pulling her in tightly. He kissed her again and leaned his forehead against hers. "Thank you for being a light in the darkness that surrounds me," he murmured against her cheek. Their breath mingled as she lifted her hand to run her fingers through his hair and down his neck. Somehow being near him could make her forget the very public place they were in. It certainly made her forget to care that they were always being watched. Let them see. With any luck, they'd see what love and devotion looked like in real life. Gia heard Lucy's laugh before she and Tucker and Carson and his date walked onto the patio. Xander released her to stand and hugged Lucy and shook Tucker's hand. They sat down to prompt service and a 5-course meal that paired a wine with each course perfectly. There was no drama or talk of drama, just a lot of laughter and crazy stories going around the table. Carson tapped his glass first to start the round of toast to Lucy and Tucker. When they'd finally stopped laughing from his speech, Gia cleared her throat. "What a privilege it has been to watch your love blossom, from shyness over muffin orders to joining your lives together through thick and thin." Lucy jabbed her elbow into Tucker's side. Gia raised her glass. "May your love be the wealth you count, your table always be full of food and friends, and your hearts find their way back to each other over and over again." They sipped from their glasses, and Tucker took his turn giving a speech. Xander leaned into her ear. "That was beautiful. Where did you get that?" Gia smiled and whispered, "From the depths of my heart." He linked his fingers between hers. When everyone had given a toast, Gia handed the oldie CD over to the server, who played it over the speakers. They got out of their seats and danced until their feet hurt. Finally, they said their goodbyes to the magical evening and went their separate ways. The next afternoon, Gia brought her dress and makeup to Lucy's apartment over her bakery. Lucy's workers had decked the bakery out in white streamers, flowers, and papier-mâché wedding bells. The specials of the day were wedding-themed: Mexican wedding cookies, cupcakes filled with a raspberry creme like Lucy's wedding cake was, white chocolate truffles, and the list went on and on. While Lucy had catered her own wedding pastries, a longtime baker friend made her cake, and the main course food was coming in from one of Tucker's favorite mom-and-pop spots off the highway. The wedding was at the small country church, and the reception was being held in a garden nearby. Tina and Maris took on the task of making sure everything at the garden was set up perfectly. By 2:30 p.m., Gia and Lucy entered the church through a side door for pictures, and Gia made it her job to intercept every human that came at Lucy with a question. Remarkably, Lucy carried this uncharacteristic calm about her that Gia wanted to make sure nothing would touch. After they'd taken a number of photos together as bride and maid of honor, Gia slipped away to field questions and concerns in hushed tones. The aisle flowers had fallen off overnight, and the decorators were busy at the garden setting up for the reception. The white aisle runner was 5 feet too short, and the sound system at the church wasn't working properly. While the photographer posed Lucy 1,000 different ways, Gia ran around fixing everything she could manage like Lucy's wedding fairy godmother. As far as Lucy would know, her day went off without a hitch. And the ceremony did. The seats were filled with plenty of time. Tucker, Carson, and the minister waited patiently as Gia walked down the aisle. The organist nailed the timing for the wedding march. And of course, there were more tears at the reciting of the vows. It wasn't until Lucy and Tucker were tucked away in their car, headed to the garden for more pictures, that the full force of the reception chaos hit Gia and her phone. Xander drove Gia to the garden while she called the restaurant, who had yet to show up with the catered food and setup. No one answered, but she tried and tried every number she could find. Maris had texted her that bees swarmed the part of the garden they'd rented, and it was illegal to kill them off. The garden manager tried to find a way to distract the bees to another part of the garden. That one made Xander laugh out loud. Gia did too, despite her intimate knowledge of how deathly afraid of flying bugs Lucy was. If Gia didn't know any better, she'd suspect that Camille sneaked in and released a swarm out of spite. In fact, the chaos could have been orchestrated by any number of Lucy's family as well. They hadn't been invited in order to keep the event drama-free and a true celebration. And the garden had promised via a strict contract that each guest had to be on the invitation list in order to be let in. The invitation list could be the key. "Babe, let's go around the back and see if the caterer was listed on the guest list of who could be let in," Gia said. It made her feel slightly better than thinking they didn't get the order. The order was canceled, or they were stranded on the side of the road somewhere. As they drove into one of the service entrances, the road split into 4 different directions, and Xander went right. That dead-ended into a chained-off gate. The next road led to empty loading docks. At the third one, there was a white van sitting partway down the drive. No driver. Xander sped a little faster. They came across an ATV coming towards them. An older fellow sat next to the guy in the green shirt who drove. Xander rolled down his window as the cart pulled up next to them. "You the caterer for the McIntosh Bartley wedding?" Xander asked. The older man nodded. "Ran out of gas back here trying to find the right service entrance. Then, of course, my cell phone died." He reached back and patted a red can behind them. "Dundee here is going to get me started up so those poor kids don't stress about their food missing." Gia set her head back against the seat. Crisis averted. "You mind sticking around to make sure we don't need to jump on the battery too?" Dundee asked. "This ATV won't have the juice for a van that size." Xander glanced at Gia. She nodded. They could spare a few minutes. The party wouldn't start without the food anyway. She called Maris and then Tina when Maris didn't answer. "We found the caterer. Should be there in about 10 minutes, she said. Tina exhaled. "Okay, great. The bees are mostly gone, with some kind of magic flower pheromone or something that is more tempting than a tall tower of sugar. We'll try to keep Lucy distracted with pictures or something until we can be sure everything is in place." Sure enough, the van needed a jump on its battery as well as some fuel to make it want to get up and go. Marty, the caterer, had gotten mixed up on the directions, but followed Dundee's cart into the right entrance. Gia hopped in Dundee's cart to take the shortcut to the reception. Xander drove around the front to park. When they arrived, Gia donned an apron over her purple gown and grabbed Maris, Bill, and her daughter to help get the food unloaded and set in the right spot. Guests strolled around the garden as soft instrumental music played through the faux rock speakers strategically placed around the area. Glittering lights shone brighter as the sun began to set. Their golden hour garden pictures would be perfect. At last, Tina gave the MC the thumbs up to start. They delayed the introductions by 20 minutes, and, by the look of Tucker and Lucy's elated faces when they came in, they hadn't even noticed. A couple hours later, Lucy and Tucker had finished eating, dancing, and were making their rounds to say hello and goodbye to their friends. Tomorrow, they'd catch a midday flight to somewhere tropical that Tucker had planned as a surprise. All he'd told Lucy was to pack a bathing suit or two for when they needed to be clothed in public. So, like any smart woman, she overcompensated and had 2 large suitcases full, just in case. Xander returned to their table with a couple mugs of warm mulled wine to take the chill off the evening. When the sun set, he'd immediately taken off his suit coat and draped it over Gia's shoulders. Then, he'd forced her to dance close to him so they could share the warmth. She didn't mind one bit. The MC announced it was time to say goodbye to the bride and groom. At the exit, guests found sparklers and had to wait until they were clear of garden grounds and safely on the pavement to light them. Surprisingly, most people listened. A hand wrapped around her arm as she made her way to exit. She glanced back to see Tucker motioning her to follow him. Xander stopped as well. Gia stepped under an arch and was hit with a big hug and kiss on the cheek. Today was perfect. Lucy squealed. "I have you to thank for it." Gia hugged her tightly. That was exactly what she wanted to hear from Lucy's lips. "But don't you think I don't know about the crazy stuff that happened today? Like an angel. You took care of everything and made this whole weekend so magical for us." Lucy framed Gia's face with her cold hands. "I can't thank you enough, but I hope to be able to do the same for you in a couple months when it's your turn." Gia grinned. "You deserve every second of happiness, Luce. Go focus on your new husband and don't think twice about what's going on here. We've got it." After another round of goodbyes, Xander and Gia queued up with their sparklers and cheered their lungs out as Lucy and Tucker ran by to their getaway car. An ache twinged in Gia's chest as she took Xander's hand and squeezed. Soon enough, it'd be them escaping to their happily ever after. But how many obstacles would they have to overcome to get there? She crossed her arms over her chest, one thing at a time, and that alone was enough to send her to therapy for a while.
Chapter 15. Xander's next flip and sip night came the day before his interview with Anderson played on the SportsCenter network. Thankfully, the media hadn't hounded his office like they had shown themselves in force at Mom's retirement party. Perhaps they'd expected a spectacle at the party, and they almost got one if Dad had gotten his way. Although the motorcycle crew did call back to rent out Xander's space monthly, the expected groups of women dominated the flip and sip night. For some reason, the hard work of helping get the right supplies to each person and answer questions distracted him from the bigger issues in his life. Friday, he had gotten Mom set up with her own bank accounts, cards, and started her contact with lawyers. Mom had said she brought up the topic with Dad, but he refused to discuss the nonsense that Alex accused him of. After all, Xander was a criminal, and how could anyone trust what he said? How had he trumped up these charges against his own father? Sadly, Xander trusted Jerry more than the man who raised him to have good ethics and morals. A cellmate over a father. What was his world coming to? The next night, Xander deliberately stayed away from the television. Gia wanted some bookshelves for her office, and tonight was as good as a night as any to start them. Instead of watching his interview, he popped in his earbuds and got reading the instructions on how to craft the perfect shelf. Gia would not be dissuaded from watching the interview, however, so she sat inside with his phone in hers to manage the family chat Link had started about it. Nope. He did not want to know if he had embarrassed himself, or them, or hindered his future when he was supposed to be helping it. The only things that existed were him and these pieces of wood that would somehow become a bookshelf. When he checked his watch, 2 hours passed, which took him to 10 o'clock. His interview couldn't have lasted that long. But to be sure, he left his phone in the house with Gia and went to his apartment above the garage to go to sleep anyway. The next morning, a soft voice saying his name and gentle hands shook his shoulder. Xander, baby. In his dream, Gia laid next to him in a stream of sunlight. Her beautiful black curls fell over her shoulders. He was the luckiest man alive. Baby, wake up. Xander, you have to get up. Xander groaned as his dream disappeared. Gia's face hovered above him. It wasn't a dream. You're here. He wrapped her in his arms, pulling her tightly against him, and rolled over. What a great wake-up. We should do this more often. Make it a permanent thing. She shrieked and giggled, pinned underneath his weight. Baby. She gasped as he smashed her into the pillows. Maddox called last night. You have to be in court in 2 hours. The judges reached her verdict. His heart jumped as he sat straight up. That wasn't what he'd thought he'd hear this morning. If he'd been the one to take Maddox's call last night, there wasn't a chance he'd have slept 1 minute. I was going to tell you when you came inside to get your phone, but you never did, and I fell asleep on the couch waiting for you. Until 2 a.m. I decided I'd come wake you up early so you didn't miss it. Gia peered at him from amongst the pillows. Her hair created a sort of halo around her head. She picked up his hand and gave it a hard squeeze. I'm going with you today. Don't even think about arguing with me. I don't care if the whole world is waiting there to take our picture and ask for a comment. We are a package deal when it comes to life-altering events like this. I've already emailed Taylor to let him know I'll be at Miss Buchanan's office later this week instead of today. He swallowed hard against the tightness in his throat. Good. I need you by my side. 2 hours later, both dressed in dark suits, they exited his car on the parking deck. The reason he could keep the panic at bay was because of her strong presence beside him. She grabbed his hand when he reached out for her as they made their way inside the courthouse. A few cameras snapped their picture, but his heart pounded in his ears and his sights were set on getting inside that building. This case had worn him down. He wanted this to be over. For his peace of mind. For their future. Whatever happened, it was time to move on. He'd said it in the car and Gia agreed to help him. Whether they felt justice had been served or not, they were going to put the past behind them. Their future held the potential for incredible things that would be hobbled by bitterness or regret. Nor did he want this to shake his faith in humanity, however small that was at this point. Maddox waited for them beyond the security checkpoint. They passed through the metal detectors and bag check. Confidence oozed from his posture. You seem to feel pretty good about being here this morning, Xander said. Maddox chuckled. Judgment Day is usually my favorite day. You win that many cases? Up, Gia asked with a derisive snort. He shrugged. I win a fair share, but have my losses too. It's the pinnacle of my work, though, and there is immense satisfaction in making the judge and jury see things how I want them to see things. Maddox excelled in having people see what he wanted them to. But was it enough to convince the judge this time? Based on the HR department's summary, the public's response to his interview gave him hope that at least he wouldn't be getting tomatoes chucked at him in the grocery store anytime soon. He made a mental note to ask Gia her opinion about the interview. Buttoning his suit jacket, his resolve stiffened with it. The doors to the courtroom opened, allowing them to move to their seats. Xander and Maddox walked beyond the short wooden gate. Gia sat directly behind Xander, and no one else filled in the seats beside her. Maddox scooted his chair in and began to talk about the cases he'd seen go both ways. His stories gave the hamster wheel in Xander's brain a chance to stop for the first time the entire morning. "All rise," the bailiff called, as the judge came out of her chambers. "Here we go." As they stood, Xander glanced back at Gia and found Mom, Avery, and Link sitting next to her. They gave him a thumbs up of support and encouraging smiles. Guilt was the first thought that came to mind. Yet again, he dragged his family through court sentencings and public reactions. No guilt, no regret. They wanted to be here, as he would be for them. The strength of their presence bolstered him. Regardless of the outcome, they would still love him and back him, and that was what mattered most today. "Good morning. Let's make this quick, so we can go on about our day." The judge peered over her glasses at the crowd. "I have reviewed the previous case and sentencing at length, as well as the new information presented in the case of Reinerman versus the state of Colorado. I find the state of Colorado to be in violation of the law in hiding evidence that would have led to a fair trial for Mr. Reinerman in the previous case. Because of the damages done and the sentence served which unjustly took years of Mr. Reinerman's life from him, I have decided to award the plaintiff $10 million in damages and losses to be paid in full immediately. In addition, the court will award the plaintiff $2 million for the mental and physical suffering that took place while incarcerated, as well as to cover any ongoing therapy bills or medical bills that result from the trauma that took place." A buzzing started in Xander's chest and worked its way down to his stomach. The numbers being thrown out were far beyond his comprehension, but based on what he saw Maddox scribbling down on his notepad, it seemed as if they were real. The judge was serious. Millions of dollars. She issued a mandate to take him off offenders lists past and future and restore his civil liberties in full. She hereby suspended Detective Mallet pending a trial that would determine his future and ordered a full department investigation. The rest of what she said probably had some importance to it, but he couldn't get past the ruling. He'd won. After years of surviving his worst nightmare, a judge sat behind a desk offering him an apology for the wrong done to him by those meant to protect him and offer him justice. Her sincerity touched him to his core. The last judge had scorned him and had little mercy because he drugged trusting college students and violated the sanctity of the coach and player bond. She hoped this case would remind officers of the law that they were not immune to the law and the rules they swore to protect, and being bribed to overlook details in an investigation was dirty as stealing money from a drug house. Dirty cops would not go unpunished, now or in the future, in her courtroom. The whole speech Judge Caprese gave was surreal. For the first time, the court said something he'd been longing to hear. The fight was over. His justice had been won. In minutes, the gavel rapped against the wood. Squeals of joy and thumps on the back came from every direction. Maddox pumped his hand with a big grin on his face. "Congratulations. What a historic win." Xander laughed as he hugged Mom first. The tears streaming down her cheeks soaked into his jacket. Then he hugged Avery and Lincoln. Finally, he pulled Gia into his arms and squeezed tight. "You did it. You stuck by the truth and came out victorious," she whispered into his ear. Maddox took them out a side door, into a private room, where they were safe to say everything they were thinking without fear of unknowingly going on record. As Mom dried her eyes, and Avery and Lincoln crowed over the disapproval on the defendant's legal team's faces, the reality started to set in. $12 million would set them, up for life, so long as he managed it correctly. The days of pinching pennies and worrying about where his next meal would come from, or who he would have to leech off of to survive until the next paycheck would be gone. They could make future decisions based on want, rather than need. "I need to get to school and finish my classes for the day." Mom hugged him tightly around the waist. "I'm so proud of you, Alexander. I wanted to say that before court started so you would know that was how I felt, whether you won your case or not. But we got here too late to talk." She leaned in and loudly whispered, "Your brother is a diva when it comes to getting ready for big events." They laughed at Link's sheepish agreement. Avery and Lincoln said their goodbyes with Mom and headed out the door to give Gia and Xander time with Maddox. His high of Mom being proud of him came crashing down when Maddox said they needed to set up a meeting for when the money came in. Because, with this kind of money being awarded so publicly, people would crawl out of the woodwork to bring silly lawsuits against him or ask him for money. Especially with his nonprofit serving the needy on a daily basis, he could find himself overwhelmed with people in need who wanted to benefit from his good fortune. With money came problems. Hand in hand, Xander and Gia left the room with Maddox leading the way. They stepped out the front doors of the courthouse, where the press stood waiting for a comment. Maddox said he would handle the media, unless Xander really felt he wanted to say something. They drilled Maddox on how this would affect the police's ability to do their job, and other stupid questions. Maddox expertly navigated how police would always be free to do the job they swore an oath to do, protect and serve. Accountability was something they should always expect in their position. Finally, someone shouted, "What's next for Xander Reinerman?" Maddox looked back at him, and he nodded. "I can't wait to marry this beautiful girl and start fresh, putting the past behind us. We're thrilled that justice won the day." When he finished, he tugged Gia's hand lightly towards the parking garage. Maddox moved with them, spreading the cameras and microphones like the Red Sea so they could escape. In the car, they both exhaled hard. "The day is yours, Mr. Reinerman. What do you want to do to celebrate?" He took in her adorable smirk and glowing eyes and couldn't be more thankful that he didn't find her after he'd been awarded millions and always question if she was after him for the money. Her love was true because it weathered the difficult moments long before there was a hope of a reason to celebrate. Nothing felt quite significant enough as to merit it being the post-court ruling celebration. He thought for a second, then started the car. "I want to change into our normal clothes and take dinner up to where we ended our first date and watch the sunset." Xander motioned in the air. They both still had work planned for tomorrow, so they needed to be home at a reasonable time. Gia slapped her leg. "Hiking clothes, food, blankets, drinks, and a telescope. Got it." They ate a low-key meal of sandwiches for lunch at the house. Then, Gia worked for a couple of hours in her home office, and Xander decided to neglect work in favor of working on the bookshelves he'd started. Sanding, staining, measuring, and cutting gave him time to process what had happened. It hardly felt real. One person's decision, based on evidence, removed his condemnation. For too long, the truth was subjective to people's opinions on the facts they had been given, instead of the facts of what actually happened. Nothing was ever as it seemed, with truth being a distorted reality. The whole picture was rarely present. He wanted to shout to the world his justification, to see the faces of those who condemned him and judged his family harshly because of his sentencing come back to apologize. The government patched problems with money and the occasional apology. And, while money solved some problems, broken friendships wouldn't be restored. His former fiancée had a baby with her husband. That position on the U.S. men's national soccer team had been filled by peers. Those dreams, and the potential that accompanied it, lay dead at his feet. A declaration of his innocence and a suspension for the lying detective gave him some peace. He had Jerry to thank for his current situation. Gia stepped into the garage dressed in leggings and a sweatshirt, her hair up in a ponytail. How did she make everything she wore look so good? "The car's packed up. I ordered some food for us to pick up on the way. Let's get some hiking in before it's too dark." This was their first time back at North Table Mountain since their first date, where he'd planned a picnic and dirt bikes. With their food and water in a pack, they hiked up the trail they'd ridden with dirt bikes the last time. They broke free of the tree line and found a place to sit on the rock's edge. Surrounded by the stillness, they ate and watched the sun move towards the horizon. You know how when a hard thing becomes your normal, people stop noticing or caring because it's your reality to live with and they can't fix it? Xander glanced sideways. Gia nodded. But then you hear about those people noticing someone else who is new to a situation like yours, and you wonder why they don't see your pain anymore, like care and sympathy is reserved for the newbies, until acceptance sets in. Xander's heart felt raw as he spoke. I never want to become the person that overlooks the challenges for others, because it has become their life story. He cleared his throat. Basically, I want you to hold me accountable for not changing who I am because of money or my life circumstances improving. Gia held out her pinky finger that he latched onto. "Pinky promise, we'll do it together." She paused. But how does it feel to have closure on such a big issue in your life? Xander smiled. I think it's settling in that I'm finally free from those labels and stains officially. While it's always going to be a part of my past, people can no longer hold it against me or disqualify me for it. And that was a privilege I thought I'd lost long ago. She reached over and squeezed his arm. I'm proud of you for persevering, and I'm really grateful that Jerry stepped in when he did. Do you think this makes you and him even? He hadn't really thought of it that way. Jerry is atoning for me carrying his stupid chip in a lot of different ways. Helping me get justice and telling me about Dad's crimes certainly make his shenanigans more forgivable. What's the first thing you're going to do when you get a payment? Gia asked. Xander laughed. I could ask you the same thing for when you inherit your parents' kingdom. Gia rolled her eyes and smiled. Hopefully, that disaster is a long time from now. I don't want to think of the complexity of their estates. No, really. Is there one thing you've thought you'd do or have if you had the money? I can scratch mail-order bride off my list. Gia laughed. I guess I'll pay off my business loans, make solid investments, save for retirement, and then see about putting money away for wherever we land next. He took her hand, but stared at the sunburst sky. Maybe that's buying a house for our family to grow up in. Maybe it's investing in new businesses or joining the big-time coaching organizations. Maybe we take a break from work and tour the world before we settle down. He shrugged. I'm open to frivolous and sensible. Gia scooted so their shoulders pressed against each other. So long as you don't think it's going to make you happy. He hugged her to him and looked into her eyes. You make me happy, so stick around, okay? She kissed him. Always.
Chapter 16. Gia blinked her eyes hard in an attempt to focus them on the screen in front of her. Joey's HR department had sent over their standard job listing verbiage for an architect with 3 to 5 years of experience, as well as a student fresh out of school. Graduation would be taking place in the next few weeks for the universities around Denver. Someone needed the job she offered. She'd put her listing out on the job sites the day of Xander's court ruling. His win put a wind in her sails that she'd not experienced in a very long time. Watching the sunset with him made her realize how zapped her energy had been the last 2 weeks, really since coming home from Rio. Maybe it was winter's gloom. Maybe it was the Buchanan turmoil. Or maybe life in Rio was exactly what they needed. The late nights and long work hours took their toll on her. As they laid in the bed of Xander's truck staring into the sky and taking turns with the telescope, Gia's heart wanted the moment of peace to last forever. Xander joked and teased her with a lightness he hadn't exhibited since Rio either. They stayed out far too late, soaking in each other's company, which is why she couldn't make her eyes stay focused on the applications and resumes in front of her. There were tons of qualified candidates. Some of them were her peers at Young Architects International, who mentioned they'd seen she was working with Buchanan. Did she want more experience or less, so she could train the person how she wanted? A female or male, closer to Golden, or was commuting from Denver okay? What schools did she prefer? Did it matter that they had extracurriculars on their resume or leadership opportunities? She clicked on another portfolio. Interesting design choices. No, she definitely would not have done it that way. How much of this was client wishes versus the architect's choice? How was she supposed to do this? She sent a text to the only person who could understand her predicament, then went to work on Happy Hawks and the Paint Pinto. Time disappeared as she created and crafted a space that was 3D in her head but flat on her screen. Her phone ringing brought her out of her trance. Hey, stranger. Have you assimilated into one specific culture yet? Joey's hearty laugh on the other end of the line filled her chest with pleasure. I haven't stayed in one place long enough to try. Where are you now? She pulled up an online map so she could type in whatever name he spit out. Ignorant wasn't a good look on a girl. Actually, we returned to Norway yesterday after touring Svalbard. Truly incredible. And the people that live there, true warriors in the winter. Svalbard? She'd never heard of it. A quick search led her to the land of the polar bears, reindeer, and snow foxes, a Norwegian archipelago in the Arctic North. Wow. Practically on top of the world up there, huh? A sight you'd never believe. But I didn't call you to go on about that. First of all, congratulations to Xander on winning his case. What a huge relief. She nodded, though he couldn't see her. A big weight off his shoulders. And you're making strides with your firm if you're wanting to hire someone. Amelia Earhart is ready to take on a co-pilot. Good for you. It was a genuine compliment from him, but somehow there was a hint of slight in his words. She shook it off. I'm doing more than that, Joey. Her fingers tapped against the desk. I'm starting to take on for-profit clients, thanks to the positive press that my mentorship with Buchanan is drawing. Wanted to stop having to turn fun projects away. Joey laughed. The fun projects or the big bucks? Both. I realized I was set on nonprofits as a professional penance of sorts. The rest of the words hung in the air. Reminding Joey of his parents while he was on a tour to cope with his grief struck her as insensitive. He laughed. Gia, why do you put yourself through so much self-inflicted pain? I'm proud of you for branching out. And I know Dad would be proud of you too. I hope you find the career satisfaction you long for, regardless of the types of builds you design. Gia sighed. You don't think he'd be disappointed I didn't stay strictly with nonprofits? What Dad wanted for you and me was something that we'd wake up every day excited to do. He knew you loved having a good cause for your builds, and that put a buzz in your veins. That's why he encouraged you to follow that. But desires and needs change over time. What thrilled us once won't likely always thrill us, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. Look at me. I've not touched a design in over 4 months. I never expected that in my life. Has it been everything you hoped for? More. My life was out of balance, and I dragged myself to work each day to do the job. This sabbatical has been a long overdue refueling. Unfortunately, it took Mom dying for me to realize that. Gia's heart ached. She wanted to reach through the phone and hug him tightly. I guess we both needed to discover what taking care of ourselves looked like. I'm finding out I'm a pretty slow learner. Everyone's got their own journey. No shame in that. Speaking of, what can I help you with? Pointers on how to know who to choose. The job listing your HR department sent over worked perfectly. So well, in fact, that I have a dozen candidates in my inbox to sort through. How do I know who to invite for an interview? How do I know who to choose? I haven't worked so closely with someone in years, and I've certainly never been a boss before. I'm way out of my league. It's a little like dating professionally, I suppose. You're looking for someone who complements your weaknesses to take on the things you don't want to spend your time on. Check them out online to see what they're putting out there for the world to know. Investigate their connections to try to find a common person who might speak impartially about their work ethic. References are nice, but people pad that part with those who will give them a good recommendation. He went on about university reputations for being party schools, the database of young architects Interracial, and people's willingness to take directions when she delegated the work. There were so many things to analyze about someone that should lead her to a conclusion about their character. Did she really need help badly enough to put herself through this? Thanks for the crash course, Jojo. Gia rubbed her forehead where it ached with tension. Now tell me about your girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend, Gia. I'm not in a place in my life to commit to anyone else if I'm not responsibly caring for myself. Always with the redirecting. Okay, so who's the girl in the group that you sidle up next to you for the gorgeous views and buy her extra drinks when you're out dancing? Whose beauty strikes you daily so much that you'd allow yourself to be robbed at knife point for her safety? You watch too many chick flicks. Joey's smile bled through his words. I'm a romantic. What can I say? But this isn't about me. It's about you, Gia said. When there is something to tell, you'll be one of the first to know, Joey said. Good. It's always a bonus if you tell the girl involved first. Gia laughed at Joey's sputtering on the other line. Good night and good luck, Gia. I'll send you a few of my favorite pictures from Svalbard. She twirled her finger around her hair as she stared at the picture of them on her desk. Thanks, Joey. Hey, you're still going to be back in time for my wedding in August, right? Wouldn't miss it for the world. Determined to be an adult about this, Gia mentally gave herself a pep talk as she sorted through the resumes again. If something struck her as unappealing in the portfolio or resume, they went into the discard pile. The questionable stack contained way more files than the interview pile. She felt good about her progress. The next day, she stuffed away her annoyance at what Carlene had told her last time she was in and went into Buchanan's office as she promised. She would continue with their charade if they insisted, but they'd not be getting any press from her or benefiting from her in any way except the job she was hired to do. Design. That didn't seem much of a benefit for them either. Buchanan held her at arm's length and wouldn't give her access to the files to do her part of the design. Why would she, if Gia was purely ornamental? Upon arrival, Gia waited in the reception area for an hour for Taylor to come get her. An hour of wasted time. When he did arrive, he barely glanced at her as he motioned for her to follow him. At the forest of plants, Taylor walked quietly toward the back hall where he'd stuck her in an office last time. She stopped at the entrance to the forest. What did she have to lose? If they'd hired her to use her notoriety, and they'd lose it when she left or was fired. Either way, she'd be out of their hair for something she regretted getting involved in the first place. Venturing in further, Buchanan's back faced Gia as she bent over her board. Gia angled herself to see what Buchanan had on her board. A specific room took up her whole page, a problem that computer programs solved by allowing the user to simply zoom in on one part of the design. Most programs also had the ability to see rooms in 3D. Buchanan's design took on a U-shape instead of a typical building shape. What was that she designed? Something unrelated to the actual project they were supposed to be working on. Except the U wasn't finished. She was constructing more. As Gia leaned to see what was being added, she knocked over a plant, sending it crashing to the ground. Buchanan whirled around. The surprise on her face was replaced by anger. "You are not to be in this area without my permission, and you certainly don't have that," Miss Buchanan said, crossing her arms and stalking toward her. At that angle, Gia could no longer see the board past Miss Buchanan's scowling face. "Oops. Miss Buchanan, so nice to see you again. I've been waiting to be given the specs of the part of the design I'm supposed to be working on," Gia said. "Thought I'd drop in today and see if I can get my hands on that, so I don't keep you waiting when you need it." Miss Buchanan arched a penciled-in eyebrow. "You're that slow?" Gia shrugged, her smile firmly in place. "I have no idea how much time I'll need because I don't know what I'll be designing. A box? An octagonal yurt? A gardening shed out back? No one's told me anything, which is really unprofessional. Furthermore, I'm apparently supposed to be in office to design whatever mystery project this is. And as much as I'd love to be able to sit around the office and hang out, I have a full lineup of my own clients that I have deadlines with. In respect of their time and my professional reputation, I came to ask if I could have the specs for what I need to do for you, and I'll be out of your hair like a good little mentee." Miss Buchanan's expression darkened the longer Gia spoke. "I would have asked Taylor, but he doesn't have the keys to the kingdom like you do. Why not go straight to the source, you know? Please, fire me. Please." She never wanted to be fired so badly in her life. "Well, since you're finally done speaking and I can get a word in edgewise, your part should not take you long. You've been in office because I have given you access to designs that very few have seen before. As part of the mentorship process, you had special privileges that let you in on the way I work. In addition to that, you were also allowed access of the electronic files of my own incredible mentor, Charles B. Scott. He greatly influenced my work, and you'd see that clearly if you took the time to study what was in front of you." Her internal people-pleaser sent warnings that this would be a good time to grovel and thank Miss Buchanan for the unbelievable privilege of looking at files. But she wasn't here to kiss anyone's feet. She had a job, and, lest she sound ungrateful, this mentorship was not allowing her to do that job. "I have studied, Miss Buchanan. They are very interesting. The oldest plans I saw had nothing labeled, so I was studying sharp edges and numbers. I could have been staring at the world's largest water closet, or I could have been staring at the world's largest water closet or the Empire State Building, and not know which one." Miss Buchanan humphed. It hurt a bit, but Gia decided to appeal to Buchanan's ego. "I want to do my part and learn from your design acumen as the country's top architect. It's why I applied. I learn best with interaction, not staring at numbers in a dark room. How can I help our mentorship succeed?" With a laugh, Buchanan waved a hand at her. "Showing up and being here is half the battle. Your willing spirit to learn is a good sign that we chose the right person. As for your part in this design, I would like you to start putting together ideas for the customer service wing. Taylor will give you what our clients are requiring. They need to have a fully functional area to themselves so they aren't crossing into the other parts of the building for their daily necessities. Always interesting to see, Miss Carter." With that, Buchanan turned back to her board, dismissing Gia. No thanks for stopping by or telling her to drop in at any time. Simply a statement of amusement. Like magic, Taylor appeared from the greenery without a smile. His stiff posture and curt words gave her the impression that he'd be taken to task later for losing her and allowing her to go where she wasn't welcome. Oh well. She'd accomplished what she came to do, ruffle enough feathers to get her out of the black hole of boredom she fell into when she came in. Something about the way these two acted made her want to sneak back to Buchanan's secret board and take pictures of what was really happening. Taylor led her to a stark room with a desk. Everything sat neatly organized. Paperwork was in folders, pens in a cup, no dust. No visible personal effects sat out to tell her who managed this space. Odd. With minimal hunting, Taylor plucked out a thick folder and handed it to Gia. Here's your portion of the design. Specs, deadlines, important details, check there first. Miss Buchanan is very thorough. It should be self-explanatory. Gia saluted. Right. No questions. Got it. Taylor stared at her, then cracked a hint of a smile. Gia almost thought she imagined it. You're a strange one, Miss Carter. Your boss works in an indoor jungle, and I'm the weird one? He glanced at the door and then whispered. I like your tenacity. No one stood up to Miss Buchanan since I started working with her. You're pretty self-assured for being someone she could squash like a bug with a petty rumor. Gia flinched slightly. Rumors and accusations can cast shade on the most untouchable. She paused, weighing her next words. That's why I was chosen, right? Taylor narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Well, Buchanan opted for a minority female because of her past comments about people of color, right? Gia shrugged. At least that's what I was told by someone who claimed to overhear the conversation. Taylor's eyes widened. Maybe that's a rumor, but that's pretty damning if you ask me. Trying to appear progressive and caring about the underprivileged to smooth over a long history of documented racism? That's not a good look for anyone or the legacy they want people to believe about them. You're right in that you cannot believe everything you hear. There will always be those sowing seeds of doubt and jealousy and bitterness. And I would struggle to believe anyone who said they overheard a confidential conversation with Miss Buchanan, as she intentionally keeps her private matters out of the range of prying ears for this very reason. Taylor wouldn't look at her. You have what you came for in that folder, Miss Carter, as well as legal reminders to the confidentiality agreements you signed. See you next week. He brushed past her into the hall. Her exhale came long and hard. She hated confrontation, but Taylor's reaction was telling as to how much truth could be in Carlene's words. In the empty room, her fingers sifted through the pages. They'd laid everything out as if she were incompetent and left little room for questions about what was required of her. Fine with her. She could do without the criticism and constant changes. And with Buchanan's track record of surprises and vagueness so far, this would be a nice respite. The end of this couldn't come soon enough.
Chapter 17. Xander wished Maddox hadn't been so accurate in his foretelling of the craziness to come. In their meeting, he advised Xander to hire an assistant to answer his phone, emails, and man the office, while he excused himself from public reach until the hype died down. Maddox had been down this road many times with his clients. On his recommendation, Xander hired a specialty company to provide him those services, so no one person would bear the brunt of the burden. His cell phone and work numbers had been inundated with callers who liked to lead with congratulations on winning your lawsuit, as if it weren't a dead giveaway to what they wanted to do next. Ask for a favor, money, a loan, his endorsement, etc. The company's takeover was a huge relief, but also took away his busy work. Without much to keep him occupied, Xander went back full-time to building items to sell on his site. He'd missed the gratifying ache that came after a full day with the hammer and sandpaper in hand. A call came through his cell phone from Cade, his web designer who led a team of tech gurus that ran his Reclaim That site so he didn't have to worry about answering questions way out of his realm of expertise. They'd successfully sold thousands of items from the online shops that people had set up under Reclaim That's umbrella. He wiped the sweat from his palms and answered. Hi, Cade. Don't usually hear from you. Cade gave a short laugh. That's what you pay me for, Xander. Except as you warned, your website crashed from the load of people browsing and buying items. We've been doing load testing and watching the site activity closely for the last week and expected everything to be fine, but the capacity overwhelmed what we anticipated. It shouldn't have been able to. So we've been working around the clock to figure out how that happened. We could be looking at a sophisticated viral attack from hackers, but we won't know until we get further into the weeds. Our web security team has triple reinforced the firewall, so we should be seeing progress to it being up and running today or tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to hear about it. And we've notified the store owners about the outages and security updates. Yep, the honeymoon of winning his court case was well and truly over. Our back-end legal verbiage that they signed to join covers us on outages like this, right? I don't want anyone coming after me saying I owe them money because I lost them income. It's ironclad, Xander, and they'll find that out when they go back through and read the agreements they probably didn't bother to read. No need to add that to your plate. What we must prepare for is if this outage did come from a hacker attack. There may be information stolen and identities compromised. Again, we're covered for this, but we will have to let our sellers know and take measures there. However, we will address that, if it comes to that. Xander grunted. Thank you, Cade. I will contact Maddox to let him know what may be coming at us. His call ended quickly, because every hour on the hour, an assistant called him with a summary of the calls they had fielded. If anything of importance required addressing, they told him then. Hi, Carmen. What's the news this hour? Hi, Mr. Reinerman. One action item for you. Mr. William Overtharp from Inter-Miami left a message regarding future employment opportunities with the team. I have sent an email with his contact information as well as a digest from other calls to your inbox. Would you mind checking to see if you've received it? Xander rolled his chair to his computer and opened his email. There it was. Got it. Thanks. As they hung up, a thrill shot through him. Inter-Miami wanted him on the coaching staff? Perhaps turning down the minor league offer last year had been because he was meant for this major league opportunity. Had the court ruling cleared his name so quickly? One way to find out. Clearing his throat, Xander dialed the number listed in the email. Overtharp's assistant answered and had to take a message. Xander left her with his personal cell phone number. Back to work. Tonight, Buster was running the flip and sip, while Xander hid in the office on standby in case something went awry. He was okay handing over control of his phone calls and emails, but the events he'd come up with himself would take more time to trust someone with. This was an interesting week for him to hand over the reins, because Lucy's bakery assistant was supposed to be bringing over the baked goods that were needing to be eaten. Xander was skeptical that everything would go off without a hitch. If they didn't get food from the bakery, it wouldn't be the end of the world. They'd told Lucy that repeatedly. In the past few months, Tucker brought Lucy's closest friends onto his campaign for them to take an extended honeymoon. She'd never been away from her bakery that long. But with everyone wearing her down, she came to terms with letting go and trusting her hired help. Tucker was thrilled about it, and Xander would have felt the same. Convincing others to trust paid employees was easy. Bringing someone else on to take over his businesses was another story. He'd done it easily in Rio de Janeiro with Davi and Cambridge running the upcycled life, despite having minimal training. He had no trouble trusting them with their livelihood. Survival was a strong instinct, but a close second was working to free oneself from the shackles of poverty, corruption, and the constant threat of death. That same quality of hunger backed by good character didn't show up around the suburbs of Denver too often. Buster was the closest he'd found recently, but his character was still a little shady. However, if Xander's long-term goal was truly to be coaching, then trust with his businesses wasn't something he could have in small quantities. Gia faced the same thing. For completely different reasons, they were coming to a place personally and professionally that they'd never been. Life was funny that way. Xander finished putting the final touches on the kids' outdoor kitchen he'd created from the pallet wood they collected, and headed downstairs to help set up for the evening. As he put out the chairs and tables, his phone rang. Xander, this is William Overtharp, owner of Inter-Miami. The fluttering in his stomach hit him hard. Mr. Overtharp, nice of you to reach out. What can I do for you? I wanted to congratulate you on officially clearing your name. What a great feeling to have justice at last. Oh no, not him too. Xander forced himself to focus. Maybe this wasn't what he thought. Thank you. Yes. It is a relief. I saw your interview with Anderson Knight. I was very impressed. Inter-Miami could use a man like you. You know we're new to the major league, and we need someone willing to fight with us, and for us, and not get discouraged in the face of loss. Xander's spirit picked up. Is that what his lawsuit had said to the world? That he was a fighter? Not a bad reputation to have. You can't be in sports professionally without a will to fight. And I regularly told my college players that their ability to keep going in the face of loss would determine who won the day. Overtharp laughed. I like that. I like that. I believe you have a great future with soccer, and a lot to offer the pro world. Inside, Xander was dying for Overtharp to get to the point. He hated the posturing that came from bigwigs, but he didn't want to burn a bridge with someone who wanted to work with him. And that's why I wanted to reach out and offer you a position on our elite Inter-Miami investment committee. Xander's brain stalled out for a second. There was no coaching offer there. I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood. You want me to invest in your team financially? Overtharp laughed again. I know it's a lot to take in. It really is quite a big honor. You have a great love for the game and a lot to offer our Inter-Miami family. We'd love for you to join. A lot to offer? Did he mean the millions of dollars that were owed him but he hadn't received? Or did he mean experience coaching? It's a lot to think about. Chew it over and get back to me. I'll have my assistant send over the nitty-gritty details of what is involved and the perks that come with it. I just wanted you to hear the invite extended from me personally as the owner of the club." He heard himself say thank you and gave Overtharp his email address. When they hung up, Xander slumped against the wall and sank to the floor, his eyes not seeing anything particular. What was that? A professional soccer club owner stooped to call a random person and invite them to give their money to Inter Miami's club. That was new to him. The more he thought about it, the more it sounded like a scam. A sophisticated one, though, because he'd promptly gotten an email on his phone from what appeared to be a legitimate Inter Miami email address. The email listed out levels of investment alongside the perks that each one accrued. He didn't want to pay someone. He wanted them to pay him to coach. Why could he not seem to reach the one thing he wanted most? In frustration, he stood and finished setting up. He'd gotten offers, sure. Lead a soccer organization? Yes. Invest in a soccer team? Oddly enough, yes. But standing on the sidelines of a major league team, or the U.S. national men's soccer team, apparently way too much to ask. His stupidity hit him like a Mack truck as he picked up his flip and sip sign to take it outside. He hadn't been a coach in 6 years, and then it had been to college students. Of course, no one was going to reach out to him for a legitimate coaching position from the big leagues, no matter how much he hoped for it. When Buster came in for the evening, Xander kept his foul mood to himself with concise sentences. Buster was much more amiable and better at dealing with the chatty customers. If Xander wanted to be a major league coach, he needed to take steps to make it happen. By closing time, his list of ways to break into the industry had taken form. Some required money, like joining the professional soccer coaching organization. Others required networking, finding references, getting back on the sidelines and proving his worth. Having action steps put him in a much better mood. The next morning, a knock on his bedroom door pulled him from his sleep. A peek through the curtains over the window revealed Gia standing next to Dad. He swung the door open. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Dad jerked back slightly as if the words had hit him. Gia smiled. "Your dad knocked on my door this morning looking for you. I'll be in my office if you need anything. Feel free to use the house to chat." She bounced down the steps. He caught the worried glance she cast over her shoulder before she walked in the door to her house. Dad stepped into his room, looking around. "Thought you were shacking up with her in her house. Didn't expect you to be in a room over the garage, unless you're out here because you got into a fight." He snorted and laughed to himself. Xander bit his inner cheek as he opened his arms to the room. "This is where I've been living since my release date last year. Home sweet home." Not that it was any of Dad's business. He resisted the urge to feel inferior about his living space and motioned to the door. "Let's go sit in the family room and I can get you something to drink from the kitchen. What's your poison these days? Got any iced tea?" "No, but I think we have some soft drinks in there from a recent wedding," Xander said. Neither he nor Gia drank much but water for grocery bill and health reasons. Inside, Dad chose a can from the refrigerator, while Xander got him a glass. They sat down opposite each other in the family room. "Nice place she's got here," Dad said. They did not have to do this. The small talk grated on his nerves, and the compliments never felt genuine. He forced a smile. "To what do I owe the visit, Dad?" Dad's expression sobered. "Well, I thought I'd congratulate you on winning your court case in person, and—" His voice softened. Was he looking a little pale? "I'll apologize for not believing you when you said you were innocent." An apology. Wonders never ceased. While I'm not one to look at gift horse in the mouth, but he absolutely was going to stare down the tonsils of this beast. "Is the sole reason you are saying this because a judge publicly declared me innocent based on the evidence submitted?" Dad clasped his hands. "A man can't apologize to you without getting his motives questioned?" Xander laughed. Naturally, Dad would make this about Xander's perceived character flaws. "Your timing sure is coincidental." His eyes widened. "Or was it Mom who forced you to come because you realized how much you're putting on the line with these sins of your own, but you're hiding?" "I don't have any problems that can't be fixed with the right solution." "And what solution is that?" Dad shrugged. "If you'd allow us to borrow a little bit of money, Mom can retire comfortably like she's always wanted. And I'll pay you as I get paid. You have more than you need right now." Xander's jaw dropped. The kahunas on this man. This was the same man who taught him to give a firm handshake, to look someone directly in the eye when speaking, and especially when apologizing, and to have the character to admit you're wrong. Dad still didn't see he had a problem. A big one. Are you still really sticking by the belief that some cash will bail you out of your problems? You're on borrowed time with this Ponzi scheme you invested in. The guys involved are getting hauled in. And here you are trying to earn your money back with illegal operations. What's worse is you're providing fake documents to terrorist organizations. I'm setting the example for you by being here today to say I was wrong about what I believed about you. Xander almost choked. Setting the example? You're asking me to bail you out of something you won't admit is true. This isn't anything like my case where I was being falsely accused. You are willfully dragging Mom into this horrible situation where she may watch you go to prison for life. Helping terrorists is being a traitor to your country. The sentencing is incredibly harsh. Dad stood up fast. You're wrong. Xander got in his face. Then, set me straight. He flung his arms open wide. Anytime. You never had a problem doing that before. Dad's lips were drawn so tight they were white. Your pride is going to take you straight to a hell you've never known, and there's no coming back. Not for all the money in the world. This is your chance to get out of whatever it is. If you won't do it for you, do it for Mom. She doesn't deserve to suffer another mental breakdown. Very well. Dad stepped back with the devil in his eyes. I'll let Mom know you aren't willing to help her like she claims you are. Dad walked towards the front door. A disappointment, as usual. As Dad slammed the door behind him, Gia appeared in the hallway, her eyes wide. Xander tried to get his breathing under control. Sadly, those may be the last words I ever hear him say to me. Gia came over and wrapped her arms around him. Why won't he tell you what he's into? You've offered to help him without judging. I don't get it. If anyone would understand what it feels like to be in a situation you don't want to be in, it's you. He shook his head. It has to be some sort of misplaced patriarchal pride. Never admit you're wrong. Never humble yourself in front of those you think should respect you. Prison will strip him of every shred of dignity in seconds. I have to let him do what he's going to do. If he doesn't care about his consequences, then I guess I shouldn't either.
Chapter 18. The list of requirements Buchanan had put together for such a simple space seemed over the top. This customer service center was its own one-level wing of the building. A separate entrance from the parking deck, a kitchen, lunchroom, bathrooms, storage areas, and a sturdy roof so that the C-level executives could have a high-end rooftop lounge with a bar and other entertainment amenities. If she was being asked, that would make a great area for a driving range back into the woods. But no one asked her. In fact, the specifications of the weight requirement the roof was to hold was the most information she got. They'd let her put a roof on her four-wall design, but that was the end of her allowance. Essentially, she was to do the servants' quarters and leave the real designing to the master. It would be tricky enough to make this work in an appealing way. They wanted the kitchen directly below the rooftop kitchen. A food elevator connected the two. It was a cool feature for entertaining, but in the customer service area below, the workspaces and desks would surround the kitchen and lunchroom. Highly unusual and not easy to visualize off the page. The ducting they'd included was industrial-sized, far bigger than the common corporately used ones. The walls were built with cinder block with small windows in the top near the ceiling. To her, this design was about following instructions and getting out. They weren't looking for her input or really any creativity from her. They wanted someone who would follow the guidelines for them. That was what she did. At home, she'd put together a preliminary mock-up on paper of what she thought the design could look like. At the office, she sat inputting the dimensions into their system. The tediousness of punching in numbers, then double-checking to make sure that is what the paperwork said. Once she put the outer walls in, she layered in windows and the doors. Inside the kitchen, there was a line of coolers, and, on the opposite wall, a bank of gas ranges. She paused. Nowhere in her notes did it mention that the kitchen walls needed extra thickness as a firewall. If a gas stove blew, It'd take out the people in the kitchen as well as in the main working area. She noted it as something to ask about, but her alarm went off. Gathering her things, she signed out of her work computer. 15 minutes later, the waitress seated her at the lunch spot she'd chosen for meeting with one of the candidates who'd applied. Gia pulled out her computer and set to work on her projects for her clients to stay the nerves that already buzzed in her stomach. There were 1,000 different ways to botch this up. The front that people put on to get what they wanted could be so sparkly clean and admirable. Who had a great answer for when they got asked what their weaknesses were? She'd read article after article about interviews for small businesses. Plenty of people had something to say about preparing to give the first interview. If she could remember half the advice, she might be in good shape. The first candidate went by Blake. His pictures online made him appear tall, blonde, and relatively nice to look at. He had a year of experience. His portfolio was sharp. He didn't have a criminal background that she could find, but everyone had their secrets. As she stared at the picture of his smiling crystal blue eyes, her gut feeling gave her no indications. So she'd called and scheduled an in-person interview. Rip the bandage off, stop stalling, and find someone who could help her. The doubt crept in. What if he was more ambitious than her firm could provide? What if he didn't like taking orders and following instructions? What if he disliked her and the benefits she'd decided to offer? The waitress interrupted her to refill her drink and ask if she wanted to order food. She glanced at the appetizer menu and ordered the charcuterie board. That seemed safe. Blake showed up 5 minutes early. Tucking her computer into her bag, she stood and shook his hand, then motioned for him to take a seat. He was taller than her by a few inches, and the youthful look of his pictures online had been subated by a beard and mustache combination. He set a professional leather binder on the table next to him and ordered a water. First impression, solid. Blake, thanks for meeting with me today. Tell me a little bit about yourself. In the corner of her eye, the waitress walked towards them with his water and the charcuterie board. When the girl leaned over to set his water down, she fumbled and dumped some water on the table. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. The girl scrambled to clean it up, yanking a towel from her back belt. Blake had moved quickly to open the napkins and soak up the mess in front of him before it dripped onto his suit. Gia watched, attempting to hide her smile. Penny, their waitress, was a genius. She'd spilled just enough water to be inconvenient and cause a mess, but not enough that it would take forever to clean. And she'd put the plate of food out of the way so it wasn't in the line of fire. Blake's response was quick, kind, and forgiving. He'd helped her out immediately without a disparaging comment. Bonus points for him and an extra tip for Penny. She'd have to tell Joey about how big of a character reveal it was. He'd enjoy the visual. When the activity settled down, Blake carried on with how he was one of 5 kids. He grew up in the suburbs and went to a good school. He got into architecture thanks to his grandpa, who loved to build things, and Blake joined him in his workshop. It didn't take Blake long to figure out that he liked to design more than build. He finished his schooling with good grades, but not top of his class. His year of experience came from his internship during school. They'd taken him on to help fill gaps in their departments, so he had experience with residential and corporate builds. By the time they ran out of things to discuss, Gia checked her watch. 20 minutes until her next appointment, Carrie was to show up. She thanked Blake for his time and felt good about his ability to join her and be an asset. Carrie was much more high maintenance. When Penny spilled the water, she shrieked and tried not to look disgusted. She didn't help or say much of anything kind. Carrie was 2 years in with the company she joined, but they were using her as an administrative assistant and a gopher girl. Her architecture degree had gotten her a desk, but not what they promised, which was actual architecture work. Carrie was an only child like Gia and came from a well-off family. Her mom was a lawyer and her dad a financial guru. They'd expected a lot from her. And Gia got the feeling that Carrie wouldn't settle for pitching in and helping out with whatever needed to be done. She'd expect important tasks and nothing else would suffice. Her third and final interview was Bonnie. She had tight blonde ringlets and a bright white smile. Bonnie was a working mom who had 6 years of experience, but wanted part-time hours so she could be home with her kids more. She lived near Golden and was tired of the rat race of the firm she was a part of. Her priority was her family, but she also wanted to stay part of the architecture industry, so she could rejoin when the kids were older, without having lost any ground. They chatted and laughed easily. And Bonnie seemed like the perfect no-drama coworker that could become her best friend if she wasn't careful. She needed to think about that. How bad would it be to be besties with your staff? So long as no one took advantage of the other, it could work, right? Bonnie had a year more experience than Gia and mainly a residential portfolio, but her expertise could translate and be invaluable. They said goodbye, and Gia promised to be in touch. Drained, Gia paid the bill with extra thanks and a solid tip to the amazing actress Penny and went home. She laid on her bed for 2 hours, staring at her ceiling and thinking, what was the best decision to make? Bonnie's experience was so appealing, but what if her family's needs came above Gia's and left her in a bind? On the other hand, Blake had no paid experience, but would be eager to please and learn. She could train him over the next few months with exactly what she needed. That was a problem too, though. He'd have to be trained and have his hand held even if he were a quick learner. Perhaps by the time she was ready to have her own family, he'd be ready to take the brunt of the work so she could step back like Bonnie was doing. The what-ifs kept rolling in. It hurt her head. Gia changed into her running clothes and drove to the park downtown. 3 miles later, she jogged into Mother Hen to check on the chaos. Edith could keep everyone in line, but she couldn't work every day because she spent some of the days with her granddaughter. When she walked in, there was shouting and pot-banging coming from the back. No one stood in line, so Gia went around the counter and peeped in the back. The college girl, Ashley, was standing on a stool dancing in a circle while music played. Lucy would be furious. Gia pushed the door open to say something. As she went in, there sat Lucy on another stool, banging a wooden spoon on a mixing bowl to the time of the beat, laughing and singing. They didn't hear her come in with the music on so loudly. Gia pulled out her phone to video the scene to send to Xander. He could use something funny to laugh at after his dad's visit over the weekend. The nerve of asking Xander to give them money to bail them out of whatever he'd gotten into. Anders said his dad used to be fun and cool, not this uptight, selfish jerk of a man who refused to admit his failures and wasn't doing much to keep his wife from suffering from it. As the song came to an end, Lucy stood up from her stool, rattled the spoon in the bowl as she sang off-key, and Ashley did a sideways cheerleader jump landing on the floor. They collapsed in giggles. Gia stopped recording and clapped in the silence. They shrieked as Lucy whirled around with her wooden spoon raised in defense. Gia laughed as she pushed the spoon out of the way. "You're home!" Gia opened her arms and gave Lucy a bear hug. Lucy glowed. Her skin was tan and healthy. Her smile was a beam of delight. "You look so refreshed and happy." Lucy laughed. "I am. I should have taken a vacation years ago." She sighed. Of course, I couldn't have afforded the all-inclusive resort we stayed at, but what a dream. We hated to leave. "Looks like home isn't too bad, though." Ashley laughed from where she dished cookies onto the cooling rack. "Lucy's been distracting me from working the whole morning." Lucy scrunched her cute little nose. "Like you mind?" "Not a bit. We missed you here. I've got it back here. You go catch Gia up on life." Ashley waved her out. They each grabbed a cup of something to drink and a muffin, and sat down in the corner. "You know, this is the exact spot Xander and Tucker sat the first time Xander came to town." Lucy looked around. "Now look at us. Married and engaged when we weren't even on the hunt." Gia smiled. "Tuck hadn't tasted more than 3 varieties of your muffins, and Xander hadn't eaten an omelet in over half a decade. Tucker has taken to working out, so he can remain my official taste tester," Lucy said. "The man is over 30. How is he liking being back from the honeymoon?" Gia asked. Lucy sighed. "Oh, he's dealing with Camille threatening to drive her car off the side of a cliff." "Oh, no." Gia set her cup down. "Do you think she's serious?" "It's a new threat every week. Tucker had to turn his phone off while we were on our honeymoon so he could focus on us. His parents think that he's the one person who can reach her and convince her to get professional help. That's a lot of pressure on him if she goes through with her threats." Lucy smiled. "Actually, Tucker is so level-headed. She's been nothing but nasty to him, and he takes it in a stride. And you, as his brand new wife, how are you handling it?" "I'm finally taking care of myself. Tuck's more than this romantic trucker with a muffin problem. He's helping me dig down to see the root of my problems so I can deal with that. It's been therapeutic." "Huh. Who knew marriage could change Lucy so much?" Gia stared at her engagement ring. How much would marriage change her and the person she wanted to be? What if it changed her into someone she never wanted to become, unlike Lucy, who had become a zen, less sassy version of herself in the past few weeks? A spark of fear blossomed in her chest. Why did the future have to be so unknown? The run through the park and back hadn't worked to give her clarity, so she picked up her cell phone to do what she always did when life stressed her out. Gia, baby, I was just thinking about you. Gia's heart warmed. Count on Ma to make her feel better instantly. You were? Yes. Great Aunt Donna called this morning and wants to be included in your wedding. She said she only has one foot in the grave, not two, and would like to be there to see her great-great-niece get married. Gia groaned. She makes a scene everywhere she goes. She will find a way to make my wedding about her. Ma laughed out loud. Her nephew and his wife are going to come along and keep her out of trouble. Yeah, right, Gia mumbled. What was that, sweetheart? All right, if you think she can manage to not make one day about her, then fine. But there was a reason we didn't invite her initially. Ma snorted. I am not making any promises, but everyone knows the score. I think most of her relatives will be doing their best to keep her flying low under the radar. She'd find a way. Well, I called you because I'm a little stressed, and that tidbit didn't help. Sorry. What can I do? Gia took a deep breath. I'm taking on for-profit clients. Really? Ma sounded genuinely surprised. Maybe Daddy had learned to keep news to himself. That's a big move for you. I'm sure that took a lot of thought on your part. It was time, and I've gotten a handful of requests for proposals recently thanks to Buchanan's draw of the media. Ma paused. This might be too soon to ask, but how do you feel about designing for Venhow Resorts when you have the space in your calendar? Gia sat straight up in her bed. Ma, you're a genius. Thank you? I'm confused. Ma said. Why am I a genius? Ma, if I can start taking on huge projects like designing for the resorts, then I will have enough income to pay both Blake and Bonnie to work for me. That could be great. Who are they? Ma asked. Gia laughed. I wanted to hire someone to help with the for-profit load, so I didn't have to pick and choose projects. I did my first 3 interviews today. As a result, I have 2 candidates I love, but have different things that make them perfect for the job. I couldn't decide which one to hire. Do you really think I could be on the design teams for Venhow Resorts? Ma cleared her throat. Well, sweetheart, I was waiting until after your wedding to ask, because I didn't want to put a big decision on you with so much else going on. Would you be interested in becoming our lead designer? We want one-of-a-kind, culturally relevant resorts in each of the destinations, like what you did in Rio. Ma, I took over for Joey. Is he going to care that I'm stealing the designs from his firm? Joey's firm gets plenty of other business from us. We love him dearly. However, I don't think he's going to be surprised we offered head architect of Venhow Resorts to our daughter, who is going to inherit our businesses in some form. Talk to Xander about it. If you don't want it or it's not the right time, that is perfectly fine, and we'll look for someone else to fill in the spot. You have a lot of big life changes going on at the moment. But if you do want it, we think it'd be really special to have our rockstar architect daughter be the one designing in these amazing locations we're after. The hope in Ma's voice said this was something she really had her heart set on, but wanted to appear nonchalant. I don't know, Ma. That is a huge commitment. My life practically fell apart last year. The work she'd put into Joey's design so he could leave the country and grieve his mom's death had made her say she'd never sign up for another resort again. The criticism she'd received from the public had driven her into hiding. The workload to meet the deadline was unsustainable. She was slightly traumatized by it all. You stepped into that design because of a crisis, and it still turned out truly incredible. You'll know these designs are coming with plenty of advance notice, and the deadlines won't be as pressing. Ma cleared her throat. Like I said, give it some thought. As for who to bring aboard, you will never forget your first hire as a small business. It needs to be someone who will treat your baby like their baby. By hiring on, they are agreeing to shoulder the responsibility of keeping the business running as well as making it grow. Thanks, Ma. That didn't clarify anything for her. Gia rubbed at the tension forming in her forehead. I've got lots to think about. Ma chuckled. I remember the feeling well. It gets easier once you take the first leap. If she survived the first leap. Choosing the wrong employee felt like it could be professional death. It was dramatic, she knew. And if she was honest, the root was that this was happening faster than she expected. Maybe she wasn't ready. Maybe this whole mentorship with Buchanan had her rushing herself and her firm to a place they weren't ready for yet. A sick feeling worked its way from her stomach to her throat. Something felt off, but what was it?
Chapter 19. If he was being honest with himself, Xander had to admit that he had believed getting justice would make him happy. But he wasn't. His first thought was to blame Jerry for interfering. Blame Dad for making stupid decisions. Blame the justice system for ruining so many years of his life. Blame himself for not taking one of the coaching positions offered to him. Accepting the past and moving on took time, but it also took a maturity of mind he hadn't accessed yet. As he sat in front of his computer applying for the National Coaches Organization, he set his frustrations aside and paid the thousands of dollars in entry fees. This was one step he could take toward getting the coaching job he wanted. Though he didn't have his court payment in the bank, he could spare the cash to invest in himself professionally. At least that was what he was telling himself this was, an investment, despite not knowing whether his future was here or in Brazil. He owed it to Gia to explore every option for staying in the United States. If she wanted to stay, they'd stay. Life in Rio felt a million miles away again. With the payments sent, Xander checked his clock. Time to change for graduation. Mom was receiving an award for her lifetime of service at Meineke Academy's graduation. Afterwards, they were celebrating her and the other retirees with a brunch for family and friends. Gia had been excited to see part of his past and where he spent so much of his time as a teacher's kid. It wasn't that thrilling, and a lot had changed since his time. But they hadn't redone the carpeting, and he still knew some of the stories behind the stains, if that were anything worth bragging about. An hour later, they walked into Meineke's auditorium that was jammed with people searching for seats. Avery had texted him to tell him they were sitting in the front left behind the staff section. Mom's cheering section took up 2 long rows. Kelsey and the kids sat next to Dad, Avery and Kennedy, and then 3 seats had stuff sitting on them to save them. They took 2 of those seats, and the aisle seat was saved for Link, who had to come in late from hockey practice. Perks of being a big shot pro player. Xander kept his head down as he flipped through the program. They'd have to sit through the whole graduation ceremony to get to the teachers being honored at the end. It'd be worth it. There were only 136 graduates. Way bigger than his class of 43 back in the day. Obviously, private education had gained traction in the last decade in the suburbs of Denver. This might take forever. He squeezed Gia's hand and answered her questions about the school. She laughed when he told her that he'd played the trumpet in elementary band on that very stage, and sadly lost 1 year's competition, thanks to an out-of-tune flutist who couldn't count to save her life. The memories came back in floods, and the electric feeling of graduating was contagious. They were done, finally, and their whole lives waited before them. As the ceremony began, and the graduates filed into the graduation march, Xander glanced around for anyone he might recognize. Most of the faces he recognized were from the teaching staff. He settled in for the long ceremony and tried to stay awake. At last, they got to the teachers. When Mom's name was announced for her outstanding years of service, he and Avery and the very late Link whooped and hollered and joined the rest of the auditorium in giving Mom a well-deserved standing ovation. She collected her plaque with tears streaming down her cheeks and a giant smile on her face. They read testimonials from the students about how grateful they were for Mrs. Reinerman's unwavering dedication to her students and their learning. At the brunch afterwards in the gymnasium, Mom broke away from the well-wishers to hug her kids. She looped her arm through Xander's. "Walk with me, to get some punch." He started to say how proud he was of her, but she interrupted him. "I've decided to separate from your dad for a little while. I'm going to get a place with Kelsey for the summer like you suggested, and give him some space to realize what it is he's putting on the line by not being truthful with me." The news sucker punched Xander. Sure, he expected there to be repercussions with Mom, but hearing that she was actually going to do it made him feel like a horrible son. Somehow, this was his fault. As they collected the punch, he shoved the guilt aside. No, this was Dad's doing. It was his choice to not be honest with Mom, or get out of the situations he was in. He still maintains his innocence? Mom rolled her eyes. He's saying that it's a few investments that went south, and you'll get the money back. Xander moistened his dry lips. He came to me last week asking me to bail him out, saying that I was letting you suffer needlessly by not giving you money. I hope you know that's not my intent. Mom's shoulder slumped. Oh, Alexander, I'm so sorry. None of this is your problem. You have been a big help to me. Don't listen to him. She patted his arm. Your money is hard fought. In my opinion, it isn't near enough to compensate for the damage done in your life, the years they took from you, and the horrible things you suffered in prison. Xander stopped and leaned in. Why is Dad choosing to ignore that what happened to me in prison could very well happen to him? He doesn't think he'll be convicted of anything. Again, he says he made a couple of bad investments. Mom said, I'll do whatever you need to help you and Kelsey find somewhere safe and get settled. I bet Gia would let you stay in her house until Kelsey's ready to move the kids up here. Want me to ask her? Xander asked. I'll talk to Kelsey about it, but I'm sure we'll be able to find something pretty quickly. Lots of people move in the summer. Mom said. He nodded and let Mom get pulled away by another longtime teacher friend. On his way back to Gia, he checked his phone. Maddox had called. He left out the side door leading to a quiet hall and called him back. Xander, sorry to interrupt your weekend. I received notice today for a lawsuit that I thought you should know about. Maddox's voice sounded grim. Xander's heart sank. How bad is it? Reclaim That is under investigation from the government for allowing minors to sell products on your website. It could be a violation of child labor laws. Is this another one of those money grabs? He waited for Maddox's usual air of dismissal. Unfortunately, no. This lawsuit has teeth that could mean fines, shutting down your company, and lawsuits to come. Xander sighed, scrubbing his hand across his head. The bad news kept on coming. What do I do? Cooperate with whatever information they need. You had professional help setting these businesses up, right? Yes. Gia's parents gave me access to their startup team, with lawyers, public relations, marketing, and tax experts. Well, let's hope they covered their backsides and did their jobs well. This shouldn't be an issue if they did. They'd have caught any non-compliance issues. Your accountant also should have caught an underaged account. When Xander hung up with Maddox, he sank to the floor against the wall in the hallway. The irony didn't escape him. He'd felt defeat and despair more times in this hall than he could count. Once, it had to do with a girl breaking up with him. The rest involved sports teams losing big games. He'd never been great at basketball, but he tried. In hindsight, those days that felt so difficult couldn't hold a candle to the hard he'd experienced as an adult. Better that he didn't know what was coming, or he would have dreaded his graduation instead of reveled in it. The celebration and joy of those moments carried incredible memories with them. His family hadn't been on the brink of falling apart. His businesses weren't under investigation, and everyone with a pulse asking him for some of the money he was due to get, favors, loans, or investments. His future held so much promise of prosperity, not of harm. Naivety at its finest. Trouble found everyone in some way. No one was spared, regardless of how positive the outlook. Good thing no one invited him to be the inspirational speaker at graduation. A few teenagers burst through the doors into the hallway, but turned in the opposite direction without a glance his way. He pushed himself to his feet and headed back into the brunch. Gia gave him a questioning look. Later, he whispered, as he picked Ivy out of her chair and sat her in his lap. She was getting too big to be held like this anymore. It was sad that their childhood moved so quickly. In her hands was a long circular thread. Want to play cat's cradle, Uncle Alex? She asked, as she weaved her fingers through the strings and pulled tight. I would love for you to teach me. By the end of the brunch, the whole table knew how to start cat's cradle, but Ivy was still the only one who knew how to finish it. When Mom gave the signal, everyone gathered their things to meet at Mom and Dad's house. Why did you disappear? Gia asked as soon as they closed themselves into the car. Xander exhaled hard. Maddox called. Reclaim That as being investigated for allowing minors to sell items on the site. Gia frowned and looked out her window. Here we thought your court case would be the end of lawsuits and the beginning of a beautiful new life for you. He slipped his hand into hers. You're the part that makes my life beautiful. Justice is nice, and money would be great if it didn't turn everyone into fire-breathing dragons out for a dime. The silence was comfortable between them as he drove. Mom says she's going to separate from Dad, to help him realize what he's losing since he won't tell her the truth. She gasped. Wow, he really won't tell his own life the truth? He is committed to this charade. Better that Mom isn't an accomplice anyway, I guess. But he won't fess up to anything more than a bad investment. Does your mom need a place to stay? Because she could stay with me. Or Lucy would probably let her live in her old apartment above the bakery. She's planning to get a place with Kelsey and the kids for the summer. He sighed. I'm trying so hard to keep the guilt at bay on this one. Gia twisted in her seat. Let me help you. Teresa is a very smart woman. If she didn't find out until he was arrested and taken to prison, she would have been devastated beyond what she is. You giving her a heads up was a gift of time to help and rescue. What she can't live with, or at least I couldn't live with, is being blindsided, looking like a fool for not knowing, and having lost everything at the same time. His stomach roiled. That list was hard to digest. Maybe he had spared her from a tiny bit of pain by giving her warning of what was coming. When they got to the house, Xander walked in with his head down, Dad would be furious at him if Mom had told him she was leaving. But Mom chattered away in the kitchen while Dad watched sports with Lincoln in the family room. It was like a family party taken from the chick flicks Gia liked to watch. The whole dysfunctional gang was there, happily doing whatever they wanted. Despite the tension brewing, having everyone together gave him a sort of peace. Who knew how many more times they'd get to do this? Mom set food and drinks out. At some point, Dixon convinced him and Gia to play board games. It was on their 7th round of Candyland that a loud bang shook the whole house. In seconds, armed men shouting FBI swept into the halls and rooms, corralling people. The kids screamed as the men holding big guns herded everyone out the back door into the yard. Xander squeezed Dixon to his chest with one arm and held Gia with his other. The little guy had a vice grip on his neck. Over and over again, he murmured that it was going to be okay to Dixon as they moved. He hoped it would be okay, because Dixon already had enough trauma in his life. They sat in the grass as instructed while they waited for the rest of the family to come out and get seated. Mom was the last to exit the house as she talked to an officer before he slammed the sliding door closed in her face. The force of the thump shook the back of the house. Dad was the last one left inside. Mom stepped carefully into the grass and sat down with the rest of them. She glanced up at the armed guy standing over them. Her tongue wet her lips like she did when she got nervous. The officers are searching the house for electronics, documents, and other evidence for illegal actions. They didn't say how long it would be, but they wanted to talk to Dad alone. No one dared to make a sound. They stared at the house watching strangers walk past the windows and doors. Surreal to see his childhood home invaded like that. The kids didn't squirm or say a word. Xander closed his eyes against the scene. The past came rushing in with a flood of memories. The officers arresting him with unnecessary force, trashing his house to dig up evidence, parading him through campus with the flashing lights in the back of the squad car. Accusations, warnings, so much confusion. His fiancée getting tossed aside so they could get to him and throw him onto the ground. His parents hadn't seen it happen, but he told them how rough the officers had been with him. Dad and Mom knew about the violence in prison, thanks to Xander showing Dad his scar and explaining in very clear words what had been done. A warm hand slid over his thigh. "You're shaking," Gia whispered. Dixon hadn't seemed to notice. Xander tensed his muscles one by one and relaxed in an attempt to keep control of the panic. While his mind might have moved past the trauma, his body had certainly kept score. They sat outside for hours. The guard eventually allowed Link and Xander to get the chairs off the deck for the women to sit in. The kids stretched out on the grass, shoulder to shoulder, with Kelsey hovering next to them. Mom sat in stalwart silence with Avery and Kennedy next to her. Not a word to anyone. The joy from earlier in the day had vanished, but she shed no tears either. Xander's heart ached for her. Around dinner time, the guard was released and an officer came outside to talk to Mon. "We're taking Maurice to the station to make a statement. He will not be arrested or held until there is evidence found. We will be holding on to what we've collected as evidence until the court releases it. Someone needs to come to the station to pick Maurice up after we are finished." "I'll pick him up, Mom. I will follow the police to the station and wait there," Lincoln said. They walked inside to clean up the mess and find something to eat, though none of them had much of an appetite. Avery and Kennedy left not long after the cop cars disappeared from the street. Xander could hardly keep his eyes open, the stress of the day having drained him. Kelsey sidled up to him in the kitchen. "Dixon and Ivy do not want to stay here tonight. They're scared, but I didn't want to leave Mom alone. Can you take the kids to your house and put them to bed? I'll stay here with Mom." "We'd be happy to," Gia said. "You'll do no such thing, Kelsey Marie." Mom barked from behind them. They jumped. "You go with those sweet babies and give them what they need most right now. Sleep, and their mother's comforting presence nearby. Xander and Gia, you guys go with them. There's no need for anyone to stay tonight. I'll be here when Link drops Dad off. I need some time to process what happened, and I can't do that with you kids sitting in the house staring at me, worried I might come unglued." She hugged each of them. "I'm sorry that you had to go through this. I hope it hasn't traumatized anyone past the point of return. Everyone has been through so much." Her voice wavered. "I'll call you in the morning to check in. Everyone, go get some sleep." They hugged and kissed her goodbye. Xander squeezed her hand. "If you need anything, Mom, please call. I'll have my phone on loud." She nodded. Her sad smile wrecked his heart. She did not deserve this. A surge of anger exploded inside him. The cops couldn't have waited one more day? They couldn't have knocked? They had to break down the door and enter like it was some armed terrorist operation inside, instead of a family gathering? The anger continued through most of the night. He finally fell asleep in the very early hours of the morning. His phone ringing in the morning woke him up. 3 missed calls from Mom. Mom, everything okay? Alex, your dad was gone when I woke up this morning. He took his car. Her voice choked up. I called the police. Muffled sobs came through the line. Mom, I'll be right there. He was already putting his pants on and shoving his arms through the sleeves in a shirt he'd found nearby. He ran out the door and tore out of the driveway in his truck. On his way, he called Gia to let her know what happened. At the house, a lone police car sat in the driveway. No sign of Dad's car. Xander ran into the house, breathless. Mom? He found them in the family room, Mom in a chair silently sobbing into a tissue, and 2 cops standing over her. He knelt at her feet. What is it? Did they find him? Mom tried to get out a word but couldn't. He looked to the officers. We found Mr. Reinerman's car parked on the side of a bridge with a note left inside. A man out walking his dog had called in a jumper, but we didn't connect the two until our officers got out and ran the plates on the abandoned car. We believe Mr. Reinerman jumped off the bridge into the river. Xander sat back on his heels. No body? The lead officer shook his head. No body found yet. We're sorry to bring you this news, Mrs. Reinerman. We'll update you if we find anything. As the officers walked out the door, Xander collapsed onto the floor with his head in his arms. What had Dad done?
Chapter 20. Sunday, Gia spent her day taking calls and quietly explaining the situation to her parents and friends. Xander had given her his phone to deal with whatever correspondence she deemed appropriate to whoever called. He didn't have the emotional energy. When she wasn't on the phone, she helped Kelsey keep the kids entertained as the family absorbed the shock of Maurice's death. They liked baking, and Dixon kept Ivy's messes managed. They laughed about Ivy's frequent spills and accidents, a gentle reprieve from the fear and grief of the past few days. After a day of searching, the police hadn't found a body, but the spring currents were particularly unforgiving as the ice melted in the mountains. The sole witness to the jumper described a man who sounded like Maurice's physicality. Given that the house had been raided in search of evidence for crimes Maurice wouldn't admit to, the authorities said they would call off the search soon. After lunch, an officer stood with Xander in the hallway. In these cases, suicides are common. Xander propped his hands on his hips. Then why not hold him? You obviously had enough evidence to get a search warrant. If you know there is a risk for suicide, why release him? The officer shrugged. We have to follow procedure. That was the extent of what the officer would say on it. Perhaps one of the people who had said there were proper faces that could leave them to the bigger fish involved. They didn't need the small guys anymore, and prosecutors took a lot of resources. It sent the message that they didn't care if he lived or died, but that it could be better for everyone that he'd jumped. The fury in Xander's eyes brewed close to the surface as he exhaled hard and walked away. Gia worried what he'd do. Teresa had overheard the conversation. She had told Maurice last night after he'd returned that she'd planned to separate from him so that he would actually listen to her. Of course, she couldn't shake the feeling that he'd jumped out of despair. And Xander couldn't convince her otherwise. For the rest of the day, he stayed busy getting Teresa's house in order for Kelsey and the kids to move in. As long as he was doing something, he didn't have to stop and feel. Gia knew exactly how that would play out when the busyness stopped and he was forced to face the grief. She'd done it with Tia Carolina over Christmas. He promised that wasn't what he was doing, but she'd be there for him when the tidal wave hit full force. He had to learn to deal with his grief, and she had to learn how to let him, no matter how much it hurt her to see him in pain. Being on this side of the grief was new to her. Her emotions over Maurice's death ranged from relief to sadness. She had no attachment to him whatsoever, but she hated seeing the people she did love as family so upset. It especially wasn't fair on Dixon and Ivy to lose their dad to abuse and their grandpa to death in a few short months. Their father figures had been lost to crimes they didn't understand yet, but Xander and Lincoln took extra time to hug them and play with them, attempting to fill that void that might never be filled again. Sunday night, the kids moved into Teresa's house with Kelsey, leaving Gia to focus on her design projects. Monday morning, she worked in her home office to be close by if the family needed anything, but in the afternoon, she had to go into Buchanan's office. There would be a funeral and lots of unknowns coming down the pike at them. She needed to get ahead on her work. On her drive-in, she listened to the silence. The world felt upside down. The receptionist recognized her this time and granted her access to her office. Gia didn't stop to pause at Buchanan's space and took a different route so she wouldn't see Carlene. Inside her office, she glanced around. Something seemed off. Was the space cleaner than before? The trash bag had been replaced. They'd probably vacuumed. That was it. She opened her computer and set to work entering the dimensions laid out for each area. Something miggled in the back of her mind. Were the windows too small for the corporate egress code? No, that wasn't it. She continued her work. It seemed like something was missing. Her music inspired her to forget the other problems. One of her other designs had been set in the mountains like this. They'd created a beautiful mountain retreat for one of her clients. The bedrock test came back to show the perfect foundation for their load. Gia flipped through her papers. Nowhere in here had she been given the foundation information. And this high in the mountains, she should be looking at thicker walls that could withstand an earthquake or wildfire. This building was built as if it were not a mountain office. Grabbing her folder, Gia marched to Taylor's office. She knocked on the closed door. "Come in," a muffled voice called to her. Taylor turned in his chair to face her as she stepped in. "Hi, Taylor. Do you—" "Shh." His expression turned panicked as he raced to shut the door behind her. "We have noise policies in this section of the office. We are required to have our doors closed and speak in low tones." Gia narrowed her eyes. "Because of Miss Buchanan?" He nodded. "Why doesn't she take an office with a door and put up her plethora of plants in there? It'd give her privacy." Taylor waved his hand. The windows aren't good for the plants. They're indoor varieties that need shade and stuff. She likes the openness of being in the middle of everything." His rushed response made her doubt his answer was true. "Anyway, what can I do for you?" "You mentioned when I got the folder that everything was in here, but I seem to be missing information on foundation as well as any natural disaster requirements. I would think there'd be a host of special considerations for being at this altitude. Also, there aren't nearly enough exhaust vents for the amount of gas ranges in the kitchen, with that outdoor entertainment space being on the roof. Miss Buchanan did the calculations for the load, so you wouldn't need to worry about the foundation reports. Go ahead and input the numbers you see. I'll ask about the venting options. How many more hoods do you think will be required, and how would that affect the space above?" Taylor wrote down notes to take to Buchanan and promised to get back to her. She returned to work and added in the correct amount of venting for the ranges and thickened the walls between the kitchen and the general seating area. With gas being more combustible, an explosion would take out the whole area. Why would Buchanan think she'd design without knowing the foundation information? The roof needed to sustain a considerable amount of weight to be the entertainment center they wanted. Sure, Gia trusted her to a point. She wouldn't be famous if she did shoddy work, but every architect validated things for themselves while designing. It was part of the checks and balances of working as a team. Unable to continue working, Gia left Buchanan's office. There were other odd things about the design as well. No electricity came through the flooring. Everything was coming off the ceiling. Without walls in the general area for offices, how would a customer service center get power? Granted, that was the engineer's problem. The architect brought power in, and the engineer made it work. For being everything she needed. There were a lot of missing pieces to this puzzle. When she drove into the driveway, Xander's truck was already there. She found him in a dark kitchen staring out the window. Finally, they could be alone. Dropping her purse on the counter, she went over to him, wrapped her arms around his torso, and pressed her face into his back. Their breathing synced as they stood together. He sighed. What a coward he was. Gia's heart ached at the thought of any son believing his father was a coward, when he should have been the prime example of heroism. When we were kids, he gave us speech after speech about doing the right thing and accepting the consequences of our actions. Character, Alex. A man is nothing without exceptional character. Except, it was a farce. It was his way of manipulating his kids into being good people that wouldn't embarrass him when he obviously didn't believe it himself. She could hear the tears in his voice. I am so angry with him. I knew about the bad things that could happen to him in prison, but I hadn't really thought about him offing himself first. He turned to face her. How bad of a person am I for wanting to bring him back to life so I can punch him in the face and tell him what I really think? Gia shook her head. What you feel is deep grief, Xander. It's not bad or good. It's normal. Xander choked out a sob. The police won't let us see the suicide note because it's considered evidence. He must mention what he did, Gia murmured. This is the weirdest place to be. Xander sniffed. Devastated, because the man we knew and loved is gone, and still being able to see the positive that maybe he won't drag Mom through court battles and prison visits. How is your mom? Feeling responsible for not keeping a better eye on him, for not forcing him to tell her the truth. She's looking at the door every few minutes, believing he'll walk back in. He lifted his hands. In disbelief that this is happening. What a nightmare. No one ever wants to believe that the person they love is capable of taking their own life. I hope that note gives her some closure when they finally let her see it, Gia said. Xander snorted. Sounded more like if than when. I guess Dad thought we'd be better off without him. He barked out a derisive laugh. I'm going to take a sleeping pill and see if I can shut my brain off tonight. I'm exhausted. You should eat something first. Gia held onto his arm as he started to walk away. Not hungry. He came back and pulled her to him. His lips met hers in a passionate, intense kiss. His lips tasted of salty tears, but she didn't care. She hooked her leg around his hip to keep him against her. She longed to absorb his grief and make him feel whole again, happy, at peace. Those weren't things she could give him, so she gave him what she could, her presence, her love, her passion. Xander backed her to the couch and laid her down on it. His body covered hers as they continued their heated exchange, lost in the moment. After a few moments, he pulled back for air. His cheek pressed against hers. I should go before we take what we want from each other. His arms pushed himself up, and immediately she felt the loss of his heat and weight against her. She nodded in the darkness in case he could see her. She wanted him. She needed him. And he needed her. But he was right to stop. They'd made a promise to each other. Starting a marriage on a broken promise wasn't how she saw them going the distance. Despite the grief, they could wait. They could keep their promises, and they could find a way forward. It'd make their yes to one another that much sweeter. With a parting kiss, Xander walked out the door to his room over the garage, with his shoulders slightly slumped and his head down. Her heart went with him. Showing his pain and tears to her wasn't something she'd seen from him before. He trusted her and believed her to be a safe place for his vulnerability, and she never wanted to break that bond. Alone for the night, she gave in to the temptation to avoid her thoughts by working. Someday, she'd find a healthy way to deal with her grief. Today was not that day. The invitations had been sent a while ago, but with Teresa due to receive the death certificate today, it felt permissible to take Maurice off the programs and seating chart. While she was at it, she searched the internet for the best ways to honor a deceased parent during a wedding. The list of ideas was extensive. Some weren't applicable to their situation at all. Had he wanted to be at their wedding? She left the ideas in a list and decided to let Xander and Teresa decide. Wednesday, she went back to Buchanan's office. This time she stopped by Taylor's office first, but she heard voices coming from Buchanan's forest. Taylor spoke to Buchanan, and she wanted to keep walking to her office, but she paused to listen through the shrubbery. Have her give us the design she's finished and sign off on it. We'll do the rest. She doesn't need to have all that to do her job. Give her the dates she'll need next for finalizing everything and being a part of the show, Buchanan said quietly. Gia scampered to the corner and sped walked to her office. She'd been sitting in her seat for 3 minutes when Taylor stopped by her office and knocked. Good. You're here, he said with a smile. I talked to Buchanan about what we discussed Monday. She said, to finish your part with the information you have, and she will incorporate it into her design and make the final checks. She frowned. Taylor, I know you have your degree from Princeton. I know they teach you there that designs can't be close to finished without having foundation loads checked. What am I missing here? She wants me to send her inaccurate, unfinalized plans because it's too inconvenient to give me the critical information. Taylor sighed. I don't know her reasoning, but send it over to me. I'll input it into the master document and have her take a look at it. She did the preliminary numbers and calculating everything before we started, so I'm sure she has that part worked out on her end. She's a control freak. No inch of her design goes unscrutinized. She has weird ways of working, but it usually ends up as a masterpiece. I am having a hard time understanding why she brought me on as a mentee if I'm sending in an unfinished project. She opened her part of the design. My professors and my career mentor would kill me if they knew I had sent over a partial, especially Uncle Angelo. Let me get the rest of the specs in here and I'll send it over before I leave. Taylor smiled and tapped the door frame. Thanks, and stop by my office on the way out for the list of the remaining dates we need you here for. Part of her wanted to celebrate that she could be done so quickly. The other did not feel right sending in work with unknowns surrounding it. Maybe Buchanan had enough of her questions and this was her way of washing her hands of a mentee. A couple hours later, Gia scoured the papers in her folder to make sure she hadn't missed anything. She'd added the correct ventilation, widened the walls and added extra I-beams based on the roof weight, and added a firewall between the kitchen and the general work area. It was still full of errors without the foundation numbers, but it was workable. She sent it to Taylor, then packed her bag. On her way out of the office, she stopped in his office, careful to shut the door behind her this time before she spoke. "Just sent those files over to you. Take a look and let me know if I can do anything further." Taylor nodded. "Here is a list of the upcoming dates we need you to be on camera. Sign here and you can be on your way for the day." He handed her a pen. She took it from his grasp and leaned over the paper. "Taylor, this is me signing official documents saying I'm liable and that my part of the design is in keeping with code." "Right. You did what Buchanan asked and she'll take care of the rest," he said, turning his attention back to his computer. Gia straightened. "I can't sign these in good conscience. It's not ethical. My name would be on that paperwork and I'd be held liable. I can't sign these until I see the final product to make sure Buchanan does fix the numbers and address the issues we talked about. If nothing gets fixed, the place will collapse and I'll be facing lawsuits." Taylor's brow scrunched. "I'm not sure I see the issue in signing, but I do know that if we don't get your paperwork signed, it could set our whole project back waiting for you to approve the final documents. Lee Buchanan isn't going to risk her career on this project. She'll adjust everything that needs fixing. I'm sorry. I'm not comfortable signing these papers until I see the finished project. I'm sure Buchanan is trustworthy, but I'm not risking my career in case something goes wrong and my name is beside those plans, checking it off." Instead of continuing to argue about it, Gia took the pen and paper with her and walked out. She stormed to her car, fuming. No way was she going to sign off on something like that. He was delusional. Unless they wanted her to take the fall. She gasped. If they put the design in as she had it, part of their building would collapse, and they'd be able to collect a huge amount of insurance on it. They could easily blame it on a junior no-name architect and Buchanan would skate free, but Gia could be embattled in lawsuits. If her presence was for show anyways, what would stop them from letting her take the fall and this huge corporation collecting a big fat check? The thought made her sick. She had to tell someone, an oversight committee or someone what was being asked of her. Asking this of her wasn't ethical, but if she did tell, that'd make her a whistleblower, and no one liked a tattletale. In that moment, the realization hit her that she was damned if she did and damned if she didn't, and there was no good way out of the situation without her career taking a huge hit.
Chapter 21. Xander always enjoyed running for exercise, and he loved that Gia could keep pace with him when they went together. But in the last couple of days, he'd taken to running half marathons in an attempt to outrun his thoughts and exhaust his mind and body so he could fall asleep at night. Every part of his life felt so precarious. Now that suicide had touched his existence, it felt as if it were the norm for not coping. If someone wasn't handling their grief well, he worried what they would do next. Whereas before, it felt like an extreme option. It made him stop and think, what would it take for me to make the same decision? While he couldn't fathom how bad things would need to be, it gave him an empathy for how inescapable Dad must have felt his situation to be. Backed against a wall, his death appeared to him to be the best option for him and his family. What he'd left was a giant mess. The best thing that had happened so far was that Mom heard from the school that Dad still had the same life insurance he'd had since he began working for them. In a stroke of luck, they paid out regardless of suicide. Once the police issued her an official death certificate, she could submit to receive the $400,000 within a week. But getting the police to do anything that was not on their agenda took a force of nature. Mom having her own bank account saved her, since the life insurance wouldn't go into their joint account, and thus become assets that the government could freeze while they investigated Dad's criminal activity. The red tape surrounding the investigation and Dad's death went layers deep. Where death made things difficult, the investigation on top of that made things impossible. The feds had taken Mom's only computer. Thankfully, Dad had written passwords down in a very insecure paper notebook, which the wrecking crew gathering evidence had deemed irrelevant to their cause. Media caught wind of Dad's suicide and investigation, and made it into juicy gossip, worthy of an unflattering picture of Xander and Gia, and the scandalous headline in a rag magazine. The anger didn't stop. It was a constant, hand in hand with his sorrow at how he'd left things with Dad. He didn't regret pushing Dad to get out of what he'd gotten himself mixed up in, but he wished with all his heart that they'd left things on good terms. Happy family gatherings would have made his memories less bitter and more sweet. The whole family made a decision to have a traditional memorial service for Dad, ignoring the scandal and celebrating the man they remembered. Mom, Avery, and Kelsey had been working on ordering flowers, compiling pictures, and choosing poetry and music for the service. The same auditorium that had held Mom's celebration for her years of teaching service would host family, former students, and friends for the service on Saturday. Link couldn't take on any responsibility, thanks to the shuttling back and forth he was doing with his new NHL team. A few weeks into a new team, a new city, and the big leagues, wasn't the best time to be taking time off for personal reasons. But he said management understood and had been incredibly accommodating and sympathetic. Xander, as the oldest male of the family, got saddled with helping Mom with the will, notifying businesses and transferring accounts to Mom's name, paying debt and consolidating Dad's estate. Mom knew the financial books, but her experience with computers was limited to things she used at school, social media, and email. Monday afternoon in his office, a knock came at the back door. When he opened it, a man wearing a baseball cap eyed him. "You Alexander Reinerman?" "Yes." He swallowed, glancing around for the nearest exit. The man held out a manila envelope. "This here's for you." Then, he got in his truck and drove away. Xander slid the pouch open, half expecting loose white powder to fall out. He peeped in. A single piece of paper. He unfolded the lined notebook paper and immediately recognized Jerry's handwriting. What? More bad news? Had he written to gloat? X. I write this to you in complete confidence and ask that you burn this paper after reading the contents. You know how I like my secrecy and truly distrust the government in every way. Occasionally they do good work, but most of the time they act like chemo, bungling and destroying the good in an attempt to also take the bad with it. They've successfully traced the organization Maurice worked for, and having mabbed the low men, are working on bringing in the higher-ups. While I applaud them for catching the fish they could reach, it annoys me greatly, but the organization has now gone dark, buried deep underground, having heard the rumblings and recognized the signs. The government likes to dig, though, so they'll be trenching their way in the dark, looking for these guys who are trained to be ghosts in the night. I write to you in your time of sorrow to bring you news. Good or bad, you get to decide. Your father, Maurice, is not dead. You know how I held little respect for him with how he had treated you. But I decided to meddle and find out if there was any honor left in him. When he went in for his statement at the police station, I made him a one-time offer. I'd help him fake his death and disappear, if he agreed to stay gone for good and send an apology to you for his many grievances, which I listed to him at length. I believe he got the idea pretty quickly. Having a few bands of respectability left in him, he took me up on my offer. His death, as opposed to a mysterious disappearance, allowed many things to happen. It allowed your saint of a mother to collect the life insurance money and afford the science trip she'd been planning. You see now why this letter must be burnt. It preserved his dignity, what little he had left. While the investigation is still ongoing, his death will keep you all from being dragged to court and watch him go up in flames. It gave your family the ability to stay together and not have to take sides between your parents. And finally, it gave him the chance to truly reflect on his life, his greatest love, and his family, and realize that living it in a prison cell for the few years he could survive it would be far worse than those who loved him grieving his loss and moving on with their life without the complications of his situation looming over them. Living life in hiding is not, and will never mean, a beach cottage in Barbados for your father. It will be a hard adjustment, and potentially mean relocating often, so as to not be known in any one place. It will be a prison of its own, but with a scenery change, and the chance to leave the world in better shape rather than rot in a cell, wondering when the other inmates will get annoyed at his existence and kill him in his sleep. Or worse. So, dear Alexander, for better or worse, this is the summation of my interference. I'm sure you've had enough of me. I'll be around, watching over things to make sure my people are safe in a world full of terrifying evil. Yes, you qualify as my people. Your heart of gold and unwavering character has endeared you to me, as it is so very rarefied these days. You deserve the most happiness life could possibly bring. I wish you well, my friend. Rest assured that if trouble finds you again, I'll be there to do my part. All the best, Jerry. P.S. Mayfield is still trying to track me down in his free time. Xander brushed the tears from his cheeks. Truly unbelievable. Laugh, cry, rage, dance. The emotional roller coaster he was on hit every feeling in a matter of seconds. He reread the letter over and over again before he shifted in his seat. His phone alarm rang, interrupting his trance. He tucked the letter into his pocket, dried his eyes, and joined the Carter law team on a video call. His future in-laws graciously gave him access once again to their law team to help him clean up these messes he constantly found himself in. It was Gia's dad, Burley, who'd called Xander after his businesses went under investigation to encourage him to stay the course. Burley was a self-made millionaire and knew exactly what Xander was going through. When he started making money with his businesses way back in the day, he said every aunt, uncle, cousin, relative, and neighbor popped up looking for a handout, a C-level or management job, a get-rich-quick scheme, and a place to stay, and so on. When he wouldn't give people what they wanted, they called him every name in the book in an attempt to manipulate him into it. The cards got laid out on the table really quickly, and Burley encouraged Xander to sit back and watch. Take note of the freeloaders and learn from their lives. Are they asking because they made bad choices? Or are they asking because they had a streak of bad luck? When it comes to generosity with what you have, you decide how and when and why. And when it comes to greed, expect people to come after you for something they have no right to, especially the government. Mankind hadn't changed in the last few decades, but the encouragement came from Burley understanding his situation and helping him give himself permission to not put a name on every penny before the money had even hit the bank. Burley didn't judge or express a hint of disappointment. He laughed at the foolishness of the trumped-up claims. It was business. Nothing more. The meeting with the legal team took 2 hours to gather the documents, evidence, and signed agreements they needed to clear up Xander's investigation. Having great resources at his disposal made him feel a lot better about the lawsuit, and he owed that to Gia's family. They stepped into his chaos time and time again to offer support, expecting nothing in return. One day, he'd have the chance to offer his children the same type of support, and he planned to do so without hesitation. Not long after Xander disconnected from his video meeting, Link called his phone. Xander almost didn't answer because he didn't need any more problems on his plate. But this wasn't the time to be absent from his family. "Hey man, everything okay?" Xander asked. "Have you seen the sports news today?" Link shouted above the noise in the background. Xander opened an internet tab. "No, what am I looking for?" "The University of Colorado is going after Randall. In addition, it looks like they'll be suspending his pension after all." A whistle blew in his ear. "Hey, gotta go." Xander typed in a few words to the search. A page of results came up with Coach Randall's disgrace. The university issued a statement today regarding their decision on the recent lawsuit from ex-soccer coach Xander Reinerman. Unflattering pictures of Randall's aged face littered the article that outlined Xander's lawsuit against the state of Colorado, the judge's decision, and the university's reaction. Randall would be officially removed from the Hall of Fame, and that pension he held so dear withheld permanently. While Randall had remarked that the university couldn't take his pension from him, the university had found a legal loophole that allowed them to withdraw pensions due to illegal activity discovered while employed. A thrill shot through him. He laughed out loud. These past few days had been straight out of a nightmare, and within a matter of hours, his world flipped right side up. He pulled out his phone, and his happiness dimmed slightly. He couldn't tell a single soul what Jerry had done, and that Dad was alive. He'd have to take that information to the grave, unless somehow Jerry let him off the hook before then. Mom would be so mad that he'd hidden that from her. The whole family would be. The reality sunk in that he'd never be able to tell his family. As Jerry said, it was for the best that Dad disappeared the way he did. Thanks to Jerry, who appeared to have a thing for Xander's mom. It was done in the smartest way possible. It was also technically insurance fraud. But justice came in many forms, and it was time to let things lie. Instead, he texted Gia about the great news of Randall's public denouncement and the university's pursuit of justice against him. They weren't going to stand with a criminal, even if it meant doing the right thing years later and a very delayed apology. Unable to focus, Xander spent the rest of the day researching coaching positions and attempting to network online with guys he'd known in the coaching world before he'd gone dark. One of his former colleagues, Ross Martin, who coached with the New England Revolutions, messaged him back immediately on the chat function of the professional networking site. "Hey man, long time no talk," Martin said. "Thanks for the message. I saw you have a lot going on recently. It's about time you got your name cleared." "Thanks. It's a relief. I saw you are in the MLS these days," Xander said, scratching his head and wondering how deep did he get with Martin, and how quickly. Living the temporary dream to one day live the ultimate dream. Ross messaged. I'm looking to break back into the coaching realm. Typically they say start small, but I also want to start strategically. I just joined the National Soccer Coaches Organization. Looking for advice on other good ways to get my name out there and gain experience since I've been out of the industry for the last few years. Little bubbles appeared while Ross typed. Xander tapped his foot against the chair, waiting for Ross's green light to go dark, saying he'd gotten off the chat. It stayed lit. It was a good sign for Xander's current reputation that Ross didn't get off and ignore Xander's message completely. There's a big soccer coaching convention in Jackson Hole next week. My head coach, David Albertson, will be leading a session. They said they got Pele to headline. Want me to get you an invite? If I can't get you into the conference, I know I can get you into the dinners for networking and meeting some of the big dogs. I'd be happy to introduce you. And you never know what can happen when one of them is 3 drinks deep on a full stomach. A nap, probably. Xander checked his calendar for next week. His tasks of getting Mom's life in order could wait a few days. Surely, Gia wouldn't mind. Count me in. I'd love to attend anything you think I can get invited to, as well as to be introduced to everyone and anyone. Xander typed. Maybe it sounded a bit desperate, but it was the truth. They exchanged contact information, with Ross promising to be in touch. What were the odds that Ross would remember to pull strings for him? He texted Gia again. It was strange that he hadn't heard from her throughout the day. I think I might have made a contact that could advance my coaching career. Seconds later, he received a text from her. That's great news. I think I made a mistake that might end my architect career. What in the world can have happened that was bad enough to end a career? He was about to punch the call button to call her phone, but she texted again. Can't talk right now. Meet me at home. It wasn't his usual quitting time, but Xander packed up his things and headed for his truck. He broke every speed limit on his way to their house. When did he stop thinking about it as her house and start thinking about it as their house? His name wasn't on the loan or deed. A horn blared at him as he ran a yellow red light. His heart raced. His brain hadn't registered the color of the light. She didn't need him dead. His mind sifted through what she'd told him she was doing today. Was she on site with a client or Buchanan? When he pulled into the driveway, she paced outside, her thumbnail clenched between her teeth. He'd never seen her so worked up about work. He hopped out and walked over to her. She gazed up at him. Her eyes glistened with tears. I don't know what to do. This is going to ruin me.
Chapter 22. Take a deep breath for me and tell me what happened. Xander rubbed his hands up and down her arms. The motion, his touch, soothed her. The short of it is that Buchanan wouldn't give me the final information I needed to finish off my part of the design, so she said to turn it in with what I had. Which is fine, but then she had her assistant ask me to sign off on my part. Xander stared at her, listening, waiting for her to go on. Which means that they want me to sign my name to say my design is completed and verified. And Taylor said if I didn't, it'd set the whole project back. He promised she'd do her part to add in the foundation numbers to the load and finish the design, but then he refused to let me have access to the final design. Gia's voice pitched higher, but she didn't care. So you can't check to make sure the part you did is accurate. And if it's not, and there are issues that aren't corrected, you could be facing big problems. Xander finished for her. Or worse. The misery bled through her words. I would be the fall girl if the company in Buchanan wanted to collect a big paycheck when the place crumbles to pieces. They'd write it off as the junior architect doing a sloppy job, and my name would get trashed while Cornerstone quietly collected the money and gave Buchanan a payout for not flagging it, Gia said. But she's the lead architect on this. How does she not get the flack for letting that slip by? Xander asked. She shook her head. I read every word of my official paperwork several times and couldn't find one place where it said Buchanan would take on liability for my design. They said it verbally a lot, but I haven't found anything in writing. I have the legal team looking over it too. Bottom line is, if I sign it to make them happy, I could lose my license for that. If I don't sign it, I look uncooperative and hard to work with, as well as raise suspicions as to why I should be allowed to see the final design when I'm a junior. Buchanan says the word and I get a bad reputation. The news would spread far and wide with her platform. But add to that, she has a television show and a documentary where she could merely hint at my incompetence. Wow, that is bad. Legal or not, my reputation is on the line. Whistleblowers don't really recover from that. Gia shoved her fingers into her hair and massaged her scalp. Everything was so tense it hurt. Xander joined her in massaging her shoulders as she leaned into his strength. Is this anxiety or panic, or what it feels like to see yourself spiraling towards death? Xander didn't answer immediately. Well, you're breathing okay, so it's probably not a panic attack. But according to my experiences, it's a lot like seeing yourself spiraling towards death. Gia let out a wail. Not comforting, Alexander. He wrapped his arms around her waist and put his cheek next to her ear, his stubble rough against her skin. We're going to find a way through this. It may be a bumpy patch, and not something you wanted for your life ever, but we will find a path forward. We have each other. We have family. We have options. What is the worst that will happen? She didn't want to go down that dark rabbit hole. She moaned in protest. Humor me, baby. Let's think this through so we can be prepared for it. Okay, fine. She exhaled hard. If I stick to my guns and report it, I lose a lot of clients and potential clients. I never get any more government contracts. I get blackballed in the architect community for being a whistleblower. I never earn an award. I never reach my peak potential. I become a trophy wife who checks cookbooks out of the library to try that new gnocchi recipe she heard about from her country club friends. Xander grinned. Would being my trophy wife really be that bad? I mean, at least we'd be eating well. She huffed out a laugh. Come on, you know it's not what I want for my life. She dropped her head against his chest and groaned. I'm sorry. You know exactly what it is like to not get the life you want in a far worse way than me. He tilted her chin upwards so her eyes met his. His expression was kind and filled with love. That's just it, Gia. I get it. I understand. I know what it feels like for your life safety chute to not open, and you hit the ground. He squeezed her tightly. Let's say your business folds, but you still want to design. Who do you know that would take you on? Gia scrunched up her nose. Joey would hire me under his firm's umbrella. Okay, family is always a good option. Don't hate me for this, but you could check with your parents and see if they have any contacts or ideas for you. Their name carries weight. That was part of it. Their name carried weight in her life. Their name had gotten her places she wanted to go, and she was grateful for it. She really was. But she'd wanted to make her own way in the world and prove her worth so that one day her name would mean something to someone without her parents being tacked on. She loved her parents dearly. But didn't every child want to prove themselves worthy too? Or was this some childhood fantasy she chased and needed to give up on as an adult? I'm sure people might give me a sympathy job here and there to keep in their good graces, but I don't know that it's a plan B for my career. I wouldn't be hiring employees to keep up with the demand. She snorted. The really big projects would bring in enough money to pay for employees. Huge projects like... Her brain sputtered into motion. Xander, I didn't get the chance to tell you yet because of everything that happened with your dad. But Ma offered me the job as head architect of Venha Resorts the other day. Xander's eyes widened. Wow, that's incredible. Designing resorts is huge. He paused. In a lot of ways, she could practically hear him remembering how stressed out she was over the design. Is that something you're wanting to do again without the hair-on-fire emergency that Joey threw you into? It's a way that I can still be an architect in a place that won't fault me for my ethics, regardless of what Buchanan says or does. She said she and Daddy really wanted me in the position, and she wasn't going to broach it with me until after the wedding. Xander raised an eyebrow at her, but they would understand if I didn't want it or think it was the right time. I lamented to Ma on the phone that I had 2 applicants that I'd interviewed that I really liked. She mentioned that if I had big projects going, I can afford to hire them both. Her spirits fell again. But after this ordeal, they might not want to be hired by me. The grand dream she'd made of expanding her little firm by taking on for-profit businesses crashed in a burning heap in her mind. How many of those requests for proposals could she get sent out before the world knew she was a whistleblower? Then they'd turn her down after she put in the work. Xander cleared his throat. Your clients in Rio wouldn't know anything was going on, would they? His intonation was cautious. Bless his heart for not being pushy. We could move there after the wedding and let things settle down? If you lost your clients in the U.S., there wouldn't be a huge need for us to be here. And you could work for Venha Resorts from anywhere. Also, we'd probably get some nice vacations out of that job. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Beach locations with you in a bikini all day, sipping cold drinks, and me impressing you with my surfing skills. Keeping the romance alive. In a second, he swept her into his arms and spun her around. Because it's my lifetime commitment to you to always sweep you off your feet. She giggled in spite of her misery. His little exercise in worst-case scenario had worked better than she thought it would and giving her hope. Okay, let's plan on it, she said to him as he twirled them in the driveway. He froze so fast they almost fell over. What was that? The corner of one side of her lips raised. After the wedding, let's plan to move to Rio for a little while. It's a win for both of us. We'll let things settle down, get a change of scenery. I'll build up my Brazilian portfolio and work on Ma's resorts. You have a guaranteed job being president of Uncle Ronaldo's organization, and you can get your coaching chops back doing however much coaching you want. In a year or two, we can reevaluate if we're where we want to be and stay or go as we please. Xander blinked at her in slow beats as he processed her words. Then, a giant grin spread over his face. I'll let Ronaldo know our decision right away. I think he'll be excited about it. It'll be a fresh start for us. And Lord knew they would need it if the fallout was as painful as she imagined it might be. Xander nodded. After everything that has happened, I think we could really use it. They went inside for dinner, and after dinner, Gia called Ma and Daddy to ask for their advice. She knew they would say what they did. Stick to your ethics. It may not work out well for you in the short run, but in the long run, you won't have any regrets. With that settled, Gia walked to her home office. Okay, Ma, say I said yes to being head architect at Venha Resorts. Let's talk through the details, the money, and the deadlines. Ma spent the next hour on a video call with Gia, ironing out an offer. She didn't want her parents to bail her out of her sticky situations, but in this case, it sounded like Ma had planned to propose it later in the year anyway. It didn't count. Knowing she had their support comforted her. Xander was right. She did still have a lot, even if she lost her GC Designs clients. More importantly, Uncle Angelo would approve of blowing the whistle if it meant she didn't lie about the design being completed and verified when it wasn't. The hardest road didn't always mean it was the right road, but the right road and its many difficulties led to a life of peace. And that's what she wanted most in her life. To live peacefully, with a clear conscience knowing she made the best choice regardless of how far that took her from what her dream career looked like in her head. As inspirational as that sounded, she dreaded every minute that took her closer to what she knew she needed to do. Thursday morning, armed with the paper she signed in the beginning that the Carter legal team said gave Buchanan carte blanche to do whatever she wanted, Gia walked into the office to confront Buchanan herself. The speech she practiced in her head would inevitably come out jumbled and nothing like what she planned. She'd spent the last few days getting everything in order so that no one would be surprised by a fallout. The requests for proposals that she'd received, thanks to the media exposure, each got a proposal that she worked extra hours to pump out, so they could see her work before having the prejudice of what was about to happen spoil them. The receptionist waved her in with a smile. Guess she wasn't on the no-entry list yet. She walked in with a smile on her face, despite the turmoil in her stomach. Each step, she forced her legs to move closer to the point of no return. At the greenery, she allowed herself a 1-second pause, and then in she went. Knock, knock. Miss Buchanan? For a moment, it appeared she wasn't there, and Gia was relieved. But then a very unhappy scowl faced her, and she swallowed back the fear she felt. None of the positive things she'd listed out with Xander would come to mind. Sorry for interrupting your work. No, you aren't, or you wouldn't have done it. Miss Buchanan replied hotly. This had better be an emergency to interrupt me like this. I don't tolerate inane problems while I'm in my green zone. Gia blinked. Her green zone. Okay then. She smiled. It is an emergency. You see, Taylor wanted me to sign off on my part of the project that was in no way finalized or close to acceptable for inspection, and I thought you'd want to know, as lead architect. Miss Buchanan's lips thinned to almost disappearing. I gave Taylor permission to have you sign off on the design as I would input the correct dimensions in my final draft. Right. But surely you understand the importance of me signing something when it isn't finished. Anything could happen and I'd be liable. Miss Buchanan propped her hands on her hips and huffed. What are you saying? That I'd allow something half done to go into a project of mine? My reputation is far more valuable than that. Gia cleared her throat. What I'm saying is, but I'd like to see the final draft in its entirety before I sign off on anything that could harm my reputation or bring lawsuits against me. She narrowed her eyes. My final drafts are not made public until the clients approve and we are set to start building. I understand, and I respectfully ask for you to allow me to wait to sign anything until I've seen the final draft and can verify everything for myself. I don't like your impertinence, Miss Carter. Miss Buchanan's voice got louder, her derision clear. You are insinuating that you should be allowed to approve of my designs. You? A junior architect is insisting that you see my work to approve it. I won't stand for it. Sign the documents or you will not be included in this project or any of the credits. Gia angled her head. If I am required to sign something without seeing the final version, then I will be forced to turn this in to the Architects Oversight Committee. And I understand that isn't a popular decision, but signing something unfinished is unethical, and I will not risk my ethics over someone's schedule or convenience. Ms. Buchanan tilted her chin upward, looking down her nose at Gia. Then, consider your signature no longer required. Your presence is now redundant, and the YAI will be informed of the disappointment of your performance. YAI was the least of her worries, but Gia didn't want to give her any ideas of the extent of damage Buchanan could do. Understood. Leave any information or resources pertinent to this project at the front desk, or there will be serious consequences. Miss Buchanan became a scolding schoolteacher. Gia wanted to roll her eyes, but no doubt she'd find that to be disrespect to authority. I cannot fathom why someone who was chosen for such a hallmark role and who was given the gift of a mentorship would sabotage this privilege so completely. Clearly, you think yourself above the role, and that is repulsive. Gia didn't bother arguing with her. She put on a chagrined expression and held up the folder. I'll jot this by Taylor's desk. But Buchanan was already gone. The verbal flogging finished quickly. Taylor wasn't in his office when she dropped the folder onto it. For a second, the temptation to sift through his paperwork and see what was really going on in this place came over her. No, that was a snake pit she did not desire to dive headfirst into. She drove away from the office with an ache in her chest. The mentorship had been one unpleasant surprise after another. Leaving that behind wasn't what bothered her. Knowing the damage to come felt like a sucker punch. By noon the next day, the rejections had come rolling in from her proposals that she sent out. She took the time to write an explanation to the Young Architects International Board and explain what was being asked of her by Buchanan's team. Theoretically, she knew their opinion of her didn't matter, but in her heart, she longed to be approved and validated. Knowing there was no chance of an award hurt too. Their response sided with Buchanan. They had higher hopes for this mentorship. YAI's reputation meant something to the older architects and the formal organizations, which was why they'd been chosen to join with Buchanan on this project. They said they appreciated her willingness to stand by her professional ethics, but asked that she not apply for another mentorship or position of the like again. By Saturday's memorial service for Xander's dad, the media tore into her with stupid headlines gloating about how far the mighty had fallen. They always suspected that she was a no-talent, coattails-riding heiress, but now they knew she was talentless hack that couldn't even do a simple design well. As they walked into the school for the service, Xander held her hand extra tight past the cameras and shouting paparazzi, needling a response from her. Xander's family had their grief to manage. They did not need her problems adding to the burden. But Xander said they understood what had happened. Teresa especially was so gracious. Ma and Daddy had to send their regrets for missing the service. They had a trip to Southeast Asia planned for weeks to scout locations for resorts, and their timeline suddenly tightened because of a big storm brewing in the ocean. The last time they went into a funeral was Tia Carolina's. She was tired of losing family, tired of grief, tired of saying goodbye. Crawling under her bed covers and hiding for the next few months sounded amazing. She needed to make it to their wedding in August in one piece.
Chapter 23. The next 3 months flew by in a weird, slow-motion kind of way. The fallout of Gia's failed mentorship left her with plenty of time to plan their wedding, start her integration into Venha Resorts, and to pack for their new life in Rio de Janeiro. As summer stole over Colorado, Xander and Gia found themselves on the back deck of Gia's house a lot. Knowing they were moving made him imprint the special moments of this place on his brain. Xander waited a few weeks after Dad's memorial service to surprise his family with the news that he and Gia were relocating. The news stopped the Sunday lunch as everyone stared at him and Gia. Then, the girls started talking at the same time about making plans to come visit in the next year. Mom gave him a sad smile. She told him she felt like their family was falling apart. Link spent most of his time in Chicago with the Blackhawk. And with Dad gone, and her being retired, her life looked entirely different, and the adjustment hadn't been an easy one. She'd planned for her retirement to include traveling and new experiences, but with that alongside, life wasn't what she'd hoped for. I have free time these days. After I get back from my trip, I'll make plans to come visit you while the kids are in school so Kelsey doesn't need my help as much. His family being excited for their move helped make the transition easier. After accepting Ronaldo's offer to become president of his organization, Xander sat in on meeting after meeting, with Ronaldo introducing him to his new staff, new policies, new ways of thinking. Ronaldo held his hand through the whole process. Xander couldn't wait to get back to coaching. Ronaldo had been hosting tryouts, running practices, and organizing transportation to games around the city. But with the budget in place, he'd chosen his logistics team and handed over the reins to them. Essentially, Xander would be stepping in to guide a well-oiled machine, thanks to Ronaldo's vast experience paving the way for him. A week before the wedding, Avery called Xander. "Hey, I have the best idea for renting Gia's house out." "I'm listening," Xander said with a smile. He loved Avery's enthusiasm. Kennedy's sister, Larissa, found out her apartment rent is doubling and needs to get out. It would be her son Levi, and Kennedy renting out the place. And, Avery paused. "What if I took over your old room over the garage? It's a nice setup you and Gia have going. And, as much as I love them, I'm really tired of my roommates." She sighed. "Let me run it by Gia really quickly." He turned his chair to face Gia's in the office and muted the phone. Gia raised an eyebrow. "What about renting the house to Kennedy and his sister and kid, and Avery wants to live in the garage apartment to get away from her roommates?" Gia smiled. "That sounds perfect. Warn them, though, that the house comes furnished, so if they prefer their stuff, they'll have to move our stuff somewhere to store it." Xander relayed the message. Avery squealed. "I'll call Larissa and let her know. She's going to be so relieved. She's really been stressing about this. But Kennedy didn't find out until yesterday because they'd been so busy." It was another problem to check off their list. He and Gia's clothes and personal items shipped in 2 days to meet them in Rio. Avo Anna, Gia's grandmother, had been very happy for them to stay with her, but since they would be newlyweds, they decided they needed a place to themselves. With Avo Anna finally accepting that she needed someone nearby to help care for her, she arranged for her neighbor to rent out his detached beach rental to Gia and Xander so they could be close by and check in on her. Since they were moving to Rio, Gia's Brazilian family decided not to come to the wedding, in favor of having a big reception for them, when Xander and Gia arrived after their honeymoon and moved in. 2 nights before their wedding, Xander had a bachelor party with Link, Maddox, Kennedy, Joey, and a few other guys. Gia managed to sail through her bachelorette party without any of the same disasters Lucy experienced. But her cousin Cara, Lucy, Avery, and Kelsey were a tame crowd compared to Lucy's friends. At noon the day before the wedding, a courier with an envelope arrived at Mother Hen, where Xander sat with a muffin and a drink working on his computer. They had moved their things out of their office down the street since the landlord was starting a lease with a new tenant the next Monday. The courier spoke to the girl behind the desk who pointed at Xander sitting at the table in the corner. The guy walked over to him. "Alexander Reinerman?" Xander nodded. The courier handed him a small envelope and walked away. Jerry was getting bold to send him communications in a public place in the middle of the day. He opened the envelope, and in it was a flash drive. Why he kept plugging unknown flash drives into his computer and expecting everything to be okay was beyond him, but he trusted Jerry to not send him corrupted files. Xander connected his headphones into his computer, angled his body so the computer faced the wall, and opened the video file. He sucked in a hard breath when Dad's face popped onto his screen, looking very old and haggard, but very much alive. Xander? Dad grimaced. Xander sat back. He was not going to read into that and try to guess if Dad was making a jab at his name or not. Surprise. I'm alive. He gave an awkward laugh. Jerry said he told you about his helping me. I owe him a huge debt for what he's done for me. He told me of your history with him and everything you've been through together. I'm ashamed to say he's been more of a father and friend to you in the last 6 years than I have been. All that time I wasted. Dad grunted in disgust. I wanted to take this chance, on the eve of your wedding, to say a few things that should have been said long ago. First, I want to start by apologizing. I'm a stubborn man. Jerry has helped me see that. But I love my family more than anything in this world. Dad's voice broke. He gazed off to the side of the camera. I didn't show that these past few years. I didn't say that enough. I judged you and criticized you and pushed you away while I dabbled in things that I had no right experimenting with. Tears filled his eyes. You were right to call me out on it. Of course, no one wants to admit he is wrong, especially not to his son who is supposed to follow his dad's example of good character. I am so sorry that I failed you and your siblings, and especially Mom, my greatest love. My list of sins is lengthy, and you could call out any number of them without taking a breath. Please, forgive me. I have been reminded many times that not everyone gets a chance to make things right in the world, especially not after they leave it. But somehow, I did, however unworthy. And I do get the opportunity to set things straight that I should have done long ago. Unfortunately, it took a very giant mess for me to understand that. Dad shook his head with eyes closed and tears streaming down his cheeks. I pray every day for Teresa to be able to live the retired life that she wanted, for her to be truly happy. Maybe, she'll get remarried. Any man would be lucky to have her. I wish I had been the kind of man that had earned my place next to her during these days of growing old together. Our time was limited, but the life we had was so beautiful, and, at times, mundane, but we were together. The life you have ahead of you with Gia will be filled with so many ups and downs. A lot of moments you will look at her and think how lucky you are to have her. And other times you two will be locked head to head in an argument and drive each other crazy. You know by now that love is a choice, not a feeling. You choose every day to serve, to be patient, to forgive, to give of yourself, to recognize her needs above your own. But I'm not one to be giving advice. I broke my wedding vows when I started choosing money over my care and great respect for Teresa. I owe her my world. I wish I could tell her that now. Dad cleared his throat. I have lots of wishes and regrets, but this apology, this clearing of the air, is about you. I didn't want to send this note to you tomorrow and risk ruining your big day or making the day about me in any way. You and Gia deserve to be celebrated and your love witnessed as you start a brand new chapter of life together. He wiped his eyes. It's so beautiful what you have ahead of you. And I can tell you it goes by fast, but you won't understand it until you experience it yourself. Those mundane moments where you wish your life is more than it is won't last forever, but they do make it the most amazing journey of life. Anyway, I'm talking too long. Please make sure that Teresa, Kelsey, Dixon, Ivory, Avery, and Gia know how much I love them, and how much I wish I could be there to witness the rest of their days. I won't be in contact again, for safety purposes, but I will think of each one of you, and love you to my dying day. Xander, I regret how I treated you, my oldest son, my delight. What a fool I was. I hope that one day, you can forgive me and think back on the good times we had instead of the bad. I love you, son. Congratulations on committing to a life of loving and serving Gia. May your days be filled with joy and contentment in each other. Dad kissed his fingers and released it. The video went dark. Xander wiped at his cheeks subtly. Somewhere in there the tears began to flow, and they didn't stop. He had forgiven Dad, hadn't he? Dad deserved the consequences, and Xander wouldn't stand by his actions. But he'd forgive him, and let the anger pass instead of stay and fester. It was sad that it took Jerry showing Dad what a mean, foolish person he'd been for Dad to see it clearly and apologize. It was a gift, though, that Jerry had. Otherwise, Dad may never have reconciled their relationship. Once upon a time, he believed that family was blood, that stood by each other no matter what. But in the wake of Dad's betrayal of his family, Xander realized he no longer held on to that. He could forgive without excusing the bad behavior, because the forgiveness was freedom for himself. There in the coffee shop, Xander's heart lightened. The next day at 2 p.m., dressed in his tuxedo, Xander waited on a stone bridge leading up to a mountain chapel, overlooking the changing leaves on the trees. A car door slammed behind him, but he wasn't allowed to turn around until the photographer said so. Apparently, Gia had been getting ready for hours. He wasn't that familiar with what went into a bride's preparation. But Gia could show up in a potato sack, with her hair looking windblown and disheveled, and he'd still think she was the most stunning woman he'd ever seen. She didn't believe him, but he meant every word. A tap came at his shoulder, as the photographer's camera shutter clicked like crazy. He turned around slowly and swallowed hard. His mind blanked, as his jaw fell open a bit. There Gia stood in front of him in a white lace dress that fit her every curve perfectly. Her makeup was subtle, and every hair was in place. Her floor-length gown had material in the back that she'd told him would extend out into a train. He stepped towards her with his hands outstretched. His fingers itched to touch her. As his hands grasped her waist, his thoughts were swept up in a tornado of awe. How was she his? How had he landed someone so incredible and kind, and absolutely gorgeous in every way? He really needed to get this girl to the altar, before someone stole her from him. He leaned in to kiss her cheek, and inhaled deeply. Her perfume smelled fantastic. Let's say I do, and skip to the wedding night, okay? He whispered in her ear. She giggled. Alexander Reinerman, I worked way too hard on this wedding to skip it. But I can promise you this will be a day we remember for the rest of our lives. Yes, it would. They spent 2 hours walking around the grounds with a photographer following them and capturing their moments together. His cheeks hurt from smiling so much, but he couldn't help how happy he was to be about to say yes to a life with Gia. When the time came for the ceremony, he took his place at the front of the chapel next to the minister, a family friend of Gia's. Link stood up next to him. His sisters walked down the aisle to stand up for them, and Mom was in the front row grinning and wiping tears simultaneously. It was the perfect day. On the other side of the aisle sat Sophia Farah and a few of Gia's older relatives. And as the music swelled, Burley appeared at the end of the aisle, with Gia glowing next to him. The emotion swept over him. 6 years ago, his future had been stolen, based on lies and manipulated evidence. His fiancée had broken up with him. His family was left so upset and disappointed. His career lost, his freedom taken. He sat in a prison cell with a guy named Jerry, trying not to feel like he was going to die in there, hopeless. But he'd made it through without joining a prison gang, without getting strung up in his cell, or succumbing to mental insanity. Yes, he'd suffered through a yard fight and sliced open from armpit to hip, as well as various stints in solitary, but he survived. He walked free to try his hand at starting fresh. And all these years later, as this absolutely stunning woman strode toward him, nothing in the past mattered anymore. Nothing but the moments that had brought them together. Burley kissed her cheek and held out her delicate hand for Xander to take. His thumb rubbed over her soft skin as she squeezed his tightly. The minister said a lot of words about commitment and love and faithfulness, as Xander stared into Gia's eyes. Who cared that his closest friends and family watched them stare at each other? At last, it was time for the vows they had written to each other. Gia vowed to honor and love and cherish him until the day she died. And in return, he vowed to honor, love, remain faithful, and cherish her until the day he died. There were definitely tears from him and Gia, and a lot of sniffling from the audience. They gave each other the rings they'd picked out, said "I do," and, with a bursting joy, he kissed his bride. He swooped her down, as she laughed so hard that he kissed her teeth. They kissed quickly and walked down the aisle. Don't you think I won't be collecting real kisses from you all night long to make up for that debacle? Xander said, swatting her butt. Gia laughed. You caught me way off guard, babe. Next time, a little warning. Okay. He collected her into his arms again. Here's your warning. He dipped her again and kissed her deeply. That was much better. And more to come. Her eyes glimmered in the fading light. Much more to come, sweetheart. He grunted. Now, can we skip to the wedding night? She grinned. I can't believe you would want to skip the cake after the trouble Mom had convincing Mauve to do it. And I can't believe you would care about cake when we can eat some any time. He kissed her neck. I can get them to wrap us up a slice to go, if you want. Hot tub, cake, champagne, being blissfully alone. Sophia interrupted his whispered words with squeals. My baby girl is married. Her cheeks were dry, but her eyes welled with tears. Burley pumped Xander's hand and patted him on the back. Welcome to the family, Xander. We're delighted to have you as our son. Xander thanked him as the joy of being welcome stole over him, especially people as great as Gia's family. Excuse me, Aunt Donna. Xander and I need to go get ready for the reception. Gia said loudly, tugging at Xander's arm. He gave Aunt Donna his best smile as they turned and walked towards the dressing room, off to the side of the main chapel area. She wiggled her fingers at him and winked. Oh, that woman was trouble. The rest of the evening, they ate, danced, chatted with everyone they loved so much, and cut the cake. Gia was right. It tasted exceptional. Lucy insisted on slicing it and serving it to everyone since she didn't get to make it. But as Gia had said, it had given Lucy the chance to relax and enjoy the evening. With Tucker on the dance floor, she truly looked at peace. His family did, too. Even Mom had smiled the day away, which he hadn't expected. It had been the perfect day filled with nothing but joy and love. The time came to say goodbye. They hugged and kissed everyone since they were moving straight to Rio after the honeymoon. As they prepared to exit, he wiped away Gia's tears with the monogrammed hanky Mom insisted he keep in his pocket today. Ready to start fresh, Mrs. Reinerman? She straightened her shoulders. Wouldn't do it with anyone but you. Their family and friends created a tunnel with extended glow sticks as they walked through to the horse-drawn carriage Xander arranged as their getaway vehicle. Gia stopped in her tracks and laughed out loud when she saw it. "You're full of surprises, aren't you?" She kissed him tenderly in the glow. He wanted to remember this moment forever. "You have no idea." Xander winked as he gave her a hand up into the carriage. They waved until the crowd disappeared behind them. Their car should have waited for them to go to the hotel for the night in a side parking lot. He'd asked Lincoln to park it in an obvious place for them, but he wasn't sure Link had listened. "Good, sir. We're looking for a silver Subaru in the parking lot off to our right," he called to the driver. The driver touched his hat as he twisted around to look at them. "I know just where it is." Xander gasped. "Jerry?" Jerry chuckled. "Forgive my intrusion, but I couldn't miss your big day. Congratulations, kids."
7 months later, Gia jumped to her feet, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Shoot it, Julia! Shoot!" On the field, the Brazilian teenager gathered her strength and booted the soccer ball toward the net. The goalkeeper jumped, arms outstretched, and missed it. The ball hit the back of the net. The whole place erupted in chaos. They won! Gia jumped out of her seat and sprinted onto the field towards Xander. He grabbed her, swinging her around, laughing. They jumped up and down, yelling as the girls surrounded them, screaming. Against all odds, his team had won the Rio City Cup. The girls and coaches worked so hard to make this dream come true. Despite the heartache and sweat, she'd never seen Xander happier. Every day, he surfed and ran, worked and led the teen girls' soccer practice. Something about standing on the sidelines with a clipboard and a whistle filled his heart in a way office work could never. Watching him in his element gave her an unexpected sense of joy. And she wasn't doing so badly herself. Architecture looked different for her these days, but the new direction provided her with a peace and consistency she'd longed for. Each morning, she ran on the beach and started her workday at her own pace. Venya Resorts took the tropical vacation industry by storm, with new locations added to the lineup every few months. They booked her and her team's schedule out for the next few years. Since Xander's lawsuit payments had come in, they didn't need to stress about the next client or the next paycheck. It was a load off her mind that she hadn't realized had been there since becoming self-employed. Sure, Ma and Daddy would have helped her put food on the table at the drop of a hat, but those first few years, she'd needed to convince herself and the world that she could make it on her own. Bronk had somehow made her believe that she could never survive without someone else. But she'd showed him his errors. She could truly say that she no longer had anything to prove to anyone. If someone didn't like what she was doing, then they could go look somewhere else. It wasn't often she received criticism from the outside world. The bad press surrounding her falling out with Buchanan died down in no time, and the paparazzi hadn't followed them to Rio. No one knew her and Xander. The anonymity was blissful after a rough couple of years of being in the spotlight. Or maybe it was the contentment of married life that calmed her soul. Whatever it was, she was grateful. She and Xander's wild journey so far was only their beginning. What lay ahead added to the excitement of waking up next to Xander each morning. His heart and arms were her home, and so long as she was there, she'd be happy. Bonus scene. After the wedding, Gia tucked the top of her head against Xander's smooth cheek as their bodies swayed to the music of their first dance. "Today's been a dream with you," she murmured into his ear. His subtle cologne mixed with the smell of his skin intoxicated her. "I can't wait to stay in your arms for good. No more goodbyes, only good nights." Xander squeezed her tighter as his hand slid down her back, setting her nerves on fire. "Imhin, my dreams come true, you in my bed, morning and night." The end of their song came, and Xander held her a moment longer. "Let's eat the cake, so I can take you home." His eyes blazed with a fire that mirrored the heat in the core. She wanted nothing more than to leave right then. She couldn't wait to give herself to him, body, heart, and soul. But they stayed to cut the cake, which Mauve had made different layers to have a mix-up of her best flavor combinations. And when she slid Xander's piece into his mouth, he sucked the frosting off her fingers gently, never taking his eyes from hers. Everyone around them laughed, but his gaze captivated her. He saw just her in the room, no one else. A promise of what was to come. Tonight would be well worth the wait. 2 hours later, tucked safely into their honeymoon suite, the restraints they'd been so careful to maintain over the past few months came loose in an unhurried passion. Xander whispered of her stunning beauty and how much he craved her touch. In the dim lighting, his fingers traced the skin on her shoulder, down her sternum. She lost herself in the feeling of his hands everywhere at once. Silently, he reached behind her to unzip her going-away dress. Her breath hitched at his nearness. Her fingers found his tuxedo shirt buttons one by one as they let the barriers between them fall away. Free to explore, learn, take, and give, their wedding night in all its sweetness and heat would be forever imprinted in her heart. The vulnerability they shared between them would never be easily undone as they intertwined their souls in passion, commitment, and trust. Their bond of love was so beautiful and earth-shattering. It felt as if no one had a connection like theirs. For certainly no one had a heart more perfect for her than Xander. Thank you for listening to Unrivaled by C.D. Gill. Find out more about her books at cdgill.com.